We're here to create a better world, first of all, for ourselves, and then for everyone we come in contact with.
Absolutely anything and everything we're facing, desiring, wanting, submit to the law of life.
This is Bob Proctor, and I want to welcome you to this program, Working with the Law. You're going to love it.
This is Mary Morrissey, and I am thrilled for what can happen in your life and our lives as we deepen our understanding, explore these concepts, and begin to harmonize our lives with the laws that govern the universe.
The Secret has created an enormous awareness worldwide of a law of attraction. Now, the law of attraction's always been here. In fact, over 100 years ago, Orville Wright, who introduced us to a brand new kingdom of travel, he said, "Isn't it astounding that these secrets have been preserved for all of these years just so we could discover them?" And then in 1959, Earl Nightingale, the broadcaster from Chicago, the partner of Lloyd Conant, who started the industry of personal growth through recorded messages, he released the strangest secret record. And he said it was strange that it was a secret. The strangest secret was we become what we think about. And he said it was strange that it was a secret because every great leader who has ever lived have been in complete unanimous agreement that we do become what we think about. They have disagreed on virtually everything else.
I first became aware of the secret when I was really needing to find an answer. And that came to me in 1967, and over time I began to look and discover, and it was in 1973 that I found a man who was teaching the secret from his point of view, who lived in Phoenix, Arizona. He had a seminary, and I was very interested in what he was teaching. I moved with my family, a couple of kids and my kid's dad, and we moved to Phoenix, Arizona so that I could study with him. His name, Raymond Hollowell, the author of the book, Working with the Law.
Well, I first discovered The Secret way back in 1961 when a man named Raymond Stanford sat down with me, and he caused me to take a look at the results I was getting, and they weren't very good. And he suggested that I would be able to change them all if I began to study. Years later, I was led to a book by Raymond Hollowell, Working with the Law.
And it was in 1995 when I'd been working with these principles since 1973 and had grown and developed and produced results that were much more pleasing to me. But at that particular moment in life, I was facing a major hurdle. And at some level of my being, I know I was knocking on the door of the universe asking for help. A woman showed up one day and she said that she had a friend she wanted me to meet and would I be willing to come to breakfast. I was so busy working on my problem, I didn't really want to go to breakfast. But I liked her and I wanted to do something she wanted me to do. So I said, okay. That breakfast turned out to be a breakfast that would change my life forever.
And at the same time, that same lady came to me and said she had a friend and she would really appreciate it if I would go to breakfast and meet with her. I didn't really want to go, but I wanted to be a nice guy, so I finally said, okay. I wasn't looking for things to do. So here was two nice people doing something because somebody else wanted them to do it. And that's when Mary Morrissey and Bob Proctor came together.
And at that particular time, the business I was working on, we looked like we were going to have $1.6 million shortfall that year. And at breakfast, somewhere in the midst of it, Bob asked me, so what's going on? What are you facing this year? And I told him what I was facing. And he goes, $1.6 million, that's nothing. And I went, $1.6 million is nothing? I want to sit at the feet of that thinking and learn how to think that way. And what looked like that huge, huge mountain of challenge dissolved before the end of the year.
Well, $1.6 million or 106, it really doesn't matter what it is. Nothing's big and nothing's small when you're working with the law. That's what I like. It doesn't take any more effort to go after what we call the big idea than it does the small one. And so that's what we're going to be studying. We're going to be studying how to work with the law. And when you do, your whole life begins to move in harmony with God's laws. I see the law as the uniform and orderly method of the omnipotent God. The law is truly God's modus operandi. It's how things are done. We are created in God's image, so we're here to do God's work. God's work is creation, since God is the creator, and you and I were given creative faculties. So we're here to create a better world, first of all, for ourselves, and then for everyone we come in contact with. And that's what this program, Working with the Law, is designed to do for you.
So as you listen and study, some of the ideas that you have will be challenged. As you grow in knowledge and are able to form better ideas, better opinions, don't hesitate to change your views. Test out the things you're hearing here. Don't accept or discard them without testing them, but at least give yourself the opportunity to apply these ideas and let them prove themselves. Remember, the wise man changes his mind, the fool never. There can be no progress without change, no growth without renewal. So for each one of us, there must be a constant stream of new thought, better thought, truer thought, to ensure progression in our lives. So as soon as you perceive the better, let go of the old. A friend of ours, Jack Boland, used to say, don't let your present good become the enemy of the better. So as soon as you feel something, think something, know something more life-giving, just discard the old idea, the old opinion, and proceed. Proceed to use your thinking faculty and take care that it does not use you, because one of those two things will happen. You either master your mind and guide it intelligently, or your mind will master you and only produce the programs that have been instilled upon it and within it from a world that operates from a scarcity and limited thinking. So as you work both with the ideal, that which you would seek to bring forth, and the practical, which is the application of the laws we'll be studying, you can absolutely count on, just as you can count on a crop to be produced from a well-tended farm, your crop, your life will absolutely produce the results you have planted.
As you work your way through this program, you're going to become acutely aware that all of our problems are mental in nature. They have no existence outside of themselves, and it has been discovered that nearly all will yield up their solution when subjected to a broad and exact analysis. You can acquire this ability by studying the law of life and its modes of expression. Then, by constant effort, use your thinking faculty in constructive ways. As you work with these laws, have good and sound reasons for all the views you hold. As you try to find these, many of your old-time views will fall to pieces. Form clear and definite ideas regarding your convictions as to why you do as you do and why you think as you think. Such practice is like conducting a mental house cleaning. The practice of clear thinking tends to clarify the mind, tones up the faculties, sharpens the perceptions, and will give you a stronger and a better grasp of the basic essentials for a larger and richer life. Clear and exact thinking is a very great necessity. It is, in fact, a sure means to advancement on the material as well as the spiritual planes of life. A line of distinction, however, should be drawn between mere surface thought, that is, ordinary, trivial, and commonplace thinking, and real thought, which is associated with the understanding of truth. The latter is deep thinking, which arouses dormant powers, quickens the perceptions, and leads to the enlargement of understanding. The former is but a passing phase of mental activity, while the latter governs the life of the individual. Now, the shallow surface thought which we give to the ordinary duties and small things of daily life is not the thought that's going to transform our character, develop our mind, or change our destiny. It is the positive, deep, and penetrating thought that comes from profound and strong conviction, born of a higher perception and a clearer realization of the truth. The surface idea is not the real thought. The inner convictions, which control your aims, desires, and motives, constitute the real thought of the individual and wholly determine the course of your life and your personal destiny. Psychologists tell us that every individual is controlled by his convictions, whether he is aware of it or not. Such convictions largely determine the nature of your thinking. The inner thought, coming from the heart, represents the real motives and desires. This is what you want to really pay attention to.
This process entails some effort, but all this effort is highly constructive. It leads to a steady increase of your power, your authority to bring about a life that is meaningful and fulfilling to you. You cannot get the most out of these lessons by just listening to them or reading them once or twice. They should be listened to and read often. Study them with scrutiny, and you will find that with each listening and each reading, something is clearer to you than ever before.
Now let's get busy with working the law. The question uppermost in the world of thought today is whether you have the capacity, equipment, and power to control your life. Whether you can be what you want to be, or whether you're a drop in a great ocean of life. Millions are affected by unemployment, poverty, and want. There's a lot of problems around. Can you solve those problems?
Any belief can be contagious, and a fatalistic belief has a fatal contagion in it. When we submit to the influence of that kind of believing, the circumstances around us are stronger than the power within us, and we become defeated before the race is run. In the history of humankind and the biography of man, there is a long list of evidence of people overcoming circumstances and meeting the problems of life. Evolution and anthropology alike furnish this truth, that you and I are responsible for what we become. We have the power to control our experience, and by using this power, we have created other circumstances more necessary to our upward climb. Yet some of us, not sure that we create our circumstances, are rather prone to think that these circumstances are created by heredity or karma or the environment or numerous external things. These are the reasons that some of us think are the responsibilities of our failure. We've come to believe that the natural limitations in life are really something that comes at us rather than something that comes from us. The scientist, on the other hand, searching into the mysteries of human life, reveals to us a wonderful world of power, possibility, and promise, and tells us that that wonderful world of power, possibility, and promise is within us, because within us is the mind, and the mind is the creative cause of all that transpires in the experience and the life of you and me. The personal conditions that you experience, that I experience, are the direct result of the actions of mind that you and I wield with every thought we think. We never make a move of any kind unless we first form some image or plan in the mind. These plans or ideas are powerful and they're potent. They are causes, good, bad, or indifferent, of the following effects, which in turn correspond to their natures. We learn that ideas liberate tremendous energy. Hence, we can learn to employ our minds constructively, and we can learn to correctly use these hidden powers, forces, and faculties. This is the key to success in living life.
Mary, you're so right. There's a marvelous inner world that exists within each of us. And the revelation of such a world enables us to attain, to achieve anything we desire within the bounds or limits of nature. Raymond Hollywell pointed out that he believes the reason the famous English literary genius, William Shakespeare, is the leading dramatist of the world lies in this realm. The great Greek dramatists, with their noted insight, always saw the causes in some external fate or destiny that brought about the downfall of their characters. But Shakespeare saw something within man as the cause of his failure or success. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are the underlings. We see Hamlet wrestling with his reluctant, indecisive soul. Macbeth in being pulled and driven by his ambition. Othello torn and discomforted by his jealousy. Always the characters were battling their inner selves, as though the dramatist were saying, "You are the master of your circumstance. Call forth your power, initiative, and ingenuity, and be the master. Fate is in your hands. Determine it. If every man has the power and privilege to determine his fortune, what is that power? How can we recognize it?
So if all the conditions in our lives are the result of our actions, and all our actions are the outcome or the fruit of our ideas, then our ideas must determine the conditions of our daily lives. An idea is a thought or a group of thoughts. An idea is an image or a picture in the mind. There must have been an idea or a mental picture back of every well-known achievement and invention. From the beginning, this is the creative plan. Out of the void, God said, and there was an idea, and then that appeared. We read in the first book of the Bible that the great architect, the God, the grand overall designing principal presence of this entire universe, saw a finished pattern or idea before it came to be. There was a mental picture established within the mind of the universe, the mind of the creative power, before it became a reality on the without in some form of a creature or creation. Now, the first time that this really became aware to me, this powerful law, this powerful idea that there is a law at work and I'm in it, I'm of it, the shift that occurred in me was so dramatic. I went from life was happening to me and I was a victim of every circumstance that seemed to happen that I didn't like. And someone introduced me to the idea that no, life is proceeding through me and by me, and the way I shape my idea changes my experience. And they suggested that I begin to amplify my understanding, because I had a cognitive understanding of it, but I didn't yet have any way to apply it, was that I would begin practicing whenever anything happened that I didn't quite like, was to just pause, take a breath, and then choose consciously what I would think about it, and to choose to think a thought that meant I got to choose what I would make out of that experience rather than that experience making out of me.
Every architect and builder follows the same plan, whether they're building or planning a house, a bridge, an institution, or their own life. Every person is his own designer and builder, like the Creator. He makes his creations within before they materialize on the outside. All fears of sickness, poverty, and old age are impressions, ideas, and mental pictures long before they become painful realities. Every idea and mental picture must produce after its own kind, whether the picture is good or bad. The law determines it so. The law does not question or challenge the kind of picture we give to it. It only knows that it must take what is offered or planted and then proceed to materialize it in a visible form. Now, some people can visualize great engineering achievements, yet they do not know by the same method they can overcome their diseases and despairs and enjoy the health and happiness that they long for. Mechanical engineering is the same as mental engineering. They are both dependent wholly upon a creative intelligence. Mental photography, like mechanical photography, produces exactly what it sees. A picture of a homely, unsightly person never turns out to look like a beauty pageant winner, nor does the little, short person look tall and large on a photograph. A picture of black will not be white. Neither can negative, destroying ideas produce constructive and positive results. If the ideas are negative, they in turn will create negative results.
So as we begin to assimilate in our minds these ideas or mental pictures, we knowingly or unknowingly exercise the power to produce them. This creative process continues working day and night. It doesn't sleep until the idea is completed. We cannot picture thoughts of poverty and failure and disease and doubt and expect in return to enjoy wealth, success, health, courage. It just can't be done any more than the photographer can take a picture of a house and produce a picture of an ocean. This creative principle is summarized in a sentence found in Proverbs. And that sentence is this: as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. You may have read or heard that statement before. It's been taught and expounded by philosophers around the world and throughout every age. You may have tried to prove the statement by ridding from your memory all negative thoughts, but because it took determined and persistent effort, you might have wearied. Then you may have dropped back into the old current of conditions and ideas, and if anything, sometimes it seems like things get worse than before. But there is something else you can do.
Others hearing the statement were not impressed, for they could not accept the assertion that all inharmonies of life are the result of their own beliefs, or their past thinking crystallized into beliefs. They prefer to blame this upon something or someone else. Even God is given a share of the blame. There are others who believe that in God's good time, all things will eventually work out to their satisfaction. But that is not so. These people are planning for a heaven to be gained at some future time, when it is actually a condition and a state of mind that can be had now as well as hereafter. In fact, unless it is gained here and now, it can never be had in the future. At some time in a person's life, they're forced to reckon with this creative law. There is no alternative. Everyone is governed by law, whether they know it or not. Possibly it is the same idea that some have concerning prayer. They think it is God's fault or will or desire when they do not get the answer they seek. They use God as their scapegoat, an excuse when their prayers are unanswered, or when they are unable to explain some act of God or nature. God's will be done is one of the most overworked and least understood statements in our day. Some use the idea as a crutch to lean upon, when in reality it is a powerful bridge over which man may cross the deepest chasms and mysteries. It is man's failure if his prayers are unanswered. The creative law is ever ready to answer and cannot fail to respond when approached rightly and wisely. At the moment that a person is able to contact and realize the law, they will at once enjoy the benefits. It is the realization of the law in action that determines manifestation. We're operating with a limited level of conscious awareness. Now, because we have studied this for close to 50 years, we may have a greater understanding than the masses in many cases. However, there's all kinds of things that we don't understand. And like the people that we're working with and that we're teaching and mentoring and coaching, we too have to continually study and gain a greater understanding. We definitely don't understand all there is going on. We do understand everything does happen by law, whether we like it or not. This whole universe operates in a very exact way. So the fact that we don't understand something doesn't discard the law. The law is there and it always works, whether you like it or understand it or not.
This is so powerful, Bob. Just like an electrician, for example, does not pray and then wait for the electric energy to make up its mind to serve him. He learns firsthand the laws of conduction and transmission in order to know how to cooperate with the law that governs electric energy. And after gaining this knowledge, that person can go ahead and set up the machinery which provides the means to generate and then direct that power. Then that person can snap a switch and operate giant machines, create heat, set in motion countless other devices, or flood a room with light. Everyone can do this, not once, not twice, but as many times as we choose, as long as we do not disturb the mechanics or violate the law governing the energy. And the same principle holds true in all sciences, including the science of being, the science of life. There is a scientific way of thinking about everything, a true and right way that prevents the needless waste of struggle, mental energy, and produces results that are in harmony with our greater good at every turn. Now, that doesn't mean we will always recognize our greater good, but when we have the right attitude and we are seeking only that which is good, even when we are surprised, we can trust that that is a good we haven't yet just understood, but in time will present itself in a way that is the most remarkable good we could, even when it looked like a loss. And I have, and you do too, have experience with that. So as we're saying this to you, know that we're saying it to ourselves as well. There is a scientific way of thinking about everything. The quality of results produced by the individual thinker may be good or bad or indifferent, and may be determined by conscious direction and choice, or the lack of such, and some results are experienced as harmonious and favorable, and other results are discordant and unfavorable, and there may be a medley of a whole. It's absolutely essential for each one of us to learn to give intelligent direction to the creative powers of the mind to obtain the best and the most life-giving results in a particular sphere of active expression, meaning your relationships, your health, your business, your finance, that whatever sphere of expression you would like to activate, to amplify, to experience more freedom and fulfillment in, then we must learn. It's up to you and it's up to me to learn how to give intelligent direction to the creative power that is moving through and with me and you right now.
Thinking is a perpetual process. It isn't something that just happens once and then a break. It is a creative function of life that is ever going on. We're engaged in it, and we're producing results of some kind every hour, every day, as long as we live, registering within ourselves the exact effects of all our thinking. While we cannot stop thinking or stop the thought process of flowing, we possess the supreme privilege of being able to determine the sort of results it is desired to experience by regulating the form and quality of our thought. How this is done in a simple and effective manner is explained throughout these particular sessions that we're studying. Our main objective is to arouse you to think for yourself, to cultivate your powers, and thereby take the sure path of self-development and true culture. The great self-evident fact, which cannot be too often repeated, is that when we change our thinking for the better, we automatically change our life for the better. Modern psychology has conclusively demonstrated that a change of thought must precede every change in the life and in the affairs of ourselves, of you, of me. In the course of our studies, we have discovered that the more a mind is undeveloped, the more materialistic or lower its individual point of view. While the more developed the mind, the higher its individual point of view. It does not follow that because a person is worldly wise and has retained a large number of facts and experience, such a one has a well-developed or highly evolved mind. On the contrary, that person may have an underdeveloped mind and be largely dominated by the lower instincts. Narrowness of thought, limited views, prejudiced convictions, and materialistic opinions are signs of a lack of real development. Breadth of thought, width and tolerant views, wholesome convictions, and expanding conceptions are signs of growth. The small mind, however, need not remain small or undeveloped. It can grow and expand and ultimately become great. The path is clear and simple. Let such a one form his own clear conceptions and strong convictions from the loftiest point of view he can reach, and then proceed to think and act accordingly. Advancement will follow as a natural sequence. The law is that the mind is no greater than its conceptions.
So as you and I learn to improve and enlarge our ideas or mental pictures, to improve and enlarge our thinking, our life falls in form with this just as if we moved the camera and took a different picture. But learning how to do this is what working with the law is all about. Understanding first that there is a law of life. And when we ask ourselves, well, if there is a law of life, then what is the law's intention? We can consider this in a 15 billion year history on this planet alone. If we pay attention, there is an orderly sequence to the progression of life. There is the development of awareness, and it surfaces in the life of humankind. This entire universe is a spiral universe. Our very DNA is a spiral, and there is the pull of becoming that runs concurrent throughout the entire universe. That pull of becoming is in you, and it's in me, ever calling our awareness upward in the spiral of becoming. And the way we move upward in the spiral of becoming is being true to that pull of becoming. Now, it speaks to each one of us uniquely according to our own level of consciousness and where we are at the time of hearing that pull. So it might speak to us about a longing for a relationship to be deeper, more expansive, or free from struggle. It might call to us about an aliveness in our body and a freedom from pain and limitation. It might speak to us about a yearning to travel or to give our gift in making a difference for good in the world. It might speak to us about wanting freedom from financial constraint. But that pull of upward becoming speaks to us in a language we can understand that is congruent with the life we are living and the possibility of the next expanded version of life expressing itself through us. The will of this law of life is forever and greater expression and freedom. And that law of life is at work in you and it's at work in me. Now, when our intention, my intention, becomes reconciled and cooperative with the universal intention, when your intention becomes reconciled and cooperative with the universal intention, then we become an expression of that good. This is working the law. And this is Raymond Hollowell's first chapter. He's saying there is a way to work with the law of life and not fight the current of becoming, not try to force the current of becoming, but to work with the current of becoming. When our intention is as the universe's intention and not just a mere personal caprice or trying to do something just for ourselves, but understanding that we're part of something that is magnificent and eternal and infinite and good, then so can our lives be an expression of that good.
And what we've really got to grasp, that all failures in life, are due to taking part with the finite around us. In other words, being earthbound and letting the outside world control us. All success in life is due to taking sides with the law within us. Thus, working with the law may be considered the same as taking the law into our mind and lives as a silent partner. We are then conscious of the source and creator of all power and realize and receive the many benefits that surround us.
Isn't that great?
I love it.
I do too, to think about, and it's real. This is real, to have the law of life, the presence of all that is, be a silent partner in us and working with us. Now, if you or I are searching or grasping for something that's going to be a shortcut method to just solving everything, and we're not willing to move with the ever upward progression, not willing to learn to think differently, work with the laws of life differently, then this will not work for us. But there is an opportunity here in these lessons for us to understand how we can harness the power that's within us towards greater good. And in fact, that is what each of us is here to be and do. Life with all its attributes of good is something that doesn't just happen to touch a fortunate few. You have life energy in you. It's simply seeking your awareness and the direction for that good that is in you, around you, to be made manifest through you in a particular way that is uniquely suited to what it is that occurs and feels to you to be good. We can realize from this lesson that every one of us has a capacity. We have the capacity to bring forth what we will, be it great or be it little, because we can think. And in our thinking, we create desires. We create ideas. All that's required comprises the ideas and the thought seeds that we plant then in the soil of the mind. We have the power, for the universal power of mind is endowed within each and every one of us and all creation. All that we may ever desire can be ours for the asking if we correctly apply the law of life and understand what this means.
I think Raymond Hollowell brings this session in for a beautiful three-point landing here when he said, when a circumstance arises, we are not to come under it, to submit to it in servitude. We are to surmount it, to overcome and master it by exercising the creative law of thinking, and thus grow in wisdom and power.
And I hope that each of you will join us in making a commitment to work with these ideas. The poet Rumi from the 13th century said, "It's as if a king has sent you into a far and distant land with one specific task to accomplish. You could accomplish 100 other things, and if you fail to accomplish the one thing for which you have been sent, in the end, it will be as if you have accomplished nothing." It's as if a king, the God, the grand overall designing principle, presence, power of this universe, sent you and me into a far and distant land, planet Earth, human birth, one specific task to accomplish: the discovery and the delivery of who we really are as sons and daughters of this universe, of life itself, in all its beauty and wonder and glory and power. We could accomplish 100 other things, and the world will convince us of little things we need to do. But if we fail to discover and deliver who we really are, in the end, it will be as if we've done nothing. Working with the law shows us how.
Mary, I believe we're here to become aware of our oneness with God. We're here to grow. This is Bob Proctor.
And Mary Morrissey. Thank you. Hello, and welcome to this session, The Law of Thinking. And I think by the time you spend a little time with Bob and me on this lesson, you will agree with us that this is one of the most important laws that we're going to understand and then apply.
What Hollywell's referring to here, in fact, he even states it in the lesson. He says attention should be given to the predominant mental state. And he begins the lesson by quoting Proverbs, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." That is really the foundation of a person's life if we stop and think about it. It's the first step to freedom because we're programmed genetically and environmentally. And so we're really the product of somebody else's habitual way of thinking until we get to a point where we start to understand we truly do have control over our life. We have the control over the growth of our business. The economy doesn't control our business. We control our business. And when we can see this and really understand it, as a person thinketh in their heart, we're talking about the heart of hearts. We're talking about their emotional mind, not just their intellect.
Right.
And I think that's the key to it. And of course, he points out here that to the average person, life's an enigma. It's a deep mystery, a complex, incomprehensible problem, or appears so. But it's actually quite simple. And I think, as Hollywell stated, mystery is just another word for ignorance.
That's right. Part of our open door into this freedom and the understanding and the experience of the power of this law, that as we think, so our life becomes, is to begin to pay attention to what it is that we're thinking. And so when he describes that it's a mystery until we begin to notice that what we're thinking and what we predominantly focus on begins to manifest and show itself in our everyday life.
Earl Nightingale said something very interesting one time, many years ago. He said that if the average person said what they were thinking, they would be speechless. And of course, I've quoted the late and great educator, Dr. Ken McFarland. He said 2% of the people think, 3% think they think, and 95% would actually rather die than think. Now, you're going to find that the great mass of people say, well, everyone thinks. And the truth is they really don't. Mental activity does not constitute thinking. Thinking is done in our intellectual or in our conscious mind. And of course, we've got our senses hooked up to our conscious mind. We see, hear, smell, taste, touch. There's an enormous amount of information being fed into our conscious mind. There's pictures and sounds and colors and God knows what that's fed into our conscious mind. So it's always busy. And I believe the average person mistakes that for thinking, when it's not thinking at all, it's just busy. Now, as Hollywell points out, man's a progressive being, a creature of constant growth, but only if he thinks. And if he's not thinking, he's not growing. That's why most people are stuck. Every year they get the same results as last year.
When Hollywell says in his ruling mind, if his ruling mind is upward bound, that is aspiring, harmonious, and positive, then all the forces will be directed into constructive channels. But if the state of mind is downward in tendency, discord, negative, then all the forces will be misdirected. So, Bob, in your understanding of what it means to really think, how does one begin to think more upward bound?
Well, I believe they have to start out by what do they really want? Mm-hmm. What do they really want in life? Not what do they think they can get? Not what do they think they can do? What do they really want? We're discouraged to go after what we want. Most people are not even aware of that. But as little kids, we'll go, Mommy, Daddy, I want this. And they look at you kind of silly. Now, how are you going to do that? Mm-hmm. Or where's the money going to come from? And because the child can't answer it, they're stopped. And pretty soon they stop asking for what they want and they stop thinking about it, because to get into what we want, we have to fantasize. And then we turn the fantasy into a theory, and that's when we really begin to think. So if there's going to be upward motion, upward movement or growth, we're going to have to think, but it's going to have to be directed towards a result that we truly do want, whether it's in our corporation or in our personal life or in our relationships. What do we really want? The beautiful thing is, and the beautiful truth is, that we can have anything we want. And it's my great hope that that's what everyone will get out of this program. They'll get an understanding that there are laws govern their being, and these laws will aid them in moving toward what they want.
So in the law of thinking, when you were speaking to us about the difference between mental activity and authentic thinking, are you saying to us that your understanding of authentic thinking is that it is from the depths of our own creativity, from our desire of the Father, that in us that is not just based in our five senses, but in our soul or our greater being? What is it that is generative in us, that is seeking expression?
I believe we're spiritual beings. So being spiritual beings, I like the way James Allen put it, we're an offspring of a deathless soul. So in other words, we're hooked into something that goes on ad infinitum. There is no death. However, I believe that the essence of the human, of you, of me, and every person is perfect. There's perfection within. It's spirit, and spirit's always for expansion and fuller expression. So there's something within us that wants us to move to a higher level. And to move to a higher level, it's essential that we think. There's pure, unadulterated spirit flows to and through us. And through thinking, we're taking that and we're creating thoughts. And then we take and join those thoughts together with other thoughts, and we form an idea. I see an idea as a thought or a collection of thoughts directed towards a purpose. So the want comes from the spiritual essence within us wanting to express itself in a greater way. So there's something we really want. Growth isn't about getting things, getting stuff. You will get things, you will get stuff, but it's about the growth.
That's right.
You know, we have goals, and the goals are material and nature, but that's the target that we're shooting at. We live in a physical body. We correspond with the material world, so it's natural that we'll have material goals. But it's not the goal that we're after. It's the growth that we're after. Our days should be spent doing what we love doing. I always say working's the worst way to earn money. Most people go to work to earn money. That's the worst thing to do. We should go to work for satisfaction, because it's the instrument or the means of utilizing your creative abilities.
The Talmud says there's an angel leaning over every blade of grass, whispering, grow, grow. And yes, and a blade of grass will press through cement, seeking the light. And right now, between all of us listening to this, there is what seems like cement, or what seems like a barrier between us and that which we're seeking. And these laws are what absolutely dissolves that cement, or what those apparent blockages. So the law of thinking is that we think not based on what we see or hear or experience with our five senses, but we're thinking from a different level of our own being.
I believe it's essential that a person stop on a fairly regular basis and take a look at their results and pay attention to their behavior and realize that this is nothing more than an expression of their thinking. And if they don't like the behavioral patterns they find themselves habitually involved in, if they don't like the results they're getting, then they know they have to change their thinking. Now, I don't know as we can actually monitor our thinking, because that would be an exhausting ordeal to do it constantly, but we should take a look at it every now and then. Raymond Hollowell bangs it out here very well. He said, "It is evident, therefore, that all of the factors which regulate the life and experience of the person, none perhaps exercise a greater influence than the ruling state of mind. Mental attitudes are the result of ideas, and these have their origin in points of view. Therefore, by seeking true and natural points of view, one may secure the best and most superior ideas, and these in turn will determine the predominant state of mind." So what we're really looking for is real, meaningful thinking, some pure and constructive thinking that's going to move us in the right direction. Like right in the beginning of these sessions, he suggests that you have real, good, and true reasons for all your convictions. Well, I think this is going to help you do that.
I do too. And the idea that our point of view is the perspective that we gain from how we're thinking about things and what we're looking at. And we know that if we change the way we're looking at things, the things we look at change. So in the law of thinking, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And this chapter actually begins with a quote from the Bible that says, as a man thinketh from his heart, so is he. It's a proverb, which means it's just in the underground, in the general tone of how things work. How then are we to come to know what it is that we have been thinking in our hearts? We look at our results. And to do so on some regular pattern that gives us insight into the patterns of our thinking. And then, what would you say one does next is actually choose?
Well, yes, I think you have to choose the direction that you're going in your life, and very few people do. Mm-hmm. And if we want to know what we're thinking, the evidence is there. It's pretty simple. Ray Stanford, who's gone now, God bless him, will always stand out in my life because I believe he was the person that provoked me to begin thinking for probably the first time in my life. And I was 26. And some people say, well, you must have been thinking before that. I don't think I was. I think I was just following other people. I think I was just doing whatever was going on in my mind, and it was nothing but confused thoughts. There was no pattern to it because it was whatever was going on outside was controlling what was going on inside.
You know, what you're saying right now is really big. I think that many people, myself included, have at times in my life had no idea that I'm not really thinking. I'm just the patterns moving through my being that have been around me, I've inherited, that I acquired, and those patterns have run my life, not knowing that I had a capacity and a power that I could draw from that actually would be the architecture of my life.
If we look at a corporation and take a look at management, management's the development of people. It's not the direction of things, contrary to popular belief. And so if a person is using this material for the development of their organization, it would be good for them to stop and ask themselves, what am I really doing? The first order of business is profit. Without profit, you're going out of business. But that's not the purpose of any human organization. The purpose of all human organization is to make life more meaningful. If we take the people out of the building, you don't have a company anymore. You've got a brick and mortar edifice with a lot of stuff in it. As I do a lot of seminars in hotels, I often point out to the audience that if we took the staff out of the hotel, we wouldn't be in a hotel. We'd just be in a building with a bunch of stuff. It's the people that make the hotel. Well, it's the people that make the company. Now, historically, corporations have not recognized the people as the greatest resource that they'll ever have. And our first objective as leaders in an organization is to provoke the people to think, really get them to think about what they're doing, who they are, and the role they're playing. We're prone to believe more than what we see. The evidence of the senses are the only facts that some accept. But now we want to realize more and more that it's what we believe that determines what we see. In other words, believing is seeing. More defeats and failures are due to mental blindness than to moral deviations. If one lived only by the physical sight, the world would be very small. So I think we have to take our sights off just what's there on the physical plane and what can we see by it. It's like J.C. Penney one time was asked how his health was. And when he was 92, and he said that, his sight was getting rather poor, but his vision had never been better. Uh-huh. Well, of course, it's with this inner eye of understanding that we see. And so if we believed in the testimony of our eyes, we would accept many conditions that are not true. For example, if we look down a railroad track and observe that at a certain distance, the two tracks converge at one point, we know that that's not true. So Our eyes deceive us. Don't be deceived. So we're talking about an infinite power that operates in an orderly way. We have the ability to choose, and the images that we choose, because when we think in pictures, they're the things we're getting emotionally involved in, and that's really what keeps us moving, I believe, in an upward direction.
And it keeps us moving in an upward direction through the law, which operates through the power that is everywhere present. So thought is a subtle element. Although it is invisible to the physical sight, it is an actual force or substance, as real as electricity, light, heat, water, or even stone. We are surrounded by a vast ocean of thought stuff, which our thoughts pass like currents of electricity or tiny streaks of light or musical waves. And you can flash your thoughts from pole to pole completely around the world many times in less than a single second. My great aunt was a Christian Scientist, and as a little girl, I can remember her saying to me, Mary, now notice this, it doesn't take you any longer to think to New York than it takes you to think across the room. Pay attention to that. And as a little girl, I thought she was kind of, as my funny, strange aunt, but it always stuck with me.
That's very good.
It doesn't take any longer, and
I like that.
The power of our thought is everywhere present.
I was saying that just yesterday in a meeting, and I've been using an example now for some time to get that point across. Like I point out that thought waves are cosmic waves that penetrate all time and space. And you and I can think it's the most potent form of energy in existence so far as we know. Now, when you say that your thoughts are omnipresent, that they're evenly present in all places at the same time, that idea is so huge that most people have difficulty grasping it. I have trouble time with it myself. I wrestle with it. And then it dawned on me one day, with the computer in our life today, we can tap a mouse and bang, the email is where? It's omnipresent. It's 100% evenly present in all places at the same time. And it doesn't matter where you are, you will get it. It's like our thought. It's everywhere. I could be in Rio de Janeiro, or I could be in Moscow or in New York. If I turn on my computer, the email's there. It's wherever I am. And that's like thought. And that's a huge idea.
And so in the law of thinking, we are actually accessing infinite possibility, drawing from that a particular idea out of a desire, a want, a yearning, or a discontent. And I believe we are drawn to our next version or expression of self, our own evolution, through both longing and discontent, as helpful navigators to the conscious mind about a choice that is ours to make to coalesce around a thought form that actually gives rise to creation.
All knowledge is 100% evenly present in all places at the same time. The way to build the internet has always been here.
That's right.
The way for air travel has always been here. Friday afternoon, I was working in Los Angeles. Saturday afternoon, I was working in London, England, Saturday and Sunday, and Monday in Phoenix, Arizona. Now, at one time, if you had suggested that someone do that, you would have been considered a lunatic, right out of your mind. But the way to do that has always been here. And of course, there's faster travel than that. But that's what we're consciously aware of now. See, everything is already here. So it's not the answers that we have to be looking for. It's the questions that we want to be thinking. Because it's the questions that's going to trigger the answer. The answer comes with the question. What we want to realize is that this all starts in our thinking, because it's the way we think on an emotional level. It's what we think inside, not just in our intellect. If we elaborate a little more on just going by what we see, I found a section in this particular lesson that Raymond Hollywell brought out that is absolutely incredible. He talked about the train tracks, and then he talks about if you've ever stood on a boardwalk and watched a ship slowly sink into the sea as it sailed away. Now, he said the ship wasn't sinking. Our eyes were deceiving us. Now, when you're worried over some obstacle or problem, just remind yourself that it may be purely an illusion of the senses, that it may not be true at all according to the law. He said, did you know that you don't even see with your eyes? Your eyes are like a pair of windows. At the back of the window, there is a reflector. And this reflector, in turn, forms an image of what you see and sets up a wave current. This wave current follows along thin wires called nerves. This relays the image back to the brain. Here at the brain, it's referred to the memory center. And he says that the picture is a common one. Our memory accepts it readily. But if we're looking upon some new picture, some new scene, our memory does not recognize it, and then we must repeat that picture over and over many times until it makes a lasting impression. Therefore, we do not see with our eyes, we see with our mind. We actually see through our eyes. I was pointing out in a seminar yesterday, there was a person that we would refer to as a black person in the front row. I had black shoes on and a white shirt. And I said, so people will refer to you as black and me as white. I said, you're not black and I'm not white. My shirt is white, but I'm not the color of my shirt. My shoes are black, you're not the color of my shoes. Why do we say you're black and I'm white? It's because we've been programmed. So when we look, all this happened that Raymond Hollywell's talking about. It gets those reflectors working, goes into our memory. How did it get in our memory? Someone put it there. That man or woman is not black and this man is not white. So we not only see through our eyes, we're seeing things that aren't true, that are programmed into our mind. And we have limitations programmed in. It's a part of our being. We have to recognize that. And through our own intellect, we've got to have the wisdom and understanding to change what's programmed into our mind, or our life is not going to change.
That's right. When he speaks about the power of this law of thinking, that as we begin to recognize that what we are made of is so potent and powerful, and the capacities that have been given to us, we walk around every day, most of us having very small understanding and experience of the power that we wield for whatever we will. And the predominant thought patterns, as we think in our heart, create a life that could just as easily be one of fulfillment and enrichment and difference-making and good, or it's a life of littleness and struggle and difficulty, and all along the power to change the thinking is within us.
You know, when you're saying that, what runs through my mind, and it runs through my mind fairly frequently because I mention that in seminars often, how small we think relative to what we could think. You and I have spent many, many, many years studying this, working at it, working with it, using it, teaching it. And yet, as serious as students as we are, we're still little thinkers relative to what we can be. Mm-hmm. So an individual must understand that if they're really going to get out of life what they can get out of life, what we're promised and what's there, I love the way Raymond Hollywell put it. He says, power, possibility, and promise. It's all locked up. Then we have to realize that a certain part of our day, our life, is going to have to be dedicated to our own well-being, our own growth. So we've got to start investing time and money in ourselves. Corporations, we have to spend time and money in the growth of the individual. And we've got to move away from the school model of educating people. Because that's just, if we read the book, remember it, and we repeat it, then we've got it. Well, we know that that isn't true. We've got many brilliant people who are not getting very good results. We've got brilliant people who are broke. We have brilliant people who are alone and lonely. So we've got to understand the truth of what you're saying, that we are messing around with just little ideas of what we're capable of doing, and we've got to expand our mind, expand our thinking, and to do that, we're going to have to say, okay, from this point on, I take time to eat, I take time to groom myself, I take time to shower, I take time for many things habitually, every day. From now on, I'm going to invest part of my money and part of my time into the development of myself. And I think that's the first step toward accomplishing what you're talking about.
I do too. And I think what we have done is we have learned to invest our time and energy in that which we have been taught to value. And why one would be listening to this lesson and to this series that you and I are doing is an introduction into shifting of value, because the highest value of the development of the self, and that's with a capital S, is from that generates all the difference that can happen in life. When you were speaking earlier about the internet being a grand opening of possibility, it reminded me of Edison. To activate this law of thinking, his desire was to create the first incandescent bulb. And he had no idea how to do that, but he had a belief that the infinite had a solution. You couldn't have a question without an answer or a problem without a solution. And he learned to do what people called Edison's cat naps. But he would sit in a rocking chair and hold a rock in his hand so if he went to sleep, it would fall on the floor and awaken him. And he went to what he called the land of solution. He practiced this law of thinking in such a way he would go to the land of the solution with a question and listen and ultimately generate enough ideas to come forth with what we call the first incandescent bulb. He named that lamp the Mazda lamp after the teacher Mazda who taught him this kind of meditating, quieting the mind, and listening to the depths where the answers are found. When we're talking about the difference between knowing about the law of thinking and knowing the law of thinking, you said many people are brilliant, but they're still living small lives. And we ourselves are living in a pygmy version of what we are each possible and capable of. So to activate the law of thinking is to bring it from knowing about the law of thinking and the power of it to knowing the law of thinking. And if we know the law of thinking, we are participating in exactly what you're saying, which is we look at our day and we recognize that part of our day has been devoted to the activation of that law in a deeper realm of our own being.
I believe our educational system perpetuates the problem, doesn't solve the problem. Thinking is not taught in school. You say, well, you can't teach thinking. You can teach thinking. Thinking can be taught just the same as we teach mathematics, reading, science, history, or anything else. We can teach people to think. And we should teach them to think because it is such a potent force. Raymond Hollowell brings out the power of thought and what we're dealing with here very well. He said, scientists tell us that thought is compared with the speed of light. They tell us that light travels at the rate of 186,000 miles per second. Our thought travels 930,000 times faster than the sound of our voice. No other force or power in the universe yet known is as great or as quick. It's a proven fact scientifically that the mind is a battery of force, the greatest of any known element. Now, that was 50 years ago. Of course, that's changed.
That's right. Our quantum science would say to us now that thought is instantaneous, that time is an illusion, and that in this, as Sheldrake spoke about, the unified field, why thought is so powerful. Everything he said here is true. It's evolved now in our understanding that it's even more powerful than that. It's instantaneous.
Raymond Hollowell went on to say, it is an unlimited force. Your power to think is inexhaustible, yet there is not 1 in 1,000 who may be fully aware of the possibilities of his thought power.
Imagine a corporation that actually created a condition, a space in their workplace, in the corporation, where the conditions were conducive to best thinking. And part of every leader's role or every manager's role was to spend a certain amount of time weekly in that environment that had maybe sound sights, a space to sit in that was absolutely conducive to best thinking. For a long time, I felt like one of the clues we can each find in accessing the law of thinking is to begin to pay attention to where and when we individually do our best thinking. And I do my best thinking early in the morning. I have a routine that actually helps me access that part of me where regenerative thinking comes from. But I don't think many people are trained to know that they can actually understand or look for when they do their best thinking.
Do you know, it's strange you mentioned that. I do my best thinking both late at night and early in the morning. I guess late at night, I'm just tired and I just open myself up because I am tired and let it flow. Early in the morning, I'm rested. So, both sides of it. Well, what you were mentioning about a corporation, as Hollowell pointed out in this lesson, he said it's our power to think that determines our state of living. As one is able to think, he generates a power that travels far and near, and this power sets up a radiation which becomes individual as he determines it. Our thoughts affect our welfare and often affect others as we think of. Like the kind of thoughts we register on our memories or habitually think attracts the same kind of conditions. So if we were to take a corporation and do this, and there are many corporations that do this, as a matter of fact, this isn't just a wild idea that's come to your mind. They're generally smaller companies, but there are companies that take a specific period of time every day. They've created an environment that's conducive to the unfoldment of the human, where it's quiet, there's no disturbances, and it's used for thinking and planning on how are they going to improve the quality of the business.
So if we're doing it in corporations, it makes sense because a corporation is a body of people for a specific good or desire in our individual if we incorporate this idea ourselves. And there's a part of our day where we create a condition that is conducive to great thinking and begin to recognize the power of that over time in our life. Even if we make a 1-degree shift, you go a mile down the road, you're in a whole new place. So the idea of, just as the corporation would create conditions for possibility thinking, if we will allow ourselves and devote ourselves to that in our daily life, just even a little bit, it can make a big difference over time.
You know, I used an example like that in a program many years ago. I said, if you could imagine a road that was built and it runs straight as a die, let's say from New York City to Los Angeles, it just runs out like a clothesline. And there's a white line right down the center of the road. And somehow or another, we put an automobile on there, and it was engineered and the steering was locked in such a way it could only travel straight down that white line. It's going to drive right into Los Angeles. But if the steering was turned just 1/16 of an inch to the right, I think, the car's never going to see the West Coast. And it's the same in our thinking. We make just a small shift in our thinking. We may not notice a big difference today or tomorrow, but over the period of a year, 2 years, 5 years, or a lifetime, the change is enormous. I can just go into my own life and you think of this 1-degree twist. I remember when I began my own business, I was the business. I was the only person in the company. And I made a small shift. Somehow or another, I realized that no one has ever built anything of any consequence by themselves. And so I got someone to help me. That was a small shift. Today, we have people all over the world. The company operates all over the world. But that one small shift is what really changed my life and certainly changed the business. It was the shift where it went from something small, and it was that small shift that kept it going into something big.
But you said that shift came from a thought where you realized no one ever created something of consequence by themselves. And so it was from authentic thinking and the realization of that you were willing to make a different choice, follow that with a behavior, and the result was in the thinking.
Our thoughts affect our welfare and often affect others that we think of. The kind of thoughts we register in our memories or habitually think attracts the same kind of conditions. If we take the thought of success and keep it in mind, the thought elements will be attracted, for like attracts like. We're mentally drawn to the universal thought currents of success, and those thought currents of success are existence in all of us.
They are, and that we then psychically contact the mind or minds of others who think along the same lines. And later, such minds are brought into our lives. When Thoreau said that when we advance confidently in the direction of our dream, we pass an invisible boundary, all sorts of things begin to occur. And that's what Raymond Hollowell is saying here, is that this law is immutable, and we attract what we are. So when we're thinking along the lines of success, when we're in the frequency of the thing we want, we don't have to worry about how it's going to come to us. It's natural.
Raymond Hollowell says, therefore, successful-minded people help success to come to them. That's how successful living is founded. The law of the mind is in perpetual operation, and it works both ways. Persons who dwell on thoughts of failure or poverty will gravitate toward like conditions. They, in turn, will draw to them people who accept failure and poverty. They accept it as a real part of life. On the other hand, we can think of positive conditions of success and plenty, and in the same manner, enjoy full and plenty. When what the mind holds within takes its form in the outer world.
Some think that we must deal with two forces. That is, to attract the good, we must do away with the bad. But that's not true. For example, if we're cold, we do not work with cold and heat alike in order to get warm. We build a fire. And as we gather around that fire, we enjoy the heat that's extended from it, and we become warm. And as we build up the warmth, the cold disappears. We don't have to fight the cold. We just build up the warmth. So as we focus on and resonate with and become one with the ideas of that which we are seeking to express, as a man thinketh in his heart, there's actually a generative frequency that goes into the universe that attracts unto it its like. We call that our experience.
That example of the heat and the cold, I think, is so beautiful. You don't focus on the cold, you focus on the heat. Mm-hmm. That's how you eliminate the cold. I'm frequently asked in seminars, how do I get rid of the negative thoughts in my life? And I said, if you walked into your home in the middle of the night, how do you get rid of the dark so you know where you're going? He said, I turn on the light. I said, there's your answer. Turn on the light. Light is consciousness. Flip your thinking. Get into something bigger. See the good side. That's how you get rid of the negative. You turn on the light. That's how you get rid of the cold. You turn on the heat. When people start to understand that, you attract whatever you focus on. That's, I think, when they start to take control over their life. You see, prosperity and poverty are not two things. They're merely two sides of one and the same thing. So it's like the hot and the cold.
One coin, two sides.
The dark and the light.
And even biblically, get thee behind me, is that you get something behind you by turning your attention in the other direction. And that which we focus on expands. All our thoughts must be directed to the one thing that we desire in order for our desire to be fulfilled. The law of thinking is evidenced in the way it works in nature. Nature herself does not distinguish between what seed it receives. It just grows whatever seed is planted. And so it is in the way it works in life. Even though the universe is for our good and the law of life is for this ever upward expansion and freedom, when you and I get focused on that which is small or contractive or little, the universe can only grow for us that which we are planting. So Raymond Hollowell says it this way: the mind force is creating continually like fertile soil. Nature does not differentiate between the seed of a weed and that of a flower. She produces and causes both seeds to grow. The same energy is used for both, and so it is with the mind. The mind creates either good or bad. Your ideas determine which is to be created.
A person wants to stop and really pay attention to what the heck is going on in their mind. It's like I say, you're not necessarily going to monitor your thinking, but you take a look at your results, take a look at your behavior, and you're going to find that mind is the cause of the problem. If a person has fear, they want to replace it with courage. If it's disease thoughts, we want to replace it with healthy thoughts. Force some issue whereby we alter the change, the trend of our thought. Then, as we replace the thoughts that are the weeds, they're going to die by themselves just naturally. For such weeds die from lack of cultivation. As long as we allow things to seem real to us, we're putting our energy into it. And remember, it's all just our perception. It's our point of view. Mm-hmm. We can change our perception through the understanding of the law, and we will change our perception when we really understand the law of thinking.
I like when he says here, cause force some issue, whereby we alter or change the trend of thought. So to force an issue then would be to say, this condition no longer stands in my life. I now choose, and I will focus upon, and I will bring through my being in the law of thinking a change in my life. So we're going to force some issue that will actually be a place in which we will practice what it means to be at cause instead of at effect.
Raymond Hollowell put it very well. He said, man is constantly thinking. He can change his thoughts, but he cannot stop thinking. This thinking power flows in and through him like the very air we breathe. Man's problem then is to direct his power of thinking into constructive channels of expression. It is a scientific fact that no power can act without producing some kind of an effect. And by merely thinking, we are continually producing effects. These effects register and record in daily life. When he says that this thought power is continually flowing, well, it flows to and through us. We can actually photograph this power. I refer to it as pure unadulterated spirit or energy that flows to and through us. And if we're not consciously and deliberately giving a direction, then the outside world is going to give it direction. And that's where the confusion takes over and produce confused results. So it's a pretty important thing that we study. We continually have something going on in our mind because that thought power never stops flowing.
In this lesson, I love the part where Raymond Hollowell speaks about what it means to have orderly, disciplined, constructive thinking and the kind of mind that actually generates that into what we would call our daily life. And part of that is to pay attention to where we have what I call indulgent thinking, where we let ourselves indulge in impatience or anger or resentments, and we toy in these energies and don't realize the absolute price we pay in the quality of aliveness and what that means in terms of creativity. And actually, at the end of the month, you can measure that in the dollars in your checkbook.
Raymond Hawley went on to point out that all action is a result of thought. It determines the conditions of life. And to have better conditions in life, we must first make efforts to organize our thoughts. We wish to gain the best in life, but we do not know how to think correctly. The average person thinks at random. He has no clear design in his mind to which he can frame his thoughts. And so that goes back to, we've got to decide, what do we want? What results do we want to get? If he has a design, he does not direct his daily efforts towards it. Most of his thinking is beyond control. It's chaotic, unorganized. And that's why disappointment and failure are always near, for they thrive on indecision. We attract only what we think or create. That is the law of thinking. To achieve success, we must think it. We must work it. We must become it. To advance, we must make some effort to rise. To obtain happiness, we have to adapt our lives to the law of harmony and order. To rise above any limitation, we must organize our thinking along constructive lines. If a person wishes to climb a hill, he doesn't sit down at the base and pray to the good Lord to take him to the top. He's got to get up and get walking, but he's got to see himself at the top of the hill, and that's what's going to take him up there.
That's exactly right. We attract only what we think or create. So, Bob, what would you say in terms of our listener right now? If we were to follow some kind of a step, we said, okay, I understand the law of thinking now. Okay, I agree with this, that there is a law of thinking and that nature can only grow what's planted in it. My life is the outcome of what I've planted with my thoughts. I do want to shift my thinking to a higher order. I do want to practice not just busyness in the mind, but authentic thinking. What would you say that person then would take this lesson, and what would they do in their life?
They have to understand they have to bring order to their mind. So they have to have direction. And then they have to think thoughts that are moving in that direction. Most people do just whatever comes along, and that isn't going to work. You have to plan your day. That's something definite will be accomplished towards your aim, towards your ambition. If we have any problems, it is because we are not controlling our ideas. Nature has no problems because she is orderly and disciplined. All the way through Raymond Hollywell's work, he's suggesting we follow nature's methods. He said self-control consists of an organized thought direction. That is, we start out with a well-defined aim or objective, and we think toward it continuously. Not just for 30 minutes. Plan our time and our work so that we are working steadily toward the goal. We fill our day so full of constructive duties that there's no room for idle chatter or waste of any kind to enter it.
One of the things that has helped me a lot in exactly that practice, I don't start my day after I do my open thinking and my what I call prayer meditation, but then I list my to-bes before I list my to-dos. So I list what I want to be that day. I want to be orderly in my thinking. I want to be focused in my direction. I want to be kind, considerate, all the many things that are the frequency of being that I want to generate and live from, that I know are in harmony with the result I want to bring. And behind that, I list my to-dos. It's been very empowering.
I have quoted Earl Nightingale probably every time I speak anywhere. And I was always so impressed with what Earl Nightingale accomplished. He was a man of accomplishment. I mean, he really made things happen. And I remember the first time I walked into his office, I saw on the credenza beside his desk a picture of he and his wife being introduced to Queen Elizabeth. And the proverb flashed on my mind, "Seest thou a man diligent in his business, and he'll stand before kings." I thought, that's literally accurate right up till today. Well, I was having breakfast with him one morning, and whenever I was with him alone, I always had questions in my pocket ready to ask him. And I asked him, "How did you ever learn how to master time management?" And he looked at me and he sort of smiled and he said, "I didn't master time management." He said, "Nobody masters time management. Time can't be managed." He said, "I merely manage activities." And then he said, I do essentially what you just said. I make a list of things at night that I'm going to do tomorrow, and then I do them. See, he's got his constructive ideas outlined on paper, and then his thinking is directed toward those directions that he's given to himself. Now, that's a simple rule that'll give you extraordinary success.
So I would just say that understanding the law of thinking is a very powerful step, but the employment of the law of thinking is where the change happens.
Why don't we bring this session in for a landing, Mary, with the words of Henry Van Dyke in Thoughts Are Things. He said, I hold it true that thoughts are things. They're endowed with body and breath and wings, and that we send them forth to fill the world with good results or ill. That which we call our secret thought speeds forth to earth's remotest spot, leaving its blessings or its woes like tracks behind it as it goes.
And he goes on, we build our future thought by thought, for good or ill, we know it not, yet so the universe was wrought. Thought is another name for fate. Choose then thy destiny and wait, for love brings love and hate brings hate.
Those are truly beautiful words, Mary. This is Bob Proctor.
And Mary Morrissey. Thank you. Hello, and welcome to this session, The Law of Supply. And we'll begin with a quote from the New Testament where Jesus is saying, ask, and it shall be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. And the power of this is, it's real.
I love the way Hollowell started this out. Man is never satisfied. This fact is deplored by many. But God did not intend that man should be forever satisfied. Do you know, as a little kid, my grandmother used to say to me, you should be satisfied with what you've got. Now, you know, you look at grandmother like she's the deity. She was raised in us. She was always old, and she was all-knowing. I mean, that's the way a little kid grows up. So you should be satisfied. And that idea stuck in my mind. As I began to study this in some depth, I realized Grandma was wrong. That didn't make Grandma a bad person, but she certainly was operating with the wrong idea in that respect. I think you should be happy with what you've got, but never satisfied. See, the law of our being is perpetual increase, progress, and growth. So when one good is realized, another desire for a greater good will develop. And when a higher state is reached, another more glorious state will unfold his vision and urge him even on higher. Hence, the advancing life is the true life, the life that God intended man to live. That's where all the great Olympic records come from. Doesn't matter how fast we run, we know we can run faster, and so someone's going to do it. That's how Roger Bannister broke that 4-minute mile way back in the early 50s. It was believed that a human being could not run a mile in 4 minutes. If you go back in history, they had turned wild animals loose trying to get people to run fast because they were scared. They believed it couldn't be done. Roger Bannister broke it into small parts, and he broke the 4-minute mile. Within a month, someone in Australia was breaking the 4-minute mile. See, the law of good is universal. For are we not seeking good in some form or another? Science and logic alike declare that the universe is filled with the essential substance for every imaginable good that man can imagine. And he's entitled to a full and ever-increasing supply of any and every good he may need or desire. We believe, therefore, that it is right and good for you to seek to gratify all pure desires and ambitions. There's something within you that's going to want you to move forward, reach higher, run faster, sell more, jump higher. And if you really want to feel fulfilled, you've got to let that power be expressed.
That's right, and that it's ever speaking to us. So no matter what good is realized, there's the longing then for a greater good. My granddaughter came to stay with me, and the car I used had a pull-down DVD player, and she had never been in a car that had a DVD player, and she could see her movies, and she was so happy about that. She calls me, Emma, I love your car, I love your car. And on the third day, she gets in the car, and she goes, you know what I wish? I wish this car made cookies and cake. And I thought, it's so perfect. It's happening in a 4-year-old, just what happens in us. No matter what we've realized, there's the pull for the ever upward and more, and to honor that and respect that in yourself. When Jesus said, ask and it'll be given to you, seek and you'll find, knock and it'll be opened unto you, this lesson is about learning how to ask appropriately, how to seek in the right way, and how to knock in such a way that we are in harmony with the opening that is right here. How we do that, of course, comes out of our work with the law of thinking. Because in the law of thinking, we begin to harmonize our thinking with the law instead of just the form of the experience we've had. We live in the midst of abundance, and every one of us is made of abundance. It is our nature, just as it is the universe's nature. In the Upanishads, 5,000 years old, it is said, from abundance was scooped abundance, and more abundance remains. Your abundance, your experience of abundance, in no way removes or takes away from anyone else's abundance. But you and I have been trained in this field of human experience to make agreement with lack. And the retraining of our thinking is to remove our agreement with lack and our agreement with the power of circumstances and begin to make agreement with our own nature, the nature of the universe, and the nature of abundance. And that is a retraining process, and it is actually a refrequencing process of the energy, the focus, the vibration that we are coming from. And when you and I begin to realize that what we are seeking to have, we must be of. So in this law of supply, we begin to understand that just as Raymond Hollowell says, what things soever you desire, when you pray, believe that you receive them, you shall have them. How do we believe that we shall have them? We make agreement. And one of the ways I've learned to do that, and would encourage you to consider, is that if you think about the life of Jesus, since this is the quote that opens our lesson, how many prostitutes did he meet? How many paralytics did he meet? How many people with difficulties, blind people, did he meet? My experience and my understanding would be that he met zero, because he made no agreement with the blindness, he made no agreement with the paralysis, he made no agreement with the difficulty. And I honestly believe that when he looked at the 5,000 that were hungry, if he'd made an agreement with their hunger instead of agreement with the fullness, he stood in the apparent absence of food and made agreement with the abundance and the ability for everyone to be fed. And we call it a miracle of the loaves and fishes. Well, this lesson is about each one of us opening up to the miracle that is seeking us as much as we're seeking it.
I think that there's only one problem in the entire universe, and that problem is ignorance. And the only way to eliminate ignorance is through study. Solomon said, in all our getting, we should get understanding. Because some people do not see an abundance around them and do not enjoy plenty is evidence that they do not understand or do not apply the law. In their blindness, they say that plenty does not exist. And so far as they can see, they may be right. But when they learn to see with their mind's eye, then they're going to realize differently. There's a phase of the law known as demand and supply, which is found in every department of life. Years ago, Thomas Edison resorted to its use when he invented the first electric light. When his carbon lamp was brought to the people as a new kind of lighting, far superior to any method then known, did they really accept it? No, of course not. Many thought it ridiculous and too expensive. They were using candles and oil lamps and some percentage of gas lamps, but such light was plenty good enough. Hence, quite some time elapsed before the public was educated to the advantage of electricity over the old ways. If we go back to the Wright brothers, when they introduced us to a new kingdom, it took 5 years before the public even believed they were in the air. There was one man and 4 boys that watched that happen. Well, we've got to understand that just because we can't see it with our eyes doesn't mean that it's not there. We want to try and grasp the concept that there's an infinite source of supply, that everything we'll ever want is here, if not in one form or another, and we've got to grasp the idea that we are creative beings. U.S. Anderson wrote it very well in one of his books. He said, when we fully realize that thought causes all, we will know there's never any limits that we ourselves do not impose. When you're working with the demand and supply concept, whenever there is a demand, the supply is going to be there. Now, Mary, I'm going to get you to come back with your agreement concept because you've got to agree to that concept or it's not going to happen.
That's right. You and I and all of us, we make daily decrees about how things are going to be. And when we decree, I don't know how this is going to happen, we actually disconnect from the authority and the empowerment we have to bring something about. Ask, and it shall be answered. So when we ask, what we're saying is, to this universe of all good, to this universe of pure abundance, I bring a thought form that I am seeking to bring forth as the evidence of the abundance in my particular life. And again, we question that thought and we ask that it be good for everyone concerned. And once it is, we know that we have engaged the authority and the empowerment that indwells us to bring that about. So ask believing then, we not only ask that we be shown the evidence of that good, but we actually become one with that good. So when Jesus speaks to the blind man and says, you shall see right now. When Jesus speaks to the paralytic and he says to them, would you be healed? That question is a question I think we can ask ourselves right now. Would I release lack? Would I be willing to have a life where it's ease and there's a flow of energy in my life that creates what I will? Would I be healed? And when the paralytic says to him, yes, I would be healed, Jesus says to him, then take up your bed and walk. And what he's saying here is then live in a new way. Let go of that which has kept you restrained and move forward. And this is what this lesson is about, how we do that.
Raymond Hollowell put it very well. He said, you see, whenever a man has needed a certain thing in life, an idea has been given him in mind. Now think of this. Whenever anybody's needed anything, an idea has been given to them. He was inspired to develop the idea and then materialize it by converting a piece of mud or metal into a usable form. Why did people live so long content with a horse and carriage and not enjoy the automobile? The answer, of course, because they couldn't imagine it. Their minds were not trained to demand such a thing. Was the supply available to build such a machine? It's a good question. The truth is, there was as much supply at hand then as now. In fact, the supply has always been there since the beginning. Thus, it was not God's fault that the auto was so late in coming to man's need. It was man's fault because he'd been so long realizing the need. Where there is no demand, there's no evidence of supply. Our parents, who had a horse and buggy consciousness, could not attract the new modes of travel until they were able to enlarge their mind to conceive the necessity of the automobile. You know, the secret of the law lies in one's consciousness. A person's life consists not in abundance of things he possesses, but in the consciousness of that which he has. Man possesses the whole world, all its wealth, yet is only able to enjoy what his consciousness permits him to discern. When someone comes to work in our company, if I'm talking to them, one of the first things I'll ask them is, what's the most you've ever earned in a year? Now, I really don't care what the answer is, but I do want to know what the answer is, because what that person's telling me is where their consciousness is at. And then we know how we have to work with them to adjust that consciousness to get them in harmony with the flow of the company. Because we're moving very fast, we don't go slow, we don't take a long time to do anything. We do everything in a hurry. And so we produce in a hurry. And it's important that they fall in line with that so they can move along with us. We don't want to hire any anchors.
That's great. So Hollowell tells this story. He says, somewhere I read a story of a man who lived outside of Pittsburgh and operated a small dairy farm. Day in and day out, he worked laboriously to earn a meager living for himself and his family. One day, several men who had been surveying some adjacent land walked across the pasture land. And when they were crossing a stream of water, they ran through the field. The farmer noticed them stopping, stooping down, studying the slime and the scum that had collected against the crude footbridge he had laid there. But one man had scooped up some water in his hand and apparently drank it. Another collected some water in a canteen he carried attached to a buckle on his belt. The farmer was puzzled and wondered why anyone should be interested in that stuff. Even the cattle had no taste for it, for they pushed the scum aside to drink the clear water. Some weeks later, a man called and offered him a fabulous price for the farm. Why, this man must be crazy, the farmer thought. He could never get his investment back by farming that ground. Had he not tried it for years? He was joyful at the prospects of getting such value and readily sold the farm. He moved to Canada to be near his brother and bought another farm. It wasn't long, however, until some queer contraptions were set up on the field and word spread like wildfire that they had found oil. In a few years, that farm of less than 100 acres produced millions of dollars in oil for its owners. The farmer remained poor and worked hard because he knew only how to scratch the surface and till the soil. Nature had supplied an abundance for the man, but he could only realize a scanty portion. He could see the farm only as acres of stones and dirt. The law is not at fault because we are poor or have to work hard for a living. We will each be poor as long as we demand of life a meager living and see it as a struggle or toil or hardship or limitation. And so as we move forward in the lesson, let's pause for a moment and bring to mind that which you are seeking to bring forth, so that as you apply this understanding, apply it to your own life. Ask, seek, knock, what is it you would like to bring forth? What is it you would like to know? What is it you would like to have? What is it you would like to give? Bring that to mind. Let it be something you really do desire, something you really want your life to be like. And what I will say to you is if you can't think of anything right now, make something up, because you're going to make it up anyway. You will either live by design or default. You don't get a choice about being a co-creator. You don't get a choice about creating a life. You only get a choice about what life you will create.
Do you know, Mary, there's probably tens of thousands of examples of this all over the world, in any city that you go into, where you'll find two people in the same business. One is winning in a great way, and another's losing. In sales organizations, you'll find the two salespeople being managed by the same person. They're selling the same product or service in the same marketplace. One is putting in very little hours, very little effort, and they're earning a ridiculously high income. The other person is working hard and putting in long hours, and they're just getting by. So you have to ask, what is the difference? If they're in the same marketplace, working for the same company, selling the same thing, it has to be in consciousness. All the poverty in the world arises from a poverty consciousness, whether it be collective or individual. Why do millions suffer lack and millions more die yearly in some poor, undeveloped area from starvation? I'm told that many of them have never in a whole lifetime enjoyed a full meal. Now think about that. Living for your entire life and never having a full meal. Surely it's not because nature has underestimated the need for so great a people. Surely it's not because there's not enough food to go around. It's because the vision of the people has been limited to such poverty. Ask any farmer about his crops. He'll tell you that his problem's not scarcity, but oversupply. Ask the miner, no matter whether he mines for gold, silver, diamonds, coal, iron, or ore, they're going to tell you that the supply is far greater than the demand. Ask the scientist, and he's going to tell you there's food aplenty. There is more food in the air, yet undiscovered, than we can use. There's more power in a single drop of water or in a lump of sugar than we're going to realize at this moment. We're just starting to understand this. The supply is greater than the demand, and the demand is determined by a person's own thinking. Whenever you demand something, the need is there. If the consciousness is there, and if the consciousness is not, it won't be. The way for you to build your business, the way for you to multiply your income, the way for you to turn your annual income to a monthly income is with you. It goes everywhere you go because it is everywhere. It's omnipresent. It's a matter of tuning into it. And you're going to find that we raise our consciousness, we expand our level of awareness in many different ways. One very important way is by the people you associate with, the books you read, the work you're involved in. You have to have an open mind. A closed mind is going to stop you. You have to have an open mind. There's always a better way to do everything, and you've got to be looking for that better way. Seek and you will find. You're told to look within. Don't look here or there. Look within for the kingdom, and all these things will be added. There's a great painting of the doorway to heaven, and on that painting there's no doorknob, because the door to heaven is open from within. Your power is within. You've got it within you. If you're trying to see it with your physical eyes, you're going to be miserably disappointed. It isn't going to be there. But if you look with your inner eye of understanding and really take these sessions serious, review them frequently, listen to them every day, read a little every day. I was personally asked just couple of days ago in a seminar how much photo reading I did, which is the new term for speed reading, versus slow reading. And I smiled and I said, well, I do know how to speed read or photo read. I don't do that much of it. I said, I do a lot of slow reading. I said, I may read a paragraph for a whole day, sometimes for a week or a month, the same paragraph over and over and over and over again. And it's by reading the paragraph over and over again that my consciousness begins to shift. There's a famous quote that you can apply here. When you read a good book through the second time, you don't see something in it you didn't see before. You see something in yourself that wasn't there before. Most of us have a perception problem, and it's because we're conditioned to live through our senses. Just let what we can hear, see, smell, taste, or touch govern us. We've got to move to a higher level. We've got to expand our own consciousness. And that's what these sessions will do. You may question that. Trust me. If you just keep listening to this and keep reading this over and over and over. I'll give you an example. I have been reading Napoleon Hill's book, Think and Grow Rich, the same copy since 1963. If you ever find me, you'll probably find that I have the book with me. Why would I read that? Now, I've got maybe 3,000 or 4,000 books on shelves at home, and I've got them all organized, alphabetical by author, but I carry that one with me all the time. There's so much in the book. There's many old examples and everything, but it's the principle behind it that we've got to lock in on. And the principle behind this in the law of supply is that there is no limit to supply. Everything you'll ever want is here. It's a matter of becoming aware of it.
Yes, we live in an infinite universe, and we get seduced by what we think of as the finite, because we tend to only look with our physical senses. So what we're practicing here is accessing the senses that we have that are beyond the physical realm. And in fact, our physical senses are only expressions of our universal sensing capacity. We don't see because we have eyes, and we don't hear because we have ears. We manifest physical eyes because who we are as part of life itself has a visioning capacity. So the physical eyes are an expression of the capacity of spirit that we have. Our physical ears are an expression of the capacity of hearing that we have. And so there is that in us that is beyond the physical, making contact with that on a daily basis and in a much higher stream of frequency is what produces our awareness change, the paradigm shift Bob is talking about. So Raymond Hollowell suggests to us that the proposition with most of us is that our power of attraction is too weak to meet the demands. So our mind is like a magnet which draws unto itself its own like, type, and kind. A magnet can draw to itself in proportion to its power of magnetism that is generated or collected within itself. Our mental magnet, then, is greatly reduced in strength by our worries and our fears, and our inflow of good is slowly closed off or muted. If our mental force becomes too weakened, we may even repel what little good that is trying to reach us. As we can charge a magnet with electric energy to build up its power of magnetism, so we can our mind. So can our mind be charged with a mental energy that builds up a power of attraction. Isn't that great? See, a magnet is not charged by itself. It's charged with an electric energy by one who understands the operation of how it works. A magnet in the hands of an untrained person would be little changed, but in the care of a trained engineer, it can become a strong force of attraction to do a great good. Likewise, the mind magnet of a person can be stimulated to a strong force of attraction. If it is possible to get help from one who has already had a full understanding of the law and can help that person get a good start, that's what we're doing here. Of course, the mind magnet can be charged with constructive thoughts, but it will take some time for these to be effective. And those of us that are learning who lack perseverance may too readily become discouraged before the work is accomplished. So Hollowell says this, I always advocate that it is better to get a good start when possible by getting help, rather than to come over the slower and more arduous path of self-education. Then the learner, the student, knowing that the law does work, will be able to make rapid progress in the development and practice. So Bob, he speaks about the decrease of the law of attraction and its power in us when we worry and fret.
Most everyone that studies this material, or material like this, not just necessarily this particular program, what they're really attempting to do is alter their paradigm, alter their conditioned way of thinking, of living. And 90-some% of us are programmed to let the outside world control us, like we let our sales sheet control what we think of our sales, our bank account control what we think of our finances, the x-ray or the doctor's opinion control what we think of our health. And if we're in a business situation and we're making that transition, we're working from a mental image. We're not working from the physical, because there's generally, on a physical plane, there's a lack insofar as supply. And the person's flipping over now and they're seeing their supply comes from the non-physical, not the physical. However, it's very natural for a person to fret and worry about supply, about where their next dollar is going to come from. And what they've got to understand, that fretting and worrying tend to restrict and limit the supply at hand. In other words, there may be little there. Well, there's going to be a whole lot less if the person's worrying about it. It's like the great sufferer in the Bible, Job. He says, lo, the thing I fear has come to visit upon me. Well, when we're fretting and worry, we tend to close off the outflow of substance, whether that flow is small or large. Instead of lifting us out of limitation, instead of improving our conditions and increasing our supply, they drag us deeper into the throes of doubt and fear. Instead of expecting more to follow, we grow tense and anxious, which increases our fear and brings us less and less. It depletes us of energy, really. Instead of tightening up in our thinking, we must relax and be more expanding. Relaxation is probably one of the greatest exercises for the mind that a person can get involved in. In my company, I have been endorsing a young lady, a Canadian lady, who has a company called CalmConfidence.com, and she does phenomenal work. And she has clients that I've led to her, although I have nothing to do with her business, from all over the world. And she trains people to relax. I frequently mention, if an individual would go into As a Man Thinketh, James Allen's book, and write out the last chapter on serenity, where he starts by calmness of mind as one of the beautiful jewels of wisdom. It's the result of long and patient effort in self-control. Well, that's what we're referring to here. If we want to make ourselves strong magnets, we've got to be relaxed and we've got to be in charge of our thinking. As you were reading and talking about the magnetism part of this, I was thinking of John Assaraf in the movie The Secret. He says, if we think of ourselves like a magnet, and we are attracting to ourselves whatever we're thinking. And that's exactly what we're doing. So we want to be in a very calm state. We want to be in a calm, confident state. The confidence comes from knowing. So I would recommend anybody go there, go to calmconfidence.com and investigate that, because this is a very critical part of the process of changing our paradigm or changing our thinking, which law of supply is all about. Because the supply is here. There's no lack, there's no limitation. It's all in our own thinking.
And one of the things we can do right wherever we are and do right now that actually helps us stay in a high attractive state of mind is to practice our own relaxation technique by taking a deep breath. We do this sometimes unconsciously. But what happens is when we get afraid or we start worrying or we get tense, we actually take much smaller and less deep breaths. And our eyes may stay open, but we are less awake. And we are less aware, and we've actually decreased our field of magnetism.
Raymond Hollywell tells a beautiful story about getting uptight and being afraid. And I was thinking myself as I was reading it, although this was written over 50 years ago now, it's very true in many cases today. He talks about a man that came to him one day, late in the fall, and expressed his fears pertaining to his job. He pointed out he had been employed for many years in a hotel that, for the first time, had felt the effects of a dull season. And he said it was rumored that the management was going to close down the house and let out the employees until spring. He said, I feel these folks know there will be a shutdown. They are in the office of the manager. What do you think about it? Well, there's only one thing you can do, Hollywell answered. Go back to your work and realize the law. If the law determines your supply and position, then no one but the law can change it for you. That is such a powerful concept. Now think what he said. He gave the man the advice, go back to your work and realize the law. If the law determines your supply and position, then no one but the law can change it for you. If you will realize this and keep it constantly in mind, I shall help you keep the law at work. Now, if the law has another position for you, then the door will open before this one can close. Go back to your work, ignore the rumors, let the others fear and fret, but don't let yourself come under their thought. To prove your faith or confidence in the law, prepare to enter another year's business on your books. Get ready to carry on and expect your work to increase and improve. He went back and did as he was told. When rumors grew to realities, he held firmly to the thoughts of increased work and business. Thus, he was retained during the slack times. He was kept in the office to handle the business. And because of the increased work and responsibility placed upon him, he was given an increase in salary. If he had been allowed to entertain the fears and thoughts of loss and lack, he would have suffered with the rest who were laid off. This is according to the law, and the law is no respecter of persons. If he had been allowed to entertain fears and thoughts of loss and lack, he would have suffered with the rest who were laid off. This is according to the law, and the law is no respecter of persons.
I had a person once share with me that his father was a fourth-generation barber in the Midwest in the late 70s. So his father, his grandfather, his great-grandfather, and great-great-grandfather had run a barbershop, which was, they cut men and women's hair, and people from their farms would come in, and it became a community center. And he went home to visit his father when he was in grad school, and his father was depressed and withdrawn, and he finally talked to his father and found out that the father said, we're going out of business. There's a new haircutting company that's moving across America, and they offer $6 haircuts. And he said, there's no way. I can't compete with $6 haircuts. I can't pay the overhead. I can't pay the stylist. We're going out of business. And he was just so depressed and desperate, and the son said, there's got to be an answer here. There can't be a problem without a solution, and there is no lack here. We have to touch that. And the father wasn't really able to tune into that himself, and the son stood for it. The son made agreement with supply. And the son said, come on, Dad, let's just jot down every idea we can about a possible answer to this problem. And the father said, well, the first idea is close the shop. And the son said, well, I'll write that down, but that's not where I'm headed. And he began to generate ideas. Within 10 minutes, one of those ideas jumped off the page. And they decided to implement that idea. They implemented it, and within 6 weeks, not only had the clientele returned that was lost, but they were up 11% from the highest clientele base they'd ever had in the history of the shop. You know what the idea was? They put a big sign on top of the barbershop that said, we fix $6 haircuts. I think the point of this is that the supply is here, but we have to have our signal set to the idea and the feeling and the energy of supply so we can not only be receptive of it, but attractive to it. Robert Collier, in one of his books, tells of an incident that happened in Chicago. A young man, while in an elevator of a large business house, was asked the question, what is your religion? Well, he promptly answered, to the surprise of others, that his religion was Sears, Roebuck and Company. That young man is one of the executives of the company today. Why? Because he touched the law of supply in that he thought solely in terms of his interest. Well, I think that might be an easy to misunderstand idea, that his religion was Sears and Roebuck. But remember, religion, the word religion comes from the Greek word relargio, which means to bind together. And what we bind in our thinking, what we bind ourselves to in our believing, is our religion. We can say our religion is one thing, but where our thoughts are bound is our religion. And some of us, our religion is actually scarcity, because we have been bound up in thoughts of lack and limitation.
We want to remember not to confuse money with supply. Money is but one of the numerous means of supply. Money is not the root of evil, but the love of it is. If you concentrate upon money alone and use every means to gather it and hoard it, you're forcing the law to close out other good. If you concentrate on a part and not the whole, you get only a small part. If you concentrate on the whole, you enjoy all the parts. If you love money, use the law of supply to amass riches, and you may gain riches. Do you know, I frequently say that most people receive their good through the keyhole, and what they should do is open the doors and the windows and let it flow in, because there's an abundance of good. Raymond Hollywell mentions that he knew a man who was determined early in life to concentrate on accumulating money. He attained his ambition and became an influential power in his town. He confided in a friend before he died, saying, "I did everything I knew to become rich. I gained riches, but I lost the love and companionship of my wife and the joy of being a father to our children. I lost my health, and I'm spending my wealth to regain my health. But somehow it doesn't respond. Yes, I learned how to get rich, but I never learned how to live." If we love the law, use the law to gain supply and use it wisely, we will satisfy every desire. We'll learn how to live wholesomely, freely, wisely, and there will be no losses. Our lives will be as complete as God, the law, designed them to be. And of course, that's the way we're supposed to live. We're supposed to choose to live in harmony with the laws of the universe, in harmony with God's way. We say it's God's way. It's the law's way. The more we understand it, the more obvious it becomes. And it gets to the point where we wonder, how could we have ever missed it? Because it seems such a natural flow. When we're working against the law, we are really working. When you're working in harmony with the law, it's a nice free flow.
Just like in a river, if you're working with the current, it takes much less personal effort. And the truth is, when we're working against the law, we're using what we call our will power, our human power, and it is minuscule. It is a pygmy version of what each of us is possible of. So now let's get back to Hollywell's words. It follows, therefore, that you can truly and steadily draw into your life any and every form of good you may truly desire, as it is the will of God that you should enjoy every good that wins, promotes happiness and progress. All desire is an expression of the will, while to expect good is to demand good, so that both are necessary to attract supply. I think that's an important line for us to focus on for a minute. All desire is an expression of the will, while to expect good is to demand good, so that both are necessary to attract supply. Now, supply is here, but you and I, in attracting it to ourselves, must have both sides of that coin, the desire and the expectation of the good, or the demand of the good. Therefore, seek to adjust your desire with God's plan, or the law, and expect that every good and only good can reach you. Then nothing but good can come.
All the way through Raymond Hollywell's work, he encourages us to live in harmony with nature's way. He said nature knows no failure. He also pointed out that nature is a prolific producer of blessings, which she gives freely to mankind, ever producing all things for good and useful purpose. And he pointed out that every individual, therefore, has a natural right to a full supply of every good that he can use or enjoy. That is a beautiful concept when we can understand it. Now, he said, owing, however, to the artificial means man has been taught to use and depend upon for his supply, he's lost sight of the basic truth upon which this particular lesson, the law of supply, is based. Now, at the outset, let us realize that the material world in which we live is a sphere of effects, and that behind these effects is a world of causes. Then recognize that when you desire any particular effect, it is because that specific good is already in existence in the sphere of causes. Then recognize that when you desire any particular effect, this desire is an appearance of an underlying cause. This is the principle upon which our definition of the law of supply is based. It's such a beautiful concept when we can dig into it. Thomas Troward wrote in The Spirit of Opulence that when we're dealing with infinite, you can never take more than your share. So you never have to worry about taking too much and not leaving something for someone else, as we were chastised and programmed with as children. And we want to move away from the competitive plane and move into a creative plane, because that's the only time you're really going to understand the law of supply, in my opinion anyway.
Evolutionary biology is saying that in its own way right now, that in the study of species that survive over dramatic shift and change climatically, it is always the highly cooperative species, not the highly competitive species, that actually cooperates with nature itself, and nature itself cooperates with that. So instead of believing that there's only limited good and we better get our own, there is an opulence of good, and in fact we contribute to the good when we are in harmony with it and demonstrate that. Jesus said, if I be lifted up, I lift up all others unto me. What he's saying is, as I lift up my consciousness, there is a raising of the consciousness in the entire world.
You know, Mary, I think a good place to bring this particular session in for a landing is where Raymond Hollywell said that you are entitled to all the good you can appropriate and use. And the more good you realize and enjoy, the more you live in accord with the purpose of this ever-present spirit of goodness. Learn to understand how to tap the source of all supply, for there is no limit to the good that may be developed and enjoyed in your life. In truth, man embodies every law of nature relating to his highest welfare and orderly growth. He is not, therefore, separated from any good thing he may need to enhance his happiness or further his progress. But whether he shall lack or possess that which he needs or requires will be largely determined by the use he makes of his present endowment of intelligence and power. The more man grows in true knowledge, and the more he uses his powers in constructive ways, the more good he will create in the circle of his expression in his own little world. What a beautiful way to leave it. I want to thank you for sharing this lesson with us. This is Bob Proctor.
And Mary Morrissey. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to this session, The Law of Attraction. Raymond Hollywell said, to desire is to expect. To expect is to achieve.
Bob, I have a story I want to share here that fits in perfectly with this law. I took my granddaughter, she's 7, to Disneyland and to California Adventure, and she is a little daredevil, and she saw a roller coaster that she wanted to ride, a big, giant roller coaster that goes from 0 to 60 in 4 seconds, has big loops, and she wanted to ride that roller coaster. I frankly was hoping that maybe she was a little too short, but when we got there, she was tall enough. And so she said, I want to ride this, I want to ride this. We got in line. It was a 30-minute wait. We were in line no more than 5 minutes, and she turned around and she said, my tummy's feeling a little funny. I'm not sure I want to ride this. And I said to her, well, Allie, you don't have to ride this. It's okay with me. We'll take this exit. And then she said, well, Emma, how do you make yourself think so the part of you that wants to win can get over the part of you that's afraid to win? How do you make yourself think so that you can have what you really want instead of being afraid and having that get in your way? And I thought, what a great question, not only for a 7-year-old, but for all of us. How do we make ourselves think so that the good we desire can be in our lives? And that's what this lesson is about.
I think that's exactly how Raymond Hollowell opens this lesson. He said the underlying law that regulates supply in the world of effects has two important phases. One is desire, and the other expectation. And he said these mental attitudes represent lines of attractive force, the former being the positive phase of the law, and the latter the negative phase. Well, phases must be complied with to obtain the best and greatest results. The first phase of desire embraces a positive process of attraction. That is, when an individual earnestly desires a thing, he sets up a line of force that connects him with the invisible side of the good desired. Should he weaken or change his desire, that particular line of force is disconnected or misses the goal. But if he remains constant in his desire or ambition, the good demanded is sooner or later realized in part or in entirety. The principle involved is that you cannot long or yearn for anything unless it already exists, if not in form, then in substance. And desire is the motive power for calling it forth into visible appearance or physical effect. Well, there are millions of levels of vibration, which is based on the law of vibration. There are millions of frequencies. So everything is on one frequency or another. When we desire something, what we do is we put ourselves on the frequency that good is on. It's like a radio. You turn on your radio station, you get the music or the talk that's on that particular frequency. Well, when we desire something, we put our mind on the frequency of the good that we desire. So desire hooks us up. Now, he says it's no use to desire a thing unless you expect it, either in part or in full. Desire without expectation is idle wishing or dreaming. You simply waste much valuable mental energy in doing this. Desire will put you in touch with the inner world of causes and connect you by invisible means with the substance of the thing desired. Then, continuous expectation is necessary to bring it into a reality in your life. Much like the pull of gravity in the physical realm, expectation is a drawing force of the mind which acts in the invisible realm. I think it starts when we're small. We are not taught or programmed to expect the good that we desire. It's just not for us. Or a saying that is quite common, it's too good to be true, which is an absolutely ridiculous statement. How could anything be too good to be true? But we have been trained not to expect quantum leaps, great changes in our results. Instead, we're to expect small incremental increases. And if we have a job, it's only when we're in favor of whoever is making the decisions.
Yet, when we use the radio metaphor, we do expect when we turn from one channel to another a dramatic shift in the programming or the experience. And if we could just keep that metaphor in mind, that if we can really stabilize the frequency of our desired good in our feeling state as well as in our mental state, we become much more attractive and time collapses. It doesn't take a long time when we stabilize that frequency.
What you've just mentioned there is really a key here. Like you were saying before, that's huge. Well, what you just said is huge. Not just use it as a metaphor, let's understand the principle that governs that. And then realize that the same principle governs what we do in our thinking and how we attract things in our thinking.
I had the opportunity to meet Nelson Mandela one time and just a few years ago and deliver a Gandhi Peace Award to him. And he told a story about how when he was in the cell after being told he would be imprisoned for life at hard labor for having fought for the ending of apartheid, and at first all he could think was his good would never happen, his goal would never happen. He filled his mind with, it'll never happen now, it'll never happen now, it'll never happen now. And then one day he said it was as if a stream of light landed on a parched field. The thought came through, maybe it could still happen. And he nurtured that thought, and he began to hook to that thought and embody that thought. And then the thought came, well, maybe this is what it looks like while it's happening. And as he began to hold the thought, maybe his being in prison had meaning towards the ending of apartheid or his desired good. And every one of us listening to this lesson has a desired good right now in mind. In the physical absence of its presence, we begin to practice relating to its presence at a frequency of being which is existent now only in our mind, but by our expectation has to come into form. And he began to think, okay, this is what it looks like while it's happening. My being here is part of it. And he said once he got to that frequency, the idea of writing letters occurred to him. And it was through his letter writing that the American media picked things up, and you know the rest of the story. But it began with one man in prison refusing to succumb to the circumstance and opening his mind to joining with his desire, matching that in his feeling tone, and from that answers and solutions began to arrive.
You telling that story reminded me of a story that I had shared a long time ago in a radio program. I was forever writing these radio shows, and I was flying over Kentucky, and I was low enough I could see the ground, but I was high enough that everything was dwarfed. And as I looked down, I saw the houses. They didn't even look as big as the houses on a Monopoly board. And I was thinking how insignificant they look relative to the whole scheme of things from up there in the plain. And then I thought what people go through sometimes just so they can say they own a little piece of land, when in truth they never own it. Nobody can own the land. We think we own the land. The land actually owns us. And at the same time those thoughts were running through my mind, I thought of a Persian proverb about a bug in a rug. The story goes that there's this little bug that's crawling around a rug, and the tufts of wool stand like giant trees all around the little bug. So when it gets past one tuft of wool, another one, whack, it hits it, and the bug is forever trying to get between these tufts of wool to get to a crumb that somebody's dropped to eat. And the tufts of wool loom above them like giant problems. Now, if the bug could raise itself up above the rug and look down on it, it would see what it conceived as problems as being part of a beautiful woven plan. But the bug can't see that. And you know, I often think we live like a bug in a rug. Mandela was living like a bug in a rug. He was just looking at the problems that surrounded. But when the light came to him and he raised himself up above the rug, Don Blanding called that in a poem the God's eye view. Mm-hmm. And then he would see that the problems were part of a beautiful woven plan that's our life. And so rather than live like a bug in a rug, we ought to be operating with the God's eye view. And when we do, then we start to see how this law of attraction really works in our life. Like we all know, many persons desire good things which they never expect nor make any effort to grasp. And we have to ask ourselves, why would we possibly do that? Well, of course, I think the answer is conditioning is bad conditioning, and we've got to change that.
So then the application is the test of adequacy, because knowledge of all of this is of little value if it's not used to practical ends. So here's a simple method, and these are Dr. Hollowell's words. Here is a simple method in the beginning for using the power of mind to increase the amount of good in our lives in conformity with the law. Form a clear and well-defined mental picture of what you want. Do not specify its particular form or how it shall come, but simply desire firmly and gently the greatest amount of good in that direction. Avoid a tense state of mind or any condition of strain or anxiety. It is better to do your mental picturing, maybe even in odd moments when you're quiet and you're in a quiet or restful condition. But let the idea or plan of good unfold into a vivid mental picture, much the same as though it were a moving picture upon a screen. Don't force the thought. Pressure causes congestion, confusion. The calmer, the more peaceful we are, the better the results. So the main thing here is to hold the thought. Then proceed to nourish the desire or want with a calm and confident conviction that what you seek will come. And also what you seek is already here. It's here. It's right where you are just at a different frequency, and your connecting to it actually brings it into time.
If you tie that in with what we were just talking about a moment ago, I've often in seminars used this desire, expectation as a concept. If you can imagine yourself fishing and you cast a line out, sometimes as soon as the line hits the water, the fish bites and you got the fish on the end of it. But you'll never see that fish if you don't reel it in. So when we say that desire hooks us up to the good, expectation draws it to us. Well, then the test here that Raymond Hollywell is talking about, the test of adequacy, then it really starts to take some form. We can see how this works. If everything's here and I desire, I connect to it, and then I expect it to come into my life. I think probably the greatest struggle I had when I first started to win was expect the good to continue. It was like it was temporary. Because I think most people have good in their life. I think all people do. But with most, it comes in waves, or it comes periodically. Not very often, but it does come. And I had difficult time really grasping the idea that it was continuous. And of course, that was because I never understood the law. And the more I understood the law, the more I started to see that it would not only continue, but the more I understood it, the greater would be the flow. When you proceed to nourish your desire or want in a calm, confident conviction that what you want, you seek will come, as you persist in this state of mind, the good desired will tend to gravitate toward you. Earl Nightingale used to say, as you move toward your goal, it moves toward you. Now, it may come almost at once, as in respect to the little things of less consequence, like an invitation, a book, or a meeting a friend on the street, or it may come by degrees over a period of time. But it frequently happens, just as I'm saying that, where you have a desire to talk to a friend. You may not say, I'm going to expect them to call me, but your attitude is one of expectation because you start carrying on a conversation with that person, and then nothing flat, the door rings, the phone rings, or you get a letter from them. And this works in everything in our life, but according to the clearness and strength of your demand and the particular form of good desired, it's going to come in different stages. But that's all according to our thinking. In the meantime, we want to be reasonable and practical and do what we can to promote its coming. I have little confidence in the Lord answering the one who rocks in an easy chair and waits for the desired good to be placed in their lap. It just doesn't happen. It's like a person sitting at the bottom of the hill and praying that they could get to the top.
Somewhere it says that the Lord helps them who help themselves. And I actually think another word for Lord is law. That when we get in harmony with the law, it's already an operation. We just get in harmony with that operation. So I'm wondering if the people that we were speaking about who actually feel, well, here comes a wave of good, if for a moment they just drop their resistance to the good, and then as soon as the good starts happening, they build their resistance back up, thinking that the good can't last.
I think Hollywell gave us some good instruction. He says, only desire that which will round out your life to make it fuller and happier, and also that which will enable you to help others into a better and happier condition. Aim to be normal in your demands and use the intelligence with which God has endowed you in discriminating between rational and irrational demands. Now, you see, that is a point that you could talk about for a long time.
Yeah.
What is rational and what's irrational? The Wright brothers were irrational insofar as the masses were concerned, but they were very rational in their own thinking. So what we have to do is differentiate between what other people think and expect and what we think and expect. If we can see it in our mind, then we know we can do it. That is rational for us. It may be irrational to someone else. Now, the innate desire of your being is for harmony, satisfaction, and plenty. These conditions will be obtained more and more in your life as you live in accordance with the law and constantly expect a continuous increase of good as an evidence of your growing faith in the wisdom and all sufficiency of the great source of all good. That's where I was mentioning I was having problems when I first really got into this. And of course, that lasted for quite a long time because I never understood that I was dealing with an infinite source of supply. I just knew that there was a lot more than what I had because I could see many people with it. And of course, I had a desire to have more. And so from a rational perspective, if you did it and you had it coming, then why couldn't I get it? That thought did cross my mind. But what we're talking about here, you don't even have to govern yourself what you see other people doing. You can go well beyond that. Like the Edmund Hillarys and the Wright brothers and the Edisons have nothing going for them that you and I don't have going for us. And we want to really understand that. Mary, you were talking the mind is a magnet and as such attracts whatever corresponds to its ruling state.
Whatever we image in mind, whatever we expect and think about, will tend to bring into our lives the things and conditions that are in harmony therewith. Science has convincingly proven the existence and the constant operation of the law of mental attraction. For this reason, each one of us should be doubly careful about how and what we think, because our predominant mental attitude is the primary cause of most everything that comes into our lives. And the sooner we realize this truth, the sooner we shall begin to improve our lives and progress. And I would just say to those listening to these ideas, you may believe this now. This may be brand new to you. When Marconi suggested that there were invisible waves that transmitted sound, he was put in a mental institution. The idea that we are operating in a life that is both visible and invisible, that there are physical laws and there are laws of mind and spirit. If you're wondering if this is true, just test it out. Put your mind in harmony with the good you seek to desire, begin to expect it, and notice if you don't begin to experience ideas, things begin to occur, people say things that are in harmony with your desired good. Have you ever decided you wanted to buy a red car and all of a sudden you see red cars? Have you ever been hungry and you walk down the street? What do you see? You see everything there is to eat that we attract by our interest and our desire. So when we put a desire and we have an expectation, just begin to notice that that law has been put in operation through your practice, and you can expect that you will learn that this works, and it works every single time.
I like the way Hollywell put it. He says, the law of mental attraction acts along the same lines as the law of gravity. It's as definite and as accurate. And you see, if you violate the law of gravity, you're going to pay. Well, isn't it strange that we train little children to work in harmony with that law? And that's about the only one that I know of that we really train them in harmony with. If a baby crawls off a balcony 10, 15 stories up on a building, it's going to go down, get hurt, or get killed. Nobody blames the law. Everybody blames the parent or the guardian who was ever supposed to be watching that baby. But they know that anything heavier than air is going to be attracted towards the center of the world. Well, if we start to understand the laws, we're going to know that the only thing that can be attracted to you is that which vibrates in harmony with you. Of course, that's the way it works. The law of attraction's always working. It's a secondary law in truth. The law of vibration is the law, and the vibration you're in dictates what you're going to attract. Now, you've heard the law expressed in such statements as birds of a feather flock together, like attracts like, or things equal to the same thing or equal to each other. Well, the thoughts and actions of people draw to them people of their own type and kind. If you look in welfare areas, you're going to find that almost all welfare recipients are third, fourth, fifth generation welfare recipients. I used to go into maximum security prison in Canada one Saturday a month. I did that for about 5 years. And so I got to understand something of the psyche of the prisoner. They're thinking crime, and they expect to go back. When the prisoner leaves a maximum security prison, the guard will usually say, "You'll be back," and they'll say, "Don't hold your breath." But they know they're going back. The guard not the only one who knows they're going back. They know they're going back. And 85 to 90 times out of 100, that's exactly what happens. The recidivism rate is ridiculous. But birds of a feather flock together. They're amongst criminals. What do they talk about? Crime. Why did they talk about it? Because that's what they're thinking about. That's what they have in common. And of course, they maintain that kind of life, and they go where people that maintain that kind of life go. They're attracted to people like themselves.
So Hollowell then says to us, it's difficult to tell each one of us just exactly where we may be off track with our thinking. But nevertheless, we don't have to worry about where we're off track with our thinking. We just need to get on track. And then he gives us 3 steps about how to get on track with our thinking so that we can work with and in harmony with the law of attraction. The first is a practice called interest, what we're interested in. Interest is paying special attention to some object or thing. It is being definitely concerned about something or someone. Interest is tending to see in the outer world what is already existent in one's mind. Things you think of that give you joy or pleasure or wisdom or satisfaction are interests. Hollowell says, I recall one woman telling me that she invariably could see disabled people in a crowd quicker than anyone else. They seemed to draw her attention and excite her sympathy. It was because she had once been injured and was wheeled about for several months, packed in a cast. And the memory of the experience was fresh in her mind and created the interest. Our interests are largely individual because we don't think alike. Dr. Michael Beckwith once told me that he was driving to the church he serves over a period of time in the beginning days of the church, and there was a homeless person who would sit on the corner, and he started noticing this homeless person, and he began to get interested in wondering what would cause somebody to be homeless. And he said within a few weeks, he got a letter from the IRS demanding quite a large sum of money. There was an assessment put on his house. There was some kind of repair on the house that was going to be extremely expensive. And as he drove the next day to work and he looked at the homeless person, he realized, I have been very interested in what would cause someone to get homeless, and my life is showing me what could cause someone to get homeless. And he realized he would bless that person and wish them well and send them thoughts that they could learn to attract their own blessing and their own prosperity. But he took his attention off what would make somebody homeless, and he put his attention and his interest back in what would bring about the good that he was seeking and desiring. And he said within a couple of weeks, all of what looked like big problems absolutely dissolved. The IRS made a mistake, and one thing after another, it completely dissolved because the world is plastic to our thinking. We think it's real. It's plastic to our thinking. So what Hollowell says here is pay attention to and be careful with what you are interested in, because where your interest is, your energy flows.
The average individual, when they hear stories like you told about Dr. Beckwith, I really have difficulty believing that. And what they're really saying is, I don't really understand this law yet. I frequently have people come to me in a seminar talking about something they're in need of. And you can tell by the conversation that they really don't expect it to happen. But I tell them to write out exactly what they want. Now, I said, I want you to write out the way it is, right now, in your physical world, the way this exists. Then write out its polar opposite. And write it down by starting off by saying, I am so happy and grateful now that. So it's present tense. Write it out. Then I said, now take the negative statement that you've written out, what you don't want that you see manifest in your life right now, and burn it. Literally burn it. Now I said, that's symbolic. It's like lighting a candle, really. It's symbolic. But I said, burn it and mentally let it go. And then continually write out the other. Now, what he was doing was rewiring his brain. And what he was doing when he was letting the physical dominate his thinking, he was programming, he was wiring his brain for that. Because we do operate like radio stations, broadcasting and receiving. And if we want anything, what we have to ask ourselves is, what is it we want? What am I interested in? And then start impressing that upon my mind over and over and over again. I'm going to start to move toward it, and it is going to start to move toward me. What I'm really doing is moving into harmony with the good I desire. And so that's what he's saying here when he says our interests are largely individual because we do not think alike. One person may find interest in some things that another would fail to see. If we go back to the law of attraction again, let's say people that are interested in playing tennis, you're usually going to find them congregating around a tennis court. You'll say, well, that's natural, but why is it natural? It's natural because that's where you play tennis, but they're attracted to one another. And you'll find people at golf, they will congregate around golf courses. So what we're interested in doing is going to control where we go what we do, and whom we're going to do it with. This is a very, very important step. And I think Halliwell has done a very good job of bringing it to our attention here.
And it isn't something that we don't know. It's sort of course, when you say that about the tennis court and the golf course. But what isn't of course is the power of knowing that.
See, I think everybody's aware of the law of attraction, whether they call it that or not. Mm-hmm. There's still an awareness factor, and how great the awareness is another thing. Awareness is something like a dimmer switch on a light. You can keep it getting brighter and brighter and brighter. Well, I think that's the way awareness happens. So we're all aware of these things, but what he's bringing to our attention here are 3 definite steps to get this law of attraction working in our life the way we want it to work, so we bring our life in harmony with it. It's very common that we see in life that which interests us the most, and we pass blindly by that which is of little or no interest. It's here that this simple practice that many of us may be making our mistakes. We may be so interested in things that are not prosperous, joyful, and healthy that we pass by the very things we desire most and overlook the means of our health and prosperity. With our interests so engrossed in seeing the lesser, either through habit or ignorance, we fail to attract the greater things that are all around us. People are attracted to newspapers. They're attracted to the news. Why? Because they're in harmony with what's wrong in the world. If they throw the newspapers away, turn off the news on the television, and get something like this and start to study it, their whole life would start to shift a lot faster.
A lot faster. It's so easy for people to allow themselves to get into a rut. And it's always a mental rut before it becomes a material one. When I first found these ideas, I was not only in a mental rut, I was in a material rut. I had gone through an experience in my life, and the toxic thinking I had been employing and focusing on for a period of time actually over time manifested itself in a physical way, and I had a toxic body. In fact, I was told I might not even survive it. And a woman came into my hospital room and introduced me to these ideas. And I began with an experience of healing that dramatically changed my life. And I became so interested in these things, interested in these laws, interested in these ideas, that I began to see that everywhere is evidence of the laws that we're talking about. I began to be like a thirsty sponge in the area of world religion and philosophy and ancient mysticism and world religions and all of this. And I began to see that there's an underground stream of truth that runs through all the great religions, all the great philosophies. And in science today, it is such an exciting time that science itself is evidencing that which the mystics have said for thousands of years. This law of attraction is not a new law, and it's not a new understanding. It may be new to us, and the practice of its power in our lives may be new. And I don't care where we are in our growth cycle, there is another whole octave of power awaiting each one of us as we harmonize with this law of attraction. So Halliwell's giving us 3 points of practice, the first of which is get interested in what you're interested in. Put your energy there.
Now, the second step in developing the law of attraction or developing a greater awareness of the law of attraction is attention. To have a high interest is not enough. We must inject this interest into our daily lives. I frequently tell people to do that when they're developing a purpose. They have to ask, what are they really interested in? What do they love? Well, then give that your attention. See, our attention must portray our interest. And the keener our interest, the more intense will be our attention. It is our interested attention that draws from the outside world such facts as are found in the mind. And as we direct our attention to our interest, this magnetizes our power of attraction, which draws to us much of the same type as our thoughts. When much of our interest is taken up with our full attention, we shall find that most of our petty and selfish leanings will be absorbed by our higher interests, and we will steadily progress. Do you know, if you really want to improve anything in your life, take those 2 steps and apply them. You take what you're interested in, what you're doing, and then give it your conscious attention. That's what brings about focus. That's what raises sales. That's the yeast that raises the dough. So the second step is essential. It's one that you have to follow. You've got to give it attention. Whatever you give your attention to is what grows.
I heard once that the only way the universe knows where our intention is where our attention is. So where we place our attention, whether it's for good or ill, the universe responds perfectly with the law that where we place our attention, therein lies our intention, whether it's for failure or success. Let's move to success.
The source and cause of all successes lies hidden deep within the mind, and one must give one's attention and interest to first principle and then to fact. Now, what do I mean? Good question. If you believe in honesty, then you support the principle of honesty with all of your attention. You direct this attention to do and think all things in an honest manner. If you should have an opportunity to cheat or steal from another, you adhere to your principle and refuse to take advantage of what may seem a trivial thing. They always seem trivial in the beginning, but that is only the beginning. Such trivials grow with a cancerous rapidity. You rarely see the surface record for remaining loyal to a standard. But in time, you will not only see but feel its satisfaction as you watch closely your dealings and force every issue to comply with your principle. You are charging your mind with honesty, and it becomes magnetic to attract honest endeavor and permanent success.
Next, we need to take this truth and follow it along until we have worked it in the same way. There are so many ways that truth may be challenged that you need not to expect to accomplish your work in a week or two. It requires growth. After time, you will find that your interest and attention are so taken up with truth in all its forms that you will no longer attract deceit or dishonesty to you in any of your affairs. So set up a standard or a measurement for yourself if you have not already done so. Take one thing or one thought at a time and build upon it. As you strive to give your attention to some constructive interest, naturally then we cease giving so much attention to a lesser one.
And this brings us to expectation, the last of the 3 steps in developing an understanding of the law of attraction. Raymond Hollowell talks about expectation. And he says the last step we take is expectation. This is an active form of attention. I love the way he put that. It is attention with intensity. It may be likened to the actions of a cat that waits patiently at the mouse hole. The cat expects to catch its prize at any moment. He expects to get the mouse because he believes he will get it eventually. If the cat did not believe and expect to catch the mouse, his interest and attention would lack the intensity which is now present. His energies would not be so actively called forth. When you believe in the probability of success in your undertaking, you experience the keenest interest in your work. This interest is intensified with expectation and anticipation. Through this, you will draw to you the success you are working for. Your expectation must be built up with your interest and attention.
There's a story in the Old Testament that Hollowell shares here about a widow who comes to Elijah and asks him to help her meet a problem of finance because there is a debt that her husband owes and her sons are going to be taken into slavery. And as any mother would be, she's desperate for an answer. And she says, I don't have the money, I don't have it. And she's caught in a consciousness called the only consciousness. The only consciousness is a consciousness of I only have what I can see. And Elijah says to her, what do you have? And she says, well, I only have a little bit of oil. But Elijah recognizes that there is an abundance. So he's coming from an abundance consciousness. And you can see in this story how it works. So she's caught in lack and limitation and a big problem. Elijah looks at the circumstances and says, everything that's required is here. He says to her, go home and gather every vessel you can and begin to pour the oil out of the vessel that you do have. She goes to her friends and she gathers every vessel that she can find. And then she takes that little bit of oil and she begins to pour. And it's called the miracle of abundance. And she begins to pour that oil, and the story is that the oil pours and pours and pours and pours until every vessel that she has is filled to overflowing, and then the oil stops flowing. Why did the oil stop flowing? Because she no longer had any receptivity to the abundance that is available. In the Upanishads, again, from abundance, we scooped abundance, and more abundance remained. So when we want to engage the law of attraction, we've learned in this lesson that the law of attraction works through two phases, desire and expectation. We amplify then our understanding and our education in working with the law of attraction by these three practices: interest, attention, and expectation.
Raymond Hollywell leaves us with some great information to close this particular session on the law of attraction. He said, when you pray for one thing and then fear and doubt that you will receive it, you diffuse your mental forces and can attract only what the lesser thoughts believe and expect. A prominent doctor was asked why it was that he was able at times to reach cases that others had failed to reach. He said, I never expect a patient to be too far gone not to survive. I fish around in my mind for some idea of what to treat. And sometimes those ideas are very simple or strange, but the moment something inside me clicks, I accept it and use it. He said he had never failed to help a patient when he firmly expected his recovery.
And Hollowell goes on and he says, when we charge our thoughts so firmly with the idea that there are no failures, then we expect success. Now, this doesn't mean that there won't be apparent failures. I'm meaning something that happens that we consider a failure. But when we have a broader understanding, a greater view, and more harmony with the law of attraction, what we understand is everything that happens can be used for the greater good. And in fact, that which looks like a failure and at the time seemed like a failure, from the proper perspective is information. And that information properly used then becomes part of our expected success and that which we are hoping for. And when we do that, our mind becomes strengthened with our conviction, and like a magnet draws to us, through the principle upheld, whatever desire is uppermost at the time.
Beautiful idea, beautiful law. It's working in your life all the time. This is Bob Proctor.
And Mary Morrissey.
Thank you.
Welcome to this session, The Law of Receiving. The scripture that the session begins with is, "Give, and it shall be given unto you, good measure, running over." There's another scripture similar to this, but in the Old Testament, that says, and actually it's the only place in the Bible that we're told where the universe, God, the law, says, "Prove me now in this, as you give, if I will not open up the windows of heaven and pour upon you such a blessing you cannot even contain it." And the message here is that as we get in harmony with the law of giving, with the law of life, that there is a good that makes itself available and known to us that cannot be contained, no matter how big a container we bring, it is always bigger. We're dealing with the infinite, and we cannot contain the good that is seeking us.
Napoleon Hill said essentially the same thing as that scripture you just quoted in the preface of Think and Grow Rich. He said, when money starts coming, it will come so fast and furious that you're going to wonder where it's been hiding through all those lean years. Now, what would it cause it to come like that? It's in perfect harmony with the law. And you get studying the laws, you're into a very big idea. Raymond Hollywell said, understanding reduces the greatest to simplicity, and lack of it causes the least to take on the magnitude of complexity. In a state of limited understanding, we reason that we must get before we can give. And then we in turn walk in the same mental rut as before by reasoning that we must give before we can get. But in our lack of understanding, we continue to leave the getting idea foremost in our thought, and we shut out the spirit of giving. This is a big transition for a lot of people to make because what they see is really got them wired on the wrong idea. They honestly believe that they've got a heaven in their hand to give. Everyone has something to give. You give your time, your energy, your loyalty, your knowledge, your money. Giving, which is the first or fundamental law of life, is the first law of creation. The attitude of getting is the law of life in a congested state. Now, I want to repeat that because it's a very, very important line. Giving, which is the first or fundamental law of life, is the first law of all creation. The attitude of getting is the law of life in a congested state or a repressed action. Now, as long as getting dominates a mind, that mind is in a paralyzed condition, being limited in its action in accord with the fundamental law of creation. And you know, there's an awful lot of people that are stuck with that one concept. So since that is the truth, and since 97% of our population are really trying to get, see, we're being raised to be good little go-getters. You very rarely hear the parent talking about a good little go-giver. Well, I love the way Jane Wilhite puts it. She said, givers gain.
Givers gain. Hollowell goes on and says that the radio has aided greatly in explaining the process of the law of giving and receiving, or prayer and blessing. The principles involved are very simple. In fact, they're the same, except that one is mechanical and one's mental. When the operator projects a program, he stirs up a vibration in the air that goes forth to accomplish what it will. He has nothing more to do with it after it's been projected. The ether or the air carries the vibrations to any station that is capable of receiving and reproducing it. When we pray, we, in a sense, stir up a vibration with our desires. That also is received by a force determined according to the power, the purpose, and the sincerity of our prayer. And what is prayer but really focused upon thought? The difference between incandescent light that may be filling the room or the car or the place that you are and laser, which will cut through steel, is coherence or focus. So prayer, then, we could say, is focused thought. So when we pray, we stir up a vibration with our desires. This also is received by a force determined according to the power, the purpose, and sincerity of our prayer. Often when we pray, we think that's all that's necessary is to just keep on praying, with the result that we never adjust ourselves to become receptive to receive our answers, and so complain when we do not get them promptly. Now, you can dream and wish and just continue praying, sending out your ideas, but that does not make you ready to receive. There's an old saying that says man's extremity is God's opportunity, which is true because when we have finally hit our back to the wall, when we finally ended our own personal resources, we then become often ready to receive in a way that prior to that, we simply weren't. We were just sending out the thought we wished and we wanted, but we weren't matching our inner state to our desired good. And there's an old principle that simply says this: you can have whatever you're willing to become. I can have whatever I'm willing to become. The law of receiving is the law in which I become one with, or in a vibrational harmony with, my desired good.
Raymond Hollowell continues by saying, once we have expressed our needs through prayer or otherwise, some believe that's all we must do. On the contrary, we are working with a law that is definite and active. And this is only the beginning of our work. The principle of life upon which this law is based is clearly written. It reads, "Give, and it shall be given unto you, good measure, pressed down, shaken together, running over." Giving always precedes and predetermines the reception, whether you're giving your thought, your work, your service, or your deed. My mentor, Val Vanderwall, used to always say we should willingly give and graciously receive. Some folks may consider the law as a two-way law. That is, half the time you should be busy giving and the other half of the time you should be receiving. It is like the proposition of heat and cold. They are two sides to the same law. That is, if we concentrate upon cold and hope to pray to get heat, we are likely to freeze to death. What we must do is give all our thought and effort toward building a fire, seeking that which we create heat to warm us. If we concentrate upon receiving, not giving any thought or idea or desire to build upon, we, in like manner, may perish. The law said, it is more blessed to give than to receive. And as you freely give, you freely receive. Unless we are free to extend or give out our desire, our good, the law will not have any pattern to work with. It cannot proceed to supply any need without a pattern. Many try to work with the law backwards, and for that reason get little or no results. They say to themselves, well, after I get, then I'll give. If you wish to get any good thing, you must first give some good to build upon. The beautiful thing about opportunity is it's in giving. That's really what it is. A person's looking for an opportunity. Opportunity is locked up in giving. And so if you want to receive the opportunities that life offers, I think you have to follow Raymond Hollowell's advice and get locked into the idea of giving. When we speak of giving, most people have a tendency to think first of giving their money. Money, an object of human affection so passionate that men will slay and steal to gain its possession, is by nature so obedient to our will that we can hold it gently in our hand or fold it fondly in our purse without feeling or any resistance from its nature. With all the selfish getting ideas which man attaches to it, man has not changed its nature or its purpose. That is so true, and it's so well written. What does money get out of constantly giving itself into hands that so eagerly grasp it? Nothing. Nothing beyond the joy of giving itself in its fulfillment of its mission. Man may do some terrible deed to obtain it. He may pay it for something detrimental to his own progress. But in all these exchanges, man, not money, loses value. Just as the sun shines on the just and the unjust alike, so money passes through the deserving and undeserving hand to accomplish its work. Its purpose is exchange without discrimination, leaving the latter to the mind that is using it. Money goes merrily on its way, losing nothing in self-value in giving itself. Money came into form to fill that need for exchange, and on that purpose it is all intent. Let our attitude toward it be what it may. Money will remain true to its nature as long as it is needed by its master. If we fail to pay full value in an exchange, we fail to understand the prospering law back of the idea. Money represents the law of services. Its value is the estimation of worth placed upon it by the mind of man, while its form is designed to ensure the easiest exchange. When we give our best in some useful service, forgetful of self, concentrating on the joy of giving instead of concentrating on the returns, we find that our purpose and the purpose of money have blended and we come together in righteous and eternal good. So often I hear people say, well, I do give and sometimes until it hurts, but I seldom see any sign of a return. There is a right way and a wrong way to give. There is a careless, impulsive giving, and there is a careful, scientific giving. When we give to a person or a group of persons where we are retarding progress, we are wasting our substance. Where we give to one who doesn't put forth the effort to help himself, we need not expect a good return.
Bob, in 1980, I took my family around the country to begin my teaching work. And we lived in a travel trailer, 4 kids and my kid's dad, and we left with $300, a dream, and to practice these laws. And it didn't take long until the $300 was used in gas and food, and we did window washing part of the time, and then the seminar business began to pick up, and we were getting by and loving what we were doing, but we were just getting by financially. Our last engagement had been in Dallas, Texas, and it was 40 days until the next engagement. So we were touring Florida and got to the place where our next event was going to be, but we were running out of money until we got down to $3. So 4 kids and $3, and I remembered knowing I could call my mother and get some money, but I also knew that the abundance of the universe was not less present in Florida than it had been in other states, but somehow we were accessing less flow. And I remember walking on the beach, and I was mad at the universe, and I was saying, I'm doing what I thought you wanted me to do. I'm in harmony with what I thought I was being asked to do, and there's not enough money even to feed my kids, and I need a sign I'm on the right track. And just as I said, I need a sign I'm on the right track, my foot kicked some sand and a bright, shiny penny. And I picked it up, and I saw the little 4 words in there, "In God We Trust." I knew that there was a message there for me, and I went to the grocery store and I had these $3, and I got a package of green split peas and a package of yellow split peas, each for 37 cents, so I could make 2 days of soup they'd think was different. And I remember walking through the grocery store aisle to buy that food, and I heard inside myself, "Mary, you're giving of your time, you're giving of your talent, but you're not giving of your money." And I said back to that voice, which speaks to every one of us. Gandhi said that voice speaks to every one of us every day, and as loud as our willingness to listen. So I said back to that voice, well, give money. We have so little money. We have barely enough money to buy food and get from place to place. And the voice didn't argue with me. It just said very calmly again, you're giving of your time, you're giving of your talent, but you're not giving of your money. And I knew in that moment when I'd found that penny and it said, "In God We Trust," that I didn't really trust in the law. I trusted in my own willpower much more. So I took 30 cents of the $3 that I had and took it back to the little chapel at the campground where we were staying. And I put that 30 cents in. And the next time a check came, I put 10% of that in, and I began to participate in the law of giving, particularly in the realm of finance. And ever since then, and it's been 27 years, there has never been once where there wasn't an abundance of flow moving through my life in the financial area. No matter what the circumstance, even when things seemed really dire and difficult, there was always enough to take care of me, and it flow. It said pressed down, shaken together, and overflowing, and that's real.
Mary, what Raymond Hollowell's saying here is in perfect harmony with your own experience. And I can vouch for it because I do this. I believe in this 100%. Didn't always, but I do. He said, many have found tithing a successful form of giving. But the questioning mind wonders, why would tithing be more potent than any other form of giving? It is more potent because you touch the law of giving and receiving in a definite, orderly, and systematic way of giving. You establish a methodical plan of giving, which creates a steady flow of reciprocal good to be received. And I can give you an example. For a number of years, I never really run my own company. I always had somebody else run it. And we were always tight on money. We always had money, but we were always tight. And I read one day where J. Paul Getty said, if you have a company and you're not willing to run it, sell it. I thought that's interesting. Now, I had always told these people, I want you to take 10% tithe it, 10% of everything that comes in. But then I'd find out later on they didn't do it. They said, well, we really couldn't afford it. Well, at the point where I read Getty's thing about if you're not prepared to run the company, sell it, I took it over myself, and I gave a direct order to the person that looks after the money. 10% of everything comes in, and I told them where to send it, to tithe. We have never had a money problem since, and we have always had lots of money. So what he's talking about here is right. And you see, it is an orderly, methodical plan of giving which creates a steady flow of reciprocal good to be received. When one's method of giving is sporadic or occasional, one's reception of good is irregular and uncertain. Scientists analyze it. They say that tithing gives a person self-reliance, a confidence which enables him to build up a positive mental attitude which attracts success. Others say that a tither already has considerable confidence to take the chance to spend the money in that way. Now, do you see, the real tither would say they're not taking a chance because they're living by law. At any rate, this makes that person a positive type and attracts only positive and goodly conditions. Then there are others who take a spiritual view toward tithing and assume that God is their partner and they are paying only 1/10 of their receipts as his share. Then, too, some make the mistake in tithing when they give for selfish gain or when they make a bargain of it. Remember, it is not the money you give, it is the idea back of the giving that is so vital. If you give money and the idea is wholly one of bargaining, your mind is not free. Therefore, your results cannot be free and full-flowing. Tithing, no matter what one may think about it, if one thinks at all, has a tendency to bring a person in line with the law of giving, and his results will be in proportion to his honesty, sincerity, and spirit of his gift. You know, I have heard all kinds of people talk about it, and they say, well, what are they doing with the money? Well, the truth is, I don't care if they take it out in the backyard and bury it. What they do with the money has nothing to do with it. It's the attitude that you're using. It's the vibration you're in when you're giving it. And you see, that is the whole idea behind it. And when you can freely give and graciously receive, you're going to be a big winner. Now, if you haven't tried it in the past, I'm giving you my word, it works. And it works very well.
Did you know that John D. Rockefeller was a poor boy, but he learned that law early in life? With his first earnings, he kept a record of his givings and his receivings. He kept a ledger through all of his life. And it's known that he gave away more than $500 million. Those were in his times. It would be way more in today's dollars. My understanding of this law of receiving, and I need to say this because it's important to me, Bob, I don't know anybody that I've ever met in my whole life who is a more generous person than you. And I know it's partly because of your understanding, but it's your application of that understanding. And everybody I know who knows you says exactly the same about you, that your willingness to just give freely. And when I see what your life is like and what your family is like and the love in your life and all of the outpourings of that giving, if anybody who's hearing this has a question about it, just look at somebody's life who is giving in a way you respect and notice what's happening in their life.
Thank you, Mary. Well, it's a great lesson that I learned. I learned it a long time ago, and it definitely pays off in a big way. I think it's demonstrated in our staff in our company, in the friends that I have, in the products that we get, in the clientele that we attract. It's just a phenomenal concept. I was working here just recently with some people, and I wasn't feeling right. I wasn't feeling good about what was going on, but I couldn't really put my finger on it. And we had a bit of a challenge, and we were trying to solve this problem. And I suddenly realized that a couple of the people that I was talking to, they weren't remotely interested in what we were doing. They were only interested in the money. That's all they were interested in, what they received. I figured it out later, and I quickly let the bad feeling go because I was caught up in that energy. And I thought, that's not who I am. That's not what I'm about. In fact, I'm writing a book right now, and the title of the book, it's not about the money, and it never has been. I've read a lot of books on earning money, on earning a lot of money, and hardly any of them even talk about money. You read John Maxwell's books on money. It's not about money. It's not about the money. Read Think and Grow Rich. It's not about the money. It's all about the mind. Mm-hmm. It's all about the spiritual side of our personality. We're spiritual beings having a physical experience. And we start to understand that, I think it becomes easier to work with the law.
So, Bob, when do you think you began to understand the law of receiving through the practice of giving?
It was a long time ago. I mean, I think it was programmed into my mind when I was a child, really. I remember when we were just little kids. We were poor. We didn't have a lot. And it was during the Second World War. And there was a family on an adjoining street that they went to our school. The one kid was in my class in school. And they had no coal. It was a cold winter, and they had no heat in their house. The houses were heated with coal furnaces. And I remember going home and telling my mother about it, and she had a $20 bill, which was an enormous amount of money, I guess, at that time. And she had me go to the store and get it changed for 2 10s. And she sent me with $10 over to this other family that she didn't even know for them to use to get a ton of coal for their furnace. Now, that's stuck in my mind, but that
when you said she had $20, you mean she only had $20?
She only had, that's all she had was $20. That was the
and she gave half
extent
of
her wealth. And she gave a half of it away to a family that she didn't even know, but she heard myself and brother and sister talking about this family that were so cold. So my mother, she never wanted for anything. You would never consider her wealthy, but she was certainly rich. And I think that was her attitude, and it was probably programmed into us as kids, And really, the joy is in giving. The joy is not in receiving. I mean, I think when you're able to do something for other people that improves their situation in life, you've done nothing but help yourself. Because, that is the law, and it's real. And it's something you can articulate on, but you can't really explain what's inside. I think it goes beyond the third dimension. All our words are third dimensional. It's like saying you love someone. Well, you can't really tell them how you feel because, again, our words just don't go there. But we're going beyond the third dimension. All our words are third dimensional. So I believe this law of receiving and giving are hooked together, but it is a law. It's God's way of running the universe, and we can have the feel for it inside, but I think we'll always be reaching to try and explain it. But that's the law.
Is that it's in the giving that we receive. It's almost not the cause and then effect, although we can look at it that way.
If you stop and look at it from a scientific perspective, you think what you're really doing, you are a soul. You don't have one, you are one. And when you think, you activate brain cells. And so you activate the positive pole of a set of cells in your brain, and that permits the energy to go flying off in a direction. Well, then the brain takes on an equal amount of like energy. It's the only thing it can do. Yet, you're right. The giving and receiving are one and the same. You cannot separate them. Cause and effect are one and the same.
Mm-hmm. It's only apparent to our viewpoint.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Hollowell goes on to even confirm what we've just said in this way. He says, but after we give, that's not all we must do. Our next step is to prepare the receiving response or results of our giving in receiving. As the law states, good measure, pressed down, shaken together, running over. And he says this is the most interesting part because our preparation shows our active faith. Instead of just rocking in a chair and waiting, we are preparing, we're working. This in turn enlarges our view. It stimulates our interest. It disperses our doubt and fear, and it energizes our power of reception. And he goes on to explain how this works in the law. But we will continually draw into life what we give and expect. Whether we attract good or bad, it is governed by the same principle. You have probably made the remark, he says, oh yes, it was just as I expected. And especially when some unpleasant condition or circumstance arose. You invited the condition just because you gave out the thought of expecting it. You can also expect good to appear on the same principle, and you can help it to come to pass by the method of your preparation. Many failures in demonstrations are because we do not force our expectations to keep apace with our desires. My way of saying this is that when we get a vivid picture of what we want to create, that we have to have an emotional match. We have to have a feeling tone that is in harmony with the picture we're wanting to create. We activate that law of receiving, bringing into time, into our experience, that which we are seeking through the practice of giving, because it moves us into a higher octave of being or a greater vibration. So again, the expectation is one of the phases of the law of attraction, and we engage the law of attraction, but the bringing in of the law of receiving is activated through the practice of giving, consistent, regular giving, not a giving that looks at our pocketbook and says, well, what can I afford? But a giving that is in harmony with the life we want to lead. I actually know people who began to tithe based on the income they wanted instead of the income they had, and moved very quickly into a much larger flow of income. I don't recommend doing something that puts you in so much stress that you're not able to pay your rent or pay your house payment, because the stress of that actually short circuits the flow. But I do recommend that you get into a consistent pattern that's based on a percentage. And if 10% seems like it's impossible right now from where you're standing, my guess is it's not impossible. But if it seems impossible, pick the highest percentage you can and get regular with it. And then just track. Do it for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. And then just notice what's happened in your income. And my belief is if you do this with a good heart, you will never look back. So you may ask yourself, can I ask too much of the law of receiving? Does the law withhold things from me which really are not for my own good? True desire represents the urge of life, seeking a fuller expression, and it is kept alive by a continuous expectation of its fulfillment, the ever upward urge in each one of us for a greater, fuller, freer life. And it brings to us ways and means for its manifestations. The principle explains, no desire is felt until the supply is ready to appear. The minute we have a desire, it is immediately in the law of mind, in the law of receiving, immediately at a level we're not aware of, we now are one with the desire. The process of bringing it into time, into form, then we use our application of the laws we're discussing as the means through which our desired good comes into time or into form. But there is nothing you can ask for that's beyond the law of opportunity. There's nothing beyond life itself. And the law does not withhold any more than mathematics withholds its numbers. You may receive some things that appear not good, but yet good may come through them, like mistakes in mathematics. Whereas when you make mistakes, the mistakes enable you by their correction to better know the law. And that's the value of mistakes. Every one of us has made mistakes, and we're not done making mistakes because we're learning. We're learning the laws of life. We're learning our application of the laws of life. When my granddaughter learned how to add, she was so excited that she could add 5 and 5, and then she understood what that squiggly line meant. And then when she went 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, she said, "Grandma, look, it's 25. She had no idea at that point that in just a short amount of time, the law of mathematics was going to reveal to her that there was another level, and that level was introduced with a magic X called multiplication. And in multiplication, she only needed 2 5s to get to 25. Looks like magic. It's the same thing with the law of receiving, that there is a law of multiplication. And when you and I give in a steady, consistent stream, we implement this multiplication factor, and it takes much less to bring about an increased good.
Well, you know, Mary, Raymond Hollywell's saying essentially the same thing that you've just said. He said, he who gives much receives much. To give your best is to receive the best in ratio to the degree of your giving. The reason why so many people receive little is because they give out so little. They are poverty-stricken because they refuse to give. Whatever the nature of your possessions, give and give abundantly. You are to give of your life, interest, energy, thought, ability, love, appreciation, and helpfulness. In giving of your life, thought, and love, in doing gladly and well whatever you may be called upon to do, you express your best. And the more you give, the more you receive. This does not mean that you're to give to the selfish and thoughtless, but to so order your life as to make a full and proper use of your energies, faculties, and talents in useful giving. If today your abilities are small and your powers insignificant, begin now to make a more thorough use of them, and they will grow.
So whatever it is that you desire, in the way of health or success, happiness, abundance, whatever it is, start it on its way by this procedure. The law works. The results are sure because a natural principle is involved. Just as if you were to plant corn in a good field and nurture that corn, you wouldn't wonder if it was going to produce corn. You know that the law works. And so it is in the way of our living. The law works. The results are sure because a natural principle, it's the way of the nature of life itself, is involved. You can proceed without doubt, without fear, to desire and to expect all the good you can realize, all the good you can enjoy, all the good you can use. When the mind of the person becomes unselfish to the point of yielding to the law, then that person is born anew. For that person's attitude toward the law, himself, and everyone else has changed, and the affairs of that person take on the character of the newness of thought.
Raymond Hollywell ends this particular session on receiving with a beautiful poem by Arthur William Beer. And it's a poem most of us have heard from time to time, but it's a poem that we could keep reading to really get the depth of what he's talking about in this lesson. He said to get, he had tried, yet his store was still meager. To a wise man he cried in a voice keen and eager, "Pray tell me, how may I successfully live?" And the wise man replied, to get, you must give. As to giving, he said, what have I to give? I've scarce enough bread, and of course one must live. But I would partake of life's bountiful store, came the wise man's response. Then you must give more. The lesson he learned, to get was forgotten. Toward mankind he turned with a love new begotten. As he gave of himself in unselfish living, then joy crowned his days, for he grew rich in giving.
It was Albert Schweitzer who said, I don't know what you will do in life, but I know this. Only those of you who find a way to give of yourselves will be truly happy.
Isn't that beautiful? And that's what this lesson is all about. This is Bob Proctor.
And Mary Morrissey. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the Law of Increase. Do you know, we could very easily call this the law of praise, because whatever you praise grows. I don't care if it's a plant, if it's money, or if it's a person's self-esteem. And that's really what this lesson is all about as we get into it. So if you're thinking this could be called the law of praise, I agree with you. We're talking about the law of increase. I think everyone wants increase. And Raymond Hollywell suggests, without exception, I believe everyone has read or heard the delightful story of Aladdin and his magic lamp. How a poor boy had stumbled upon the little genie who led him to find a dusty old lamp. It was a magic lamp, and when he rubbed it briskly, a little man appeared out of a cloud before him and asked to fill his wishes. We, as children, have always dreamed of fairies and of the beautiful things in life that we wished we might have. Yet many of our dreams remained as such because we could do nothing about them.
You know, in truth, well, we may not believe in fairies, actually, but we know there is a principle that is equivalent to this magic lamp. And it's not something material like a lamp that we carry around, but it's an understanding we do carry around. And that understanding enables us to use the law, work with the law, be in harmony with the law more clearly, in a more amplified way. And in using this, we stimulate our good, and we bring about everything that's required for us to live a life that is deeply satisfying, greatly fulfilling, and difference-making. So the understanding, then, is the act of praising. We begin to move into a greater understanding through the practice of praise. This method is much more exquisite than one might think from a surface look at the power of praise. The method, of course, is not new. It's been used through all history and all traditions. But praise has ever been a common method that's been used to employ all sorts of good, however one believed in it. In early history, we learned that people would bring their sacrifices and place them on the altar to gain favor of their perceived idea of God. Following this act, they would render their praise in song and ceremony, believing that by so doing, they would be favored, their prayers would be granted. And you see this moving through the Old Testament and in other traditions as well. It wasn't the sacrifice that made the difference. It was the belief, of course, that made the difference. But when one praises, when one moves into an amplified feeling of gratitude and appreciation, and when we put our money in the bank, we want that money to appreciate or get bigger. And when we move into a feeling and a spoken appreciation, the energy of attraction actually gets bigger. There's been some recent research done in positive psychology at Penn State, where there's research in what happens in a person's life when they feel grateful and what happens in a person's life when they actually speak their gratitude. That actually putting it into words brings a greater experience of one's own well-being that can be measured in blood pressure and heart rate and actually the cellular response, the circulatory system, the proper balance in cholesterol. It's an amazing biofeedback machine, this body we have. And when we live in a state of praise or gratitude, especially when it's spoken, when we look for the good and praise it, speak it out loud, that our bodies actually hear that. There's a vibration to praise that our bodies just thrive in.
I think it's a well-known fact that when a child is criticized and grows up with criticism, they're very insecure. When a child grows up with praise, they become very confident and self-assured. And I've often thought if the school system would start to use this concept of praising the ones for the things they get right and get rid of those red marking pencils, putting a big X on where they make the mistake. If our attention's drawn to the good that we do and we're praised for it, we're going to have a much stronger image of ourselves. Raymond Hollywell said that praise is an avenue of prayer through which the spirit law expresses itself. Praise is a broad highway, while all other forms are only feeding arteries. I love that. It paints such a beautiful picture in your mind. Through this inherent law, when a person praises, they open themselves up toward God. They'll lift their consciousness to a higher realm and become a greater channel to receive the good that is ever waiting to come to them. Praise opens a little door in his mind that enables him to draw closer to God and to be attuned to the divine forces within and about him. Praise is the shortest route to complete any demonstration and the quickest way to enjoy effectual prayer. Praise expands and opens the mind upward, while its opposite, condemnation, contracts and restricts. The whole creation responds to praise and is glad. You may have noted how a trainer, after each performance of his charges, would give them a satisfied pat or some morsel of food they especially liked. The trainer was wise in using law and bringing out the best work from his charges and thereby giving the best performance. You know, just about 24 hours ago, I was coming through customs, entering the United States from the UK. And as I was waiting in line, one of the officials, one of the government workers with a little dog, it wasn't much bigger than terrier, but the little dog had a coat on it, it was on a leash, and it was sniffing out stuff. And it stopped. It would jump up and smell the bags that you were carrying, and I guess they were looking for drugs or foodstuffs or whatever it was. And the little dog smelled something, and the guard took something away from the person about 4 or 5 behind me. And when the dog did that, then the dog sat down. It sat down when it smelled it. And sure enough, they found something, and she took something out of her pocket and gave it to the dog. She was praising the dog. The dog had done a good job. Those who have trouble can learn much by using this method and will find a great difference in the quality and quantity of the work produced.
Years ago, I met a man named Roy Fox who told me that he had helped every waiter or waitress he had ever met double or triple their tips within 30 days. And I said, how did you do that? He said, well, I have measurable results that this actually works. And he said, when someone comes to wait on the table where I'm sitting, I ask them after a few moments if they would like to know how to double or triple their tips within 30 days. And almost without exception, they say yes. And then I tell them that they have to be willing to do a couple of different things. First of all, they have to do exactly what I tell them to do. And then secondly, they have to give me the results in 30 days. And then he tells them his secret. And the secret is that first of all, they have to keep accurate results. They have to keep record of their tips as they've received them for the last week, and then begin the new record starting today. And starting henceforth, that approaching every single table, they send praise to every person at the table. It's a silent wave of praise, wishing that family well, acknowledging the people, the story, without even knowing what is at work in that family's life, or that couple's life, or that businessman's life, but sending them praise for the good they might be doing, for the good they seek to do, for the struggle they may have had, but praise to them and wishing them well. And then to do their normal job without saying a word, but internally, every time they approach a table, they send a wave of praise to that table. And he said, almost without exception, the person who is the service person will write him or call him and say their tips doubled or tripled, and sometimes even more, within 30 days. And not only that, they began to enjoy their job a whole lot more.
Isn't that great? Raymond Hollywell went on here to say, when we're praised or praise others, there's a physical response within our bodies. Doctors tell us that the cells of our body respond to the law. They seem to know and to expand in strength, in capacity, and even in intelligence. Of course, we know that it is the mind working through every cell that causes the expansion. There is an invisible ether upon which all thoughts act. And water expands into power when it is heated and retards into a solid mass of ice when it is chilled. The law of spirit is reflected in the law of physics. Though we may not sense it or fully understand it, our thoughts are moving continually in this invisible ether, and they are either increasing or diminishing in power and intelligence. When we praise the richness and opulence of God, the law, our thoughts, are greatly increased in the mental atmosphere. This increase affects our being in that it reflects in everything our mind and hands may touch. If we are contracting our thoughts through fear, criticism, and complaint, we reflect that contraction and our results are delayed or frozen. It has been proven that a failing business can be praised into success. Supposed lost friends have returned their affections when the law of praise was used. One man told me that while out driving, he heard a clicking noise develop in the rear of his car. He talked to his machine and praised it to get him home safely and without delay. He drove some 30 miles and rolled into the driveway safely. When he tried to move the car further, he discovered a broken axle. I remember when I first began to study this information, I would read stories like this. I remember reading Florence Shinn's books and Catherine Ponder's books, and they use all kinds of stories of things that happen. And I thought, this is ridiculous. Do they expect anybody to believe this? And now these things are happening to me. And so as I'm reading this about the guy with the broken axle, I know that there's people that are going to question that. You've got to get to the point where you don't question any of this. You just know that it works. God works in mysterious ways as wonders to perform. This happens. You're dealing with a universe that is connected. Everything is an expression of the same thing. We're working with an intelligence. Intelligence is omnipresent. There's intelligence in everything and of everything, and we've got to understand this. You know, when you think of the waitress or the waiter praising the people at the table, it's called thought transference. It is the base of the Christian Science religion. That's what they use.
In the Buddhist tradition, there's what's called transmission, where they actually transmit a higher frequency. The Dalai Lama gives off a frequency, a transmission that actually lifts the entire room. The first time I had a meeting with him, the pictures that were taken of us, the group of us I'm with, after he did that, it looks like we've had our finger in a light socket. We're just so electric. It's real.
They raise your energy. They move you to a higher vibration. Your body is a mass of energy. Everything's energy. Your body is a highly charged mass of energy. If you put the body in front of an infrared television camera in a completely dark room, it's a glistening, radiating, gleaming form. So what we're talking about here is working with the unseen part of the universe. We're dealing with the unseen part of ourself. I'm quite convinced that if we really knew who and what we were, if we really knew the powers that we possessed, we'd be walking around in a state of awe all day long. Our problem is we don't understand it well enough. And through studying this, we'll start to understand more.
A whole lot more. I would just say to those of us that are really skeptical and we think this is just hooey, how could this be, is just suspend the decision that it can't be possible and leave your skeptical mind engaged if you want, but just say, maybe there's more here than I've understood, and be willing to at least explore and give yourself room, because you give yourself a little room and the law will demonstrate itself to you.
Raymond Hollowell pointed out that the law works without discrimination. And better still, though praise is good for other persons and things, it is our salvation too. Praise changes our observation, our whole outlook of life. In the past, we were in the habit of seeking our weaknesses and failings as well as the shortcomings of others. But now we see differently. We look for accomplishments, the good, and the beauty that is worthy of our praise. This, in turn, has a dual effect. It enriches our human self, and we are able to radiate praise, joy, courage, and happiness to all who are affected by our influence. It affects our inner self in such a way that our memory begins to retain all praiseworthy thoughts sent to it. And gradually, this sets up a new system of thinking, and gradually the old thoughts that we're destroying become absorbed in the new ones. Thus, it becomes habitual to think praises, and our life takes on the likeness of all the good that is worth praising. And we must remember that what we're talking about here is the law of increase. It increases everything in our life. That's what praise does. Praise with the heart is far more vital and effectual than praise with the head or praise from the lips. What we're really saying here, rather than intellectually just saying this, we've got to be emotionally involved with it. We've got to come from inside. You know, there's a beautiful poem. It says, "If I knew you and if you knew me, and if both of us could clearly see within inner sight divine the meaning of your heart and mind, I'm sure we'd differ less. We'd clasp our hands in friendliness, and I'm certain we'd pleasantly agree, if I knew you and you knew me." See, if we really saw each other the way we really are, we not only praise, we would walk around just in absolute amazement with the perfection in everything, ourselves included.
Can you imagine a world in which the leaders of our world sit down and dwell and embody that poem we just said? That I actually can imagine a world in which someday a little girl comes home to her mother and says, "Mommy, I just learned in school that there was a time on our earth when people actually shot each other and bombed each other. Is that true?" And the mother says to the little girl, "Oh, yes, honey, it is true. I'm sad about that. But fortunately, that's a very, very long time ago." So how would that happen? It would only happen by each one of us really coming to understand these laws and making them real in our lives right where we are. The laws are real anyway, but we don't anchor them in the reality of the life we know without bringing ourselves into harmony with them. So this is a practice, and it will stretch you to make a decision to practice the law of increase, which is the practice of praising, not just with our words, but with our feelings that we generate. In the Buddhist tradition, they call this bodhicitta, which is the practice of generating the feeling of praise, or compassion they call it, but it's the praise. It's actually practice generating right at your heart center, right where the vertical and the horizontal of you join together in your physical body, that you learn to generate an energy of praise, and you direct that just like you would direct a light beam. And you direct it where you recognize the good and you praise it. You speak it out loud. You say things and do that with a heart full of energy, and that activates this law of increase. So Hollowell says that praise with the heart is far more vital or life-giving and effectual than praise with the head or praise from the lips. If we can only do it with the head or only do it with the lips, start there. But the practice and the intent is to get it into our heart and have it be resonating right from our heart. And then when one can sing these praises or really have this feeling even in the face of adversity, the adversity itself will soon disappear. He says this is not a promise, it's a law. Learn to render praise, to be thankful for the good at hand, and you will have found the magic lamp of spirit. This attitude of mind not only brings forth our desires, but it also generates our confidence, it strengthens our faith, it builds up an assurance of the things that not only are here but yet to come. Thus, to be able to praise when things appear the darkest will invariably reveal some of the sunshine that is right here. So our degree of faith in the law and the law of life itself is measured before we receive, not afterwards. It is the degree of faith that determines what we shall be capable of receiving. So to activate the law of increase, then, we challenge ourselves to infuse our day with the activity and the practice of praise.
And Raymond Hollowell goes on to point out, one of the first requisites of the law of increase is that we keep ever an attitude of praise and thanksgiving. If we hope to receive of God's outpouring good, we must keep ourselves receptive, and praise is one of the simplest means known to accomplish this. Be ever grateful for the very least of things, and the very most will come to you.
Raymond Hollowell ends this session on the law of increase with 3 tremendous examples of really dramatic experiences people had through practicing the law of increase with the activity of praise. But someone may listen to these examples or read it in the book and then ask themselves, well, what happens when things don't work out the way we wanted them to? What happens when we're praising and then somebody we love dies? Or what happens when we're praising and one of our dreams fails? We're in a human experience, and in the human experience, having what we want and having what we don't want at times are both equally good for us because they help us learn. Just as you're learning the law of mathematics, making a mistake gives you the opportunity through the understanding of what you did that was a mistake to then take your new learning and reapply it to the circumstances and bring about an answer that you wouldn't have seen otherwise. There's always an answer greater than the problem. But in this learning experience called human life, there are things that happen that are difficult to the human experience. We do lose people we love. We do have what we consider from a human point of view, failure. Nevertheless, the power of this law of increase is it's not always increase in the things. It's not always increase in the material realm, but it is always, always increase in consciousness, in understanding, in relationship to one's own being and the law of life. So through the activity and the practice of praise, it doesn't always change things, but it always changes the person. And there is always the blessing that comes from the change of our relationship to the law of life, how it works, and our experience of the openness that that brings for exactly what we've been hoping for to make itself manifest in our lives. This is Mary Morrissey.
What a beautiful explanation. I just sent you praise for that. I enjoyed it. And this is Bob Proctor, and thank you.
Welcome to the law of compensation. Understanding this law can be the key to all the dreams you ever had, because this law helps us understand who we really are. We've all heard the phrase that what you sow, you'll reap. And we understand that if we want to have corn in our field, we better plant some corn seeds. But behind that is what this law is really about, and that is that you won't even believe you can have corn if you don't have a sense of what is possible for you. Your sense of identity, your image, opens the door to the law of compensation's power in your life, in every arena, in your financial affairs, in your relationships, in your quality of your aliveness, your health, your options, your freedom, your fulfillment. That's what my company, we do. We help people understand who they really are and what they're capable of. And it is so much more than the mass of humanity has any sense of.
I believe your company does a phenomenal job. Image Makers International, Inc. I mean, it's a phenomenal concept. You help people develop the image that resonates or is in harmony with the good that they desire, because everything comes to us by law. Earl Nightingale talked a lot about the law of compensation, and Earl was my guide, my leader, my mentor for a number of years, and he said that the law of compensation is very clear. He pointed out that the amount of money we earn is always going to be an exact ratio to the need for what we do, our ability to do it, and the difficulty there is in replacing us. Now, for most people, there is a need for what they do. There is a need out there, and they very likely had nothing to do with the creation of the need. I know in my business, in your business, the need is there for what we do. There's a tremendous need everywhere you go in the world. And we really didn't create that need. We work at filling that need. So the first step in the law of compensation is taken care of without any effort on our part. And if we look after the second step, the third one's going to be taken care of. Now, the second step is our ability to do it. It's the need for what we do, our ability to do it, and then the difficulty there is in replacing you. Now, if we become very good at doing what we do, our stock is automatically going to go up. We're going to be very difficult to replace. Now, there's no one that's indispensable, but some people are very difficult to replace. Like, I'm quite sure if I talk to anyone in your company, they would tell me you're very difficult to replace. I know in my company I am. And I believe that's the image people have to have of themselves, because their behavior, the results they get, is nothing but the manifestation of the image that they do have of themselves. And I've always really admired the work you do in helping people establish a true identity, establish the image that's in harmony with what they want. Very few people do that. Now, Raymond Hollywell pointed it out here. He said, sooner or later, we must come face to face with this law of compensation. And inevitably, our own comes to us, and only what is our own. As we apply this law to life and watch its certain results. And then I think we want to ask ourselves a couple of questions. Are we satisfied with the good we are receiving? That's a good question. Are we getting fair returns for our efforts? Do we feel that our own has really come to us? Most people are dissatisfied. I have found that anywhere you go, you're going to find most people are dissatisfied with what they're getting out of life. Now, there are some who even go so far as to say that life isn't worth living. Now, I don't see a lot of those people, but I'm quite certain they're around, since I used to be one of those people a long time ago. Now, the great majority declare that injustice is in the world, and more especially in our own lives, that unhappiness, sickness, poverty exist through our living. I think that's where the service that your company provides is invaluable. I think the great English writer Huxley, he said, there's only one corner of the universe that we can be certain of improving, and that's our own self. And that's where building the image. So what do you think of yourself? What kind of an image are you holding? Do you see yourself as a truly effective part of the business or industry that you are a part of? Because if you don't, you've got to change that image. Because your company's nothing but the manifestation of the image that you hold. So this law of compensation is really important.
It's very important. So Hollowell goes on and he says, in the study of the laws of truth, and that's what we're doing in these lessons together, is the laws of truth exist. They are everywhere present. They are immutable. And what we are doing by the study is a systematic unlocking of their power in our lives. So the study of the laws of truth, we learn to apply them so they will dissolve all our adverse thoughts and conditions. The mistakes of a schoolboy do not come through the wise operation of the law. They come through miscalculation. And in this section, Hollowell talks about how in the school of life, it is no different than in the school of grade school, high school, graduate school. It doesn't matter how much school you go to, you are introduced to a curriculum of understanding. If you're taking math classes, you are introduced to a whole study of math, and you receive a problem a day, knowing that the law of mathematics is bigger than the problem you're facing. And through your study of the law, you are then able to apply your information, your education, and you find a way to solve that problem, and you then execute the law in a way that dissolves any problem. It's the same thing in the law of living. The laws of successful living are exactly the same as the laws of science. The supply and the possibility for you and for me is ever the same and always at hand. But it's our problem to change the use or the application of the law in order to bring about the conditions that better offer and serve what it is we're wanting to bring forth.
Raymond Hollywell made it quite clear that when you're talking about the law of compensation, he said the purpose of this lesson is to show you that you can use the law to lift yourself out of the place where you are to the place where you rightfully belong. Now, think of this for a moment. It's clearly stated everywhere you look. It doesn't matter what religion you might study or where you go in science. You are the highest form of creation on the planet. You are God's highest form of creation. There is nothing that will equal you. Now, I don't know if that's the image you hold of yourself, but that is the truth about who you are. So you have to ask yourself, do you want to move out of where you are to the place where you rightfully belong? Because you can have anything you want. Your right place is where you can enjoy success and plenty. Now, this is natural. as the law intended, your failures to realize these things is a miscalculation. It's a mistake. So if you're not getting everything you want, then there's a mistake being made. And you've got the wrong image of yourself, and you're not relating to the law the right way. See, the law does not need to change. Success and prosperity does not need to be made. It always is. But you, in turn, must change. I pointed out that change is inevitable, but personal growth is a choice. And we're suggesting that you lock into this law and make this choice now. Then your affairs will follow that change. Now, where do you change? Well, the seat of all movement, the controller of all activity is your thought. It goes right back to your corporation, Mary. It's the image. You see, the key to every person is their thought. Emerson pointed out that many years ago. He said the key to every man is his thought. The controller of all activity is your thought. And you bring your thoughts together to build the image. What kind of an image are you holding of yourself? You see, the key to successful living is the right adjustment of your thoughts, the image that you're holding. And if your thoughts are constructive and proper, you're going to find that you're going to win. If you're dissatisfied and unhappy, you will be inspired for something better. And I believe you do want something better, and the law of compensation, properly understood, is going to deliver it to you.
So right now, just take a breath and ask yourself, what do I really want? Do I want prosperity? Do I want abundance? Do I want freedom from lack and limitation? Do I want a success that has been unexpected in my mind up until now? But I really, when I listen in and I pay attention to myself, I really do want to live a life of the kind of freedom and expression that I have seen in others and have longed for myself. If you want that, but you do not strive to change in any way, things will not be any different. It doesn't matter what the pattern has been, it will continue to be, because you will design your life either by default or by intelligent design, a design that you choose, and then you pattern your life according to that new design. If some habit possesses or worse, obsesses you, you are not the master of your life until you decide, and you have that power to decide to change that habit. Now, if you've been brought into the world and you experience lack and limitation, and your whole patterning of your upbringing brought you to believe that life is a struggle and there's never enough and we need to meager out our little bit in the world, it's a pattern of ideas. It's not how the world is. There are many, many people who live and die and never know anything different from what's been handed down to them. But once you've changed your vision, your image of what it is you would like to bring forth, and you make a decision, systematically, the conditions will change. Only when you cease to recognize a condition do we cease to attract it. So the only way we can cease to recognize things like lack, limitation, here it is to change our minds about it. If you go to somebody's home, you're going to find all homes different. Some of them are going to be neat or tidy or clean or orderly, bright. Some are going to be dull and gloomy, disorderly, dusty. The home is a reflection of the ruling mind of its owner. Its appearance speaks of the keeper's mind. So if you're working for success, look at your home. If order is the first law of the universe, and it is, then it must also be your and my first application. So no lack of money is an excuse for a disorderly home. Clearing the clutter in our home, even one drawer at a time, one cupboard at a time, one closet at a time, systematically begins to clear the mind. We begin to be more expansive in our thinking. If you wish for a better home, a finer environment, nicer furnishings, whatever it is, alter your mind right where you are. And you begin to notice that you start attracting, being aware of, and then really and authentically experiencing better things.
You know, Mary, I've often mentioned when you get into a person's car, you can get a pretty good idea of what's going on in their mind. If their car's nice and neat and tidy, you know that they've got order in their mind. Now, if it looks like they're moonlighting in the garbage business, you know that there's a real problem upstairs. And you know, Raymond Hollywell talks about a couple that operated a fish store in their neighborhood, and he said they neglected to keep the store tidy. They were not always courteous in their dealings, nor prompt with their deliveries. And becoming discouraged from repeated losses, they finally closed the business, selling what equity remained. Now, the couple who bought the failing business and the fixtures moved in, rolled up their sleeves, scrubbed the room, cleaned the whole place up, making it appear attractive and prosperous. They attracted business at once. They established a name for quality food, cleanliness, and courtesy. Their business, in spite of former conditions, steadily grew until it was necessary to lease another room and increase the size of the store. Now, some years have passed, and these people have enjoyed an enviable success in the same business and location where others had failed. You see, the law helps those who help themselves. How many times have we heard that? The law of compensation always works that way. Now, do you remember the second step that Earl Nightingale talked about? He said the need for what we do, our ability to do it. Well, when you perform your task to the very best of your ability, when you've done the best that you can do, you know you're on the right track. Now, otherwise expressed, you grow more capable and efficient. You become better, and thereby show your growing superiority. And the law is that he who becomes better will attract the better and be given the greater things to do. You're going to become very difficult to replace. When you make up your mind, you do as the new owner of that fish store did. You give it everything you've got. You're going to be very difficult to replace, and when you're difficult to replace, your stock goes up. You're worth more. See, you were always worth more. Everybody's worth more. It's they got to get this law of compensation working in their favor.
The principle involved here is that when you become too large for your present place, you begin to draw yourself to something larger, and you cannot attract the better until you first become larger. You must earn what you receive, or you cannot keep it. If an individual appears to do so, it will not continue, for in accordance with the law of compensation, that person will find his own true place. As the popular expression goes, like water, we find our own true level, or you can't keep a good person down. So when we become too large, what does that mean? It means that the image we have of ourselves, who we really are, has become larger than our previous image, that we no longer see ourselves or our universe or our world as limited or defined in some way. We have now allowed an image of a possibility or a greater experience, a greater difference making, whatever it is. But as we become one with a larger image, we get bigger than the life we've lived, and life works. This law of compensation is immutable. If your office and where you work is cluttered up with papers, magazines, bundles, or if you are running a business, or if your employer's desk is stacked with mail and some of it a week old, it creates a carelessness. It creates a clutter throughout the entire organization. The organization, whether it's your home, your family, your workplace, always reflects the mind of its chief.
The law of compensation works up and down a corporation. It doesn't just work in the warehouse or for the laborer. It works for the executive. It works for everyone. Everyone is subject to this law. I think too often we're raised to blame conditions and circumstances. George Bernard Shaw put it very well one time. He said, people are always blaming circumstances for what they are. He said, I don't believe in circumstance. The people who get on in this world are the people who get up, look for the circumstance they want, and if they can't find them, they make them. Now, Hollywell points out to blame your difficulty on outer conditions or on other people is not correct. I did that until I was 26. I can tell you from personal experience, it's not going to help you. You're not going to win. You see, when you're blaming other people, it just is not correct. It's not the law. It is you who are wrong. You have a snag in your mentality somewhere. Check back and readjust your ideas. Start to alter the image that you're holding of yourself. That's what's bringing forth your conditions. The law that we reap what we sow is mathematically accurate. Each experience through which we pass operates ultimately for our good. If we attract the unpleasant, it is often because some dormant or neglected phase of our nature needs to be awakened and developed. Also, we learn from our experience to create something better. Hence, the degree of contentment and satisfaction attained where whatever sphere of life we may dwell is largely dependent upon our ability to see constructively the experiences of life, For in every case, the law of attraction will only bring what may serve out our own upward development. To interpret this law in a simple form, it should be stated that whatever we attract, we require, and whatever we need is always good. This is a correct attitude to adopt because all experience is for our good, and we must be able to see it in that light. We've got to look at the bigger picture. We're not just a body. We're a spiritual being living in a physical body. We're not physical beings having a spiritual experience. We're spiritual beings having a physical experience. And we've got the mental equipment to build the image in our mind, because that's where all creation begins, of the results that we want to see in our life. Mary, I have always respected your skill and your professionalism and your ability in this area. You've certainly helped me a lot with it.
So in this next phase of what Hollowell is teaching us about the law of compensation, he's saying that, while you're pursuing this practice, you may not always be precise and you may not always have exactly the results you're desiring, but what will happen is that over time, if you stay true to the law of compensation will stay true to you, which means that you will be steadily building up in your own mind and your own character a greater sense and experience of harmony and beauty and strength and abundance in all the important ways. Because all of this kind of effort, it is about us realizing the ideal or the highest good we can know in this moment and to bring it forth into our experience. And what that does is develop in each one of us the very qualities and conditions that are repeatedly pictured in the mind, regardless of what they are. So let us hold images of high ideals. Because what we've been trained to do is look for what's wrong and what's missing. And that there's a vibration to that. And instead, if we hold ideas of the ideal, if we look for the good and practice the law of increase right here by praising that which is good, what it does is attract to us an increased recognition of the good. It also helps us see all of the support that is here and available to us, all the opportunities. Every one of us walk past opportunities every single day, and there's an opportunity cost that when we understand, we can actually measure what we have left on the table. We walked right by it. Not because a good wasn't there, not because the abundance wasn't there, but we were not in harmony with it, so we couldn't even see it. So we crowd out all inferior thoughts by superior thought. The superior thought has a much higher frequency to it. You'll feel it in your body. You'll feel more expansive. You'll feel your shoulders relax. You'll feel your forehead relax, your chin relax as you lean into and open up to your communion, your connection with the truth. It was Eleanor Roosevelt who once said, "All the water in the world cannot drown you unless it gets inside of you." So that which would drown our dreams, that which would drown our abundance, our experience of it, are thoughts of negativity, littleness, criticism, condemnation, and we crowd those out by focusing on and bringing in superior thoughts. So learning to think constructively of all persons and all events and all things and all circumstances. We learn to appraise them from the ideal point of view. And as we do this, we gradually transform our whole existence for the better. So as we train ourselves to mentally look for the good, we move towards the good. And as we form higher and larger conceptions of the good, this is natural. So this process, however, doesn't imply that we ignore what's missing or what's wrong. It's just that we're not focused on it. We're not so interested in it. We notice it so that we can change it. Just like the empty place or the undeveloped state of being. But we are to think right through and beyond that to the hidden good or the principle within that is ever seeking in you, in me, in the entire universe, a higher and fuller expression. So what happens is we notice something missing or something we'd like to have changed or evolved. We cease condemning it, criticizing it in a destructive manner that actually keeps us hooked to it. Instead, what we do is we seek to bring out the good in us, to bring out the good in the situation, to evolve it, to hold an image of it in its ideal state. And the law of compensation does exactly what the law of compensation always does.
The first person that really got my attention and got me moving in the right direction, I've mentioned his name many times, was Raymond Stanford. And what he really did, he got me to take a look at the results I was getting. It's very easy for us to be moving at warp speed and really not pay attention to the results that we're getting. We're busy. We think the idea is be busy, work hard. And of course, that's not the idea at all. We want to check and find out about the results. Like if you're in a room and the room's cold, you know you've got to turn the thermostat. And if you don't, there's no sense in complaining about the cold. Well, that's what Ray Stanford said. In fact, he put an R on a sheet of paper and he said, let that represent results. And then he put 2 H's and a W. And he said, this is happiness, health, and wealth. And then he got me to start to pay attention to what I was doing. Well, Raymond Hollywell suggests that right in this session. He said, whatever we possess today is our just reward. Very often, it doesn't make us happy. It certainly didn't make me happy. We're dissatisfied with it, but still it remains ours. That doesn't change it because you're unhappy with it. Now, this fact would prove hopelessly discouraging were it not for a great truth that teaches us how to be free from every difficulty, released from all bonds, absolved from every debt. If you want success in living life, you must exercise an intelligent discrimination of your thoughts. As you so well put it in all your programs, you've got to take a look at the image you're holding, because the image is nothing but the manifestation of thoughts in your mind. Now, when you talk hard times, money scarcity, limitation, you're sowing that type of seed. And what kind of harvest do you expect to get? What would you expect if the farmer was sowing thistle seeds and then complained because his field didn't bring forth wheat? You'd say, dumb farmer. Didn't he know that he could only expect what he planted? Well, why don't people understand that? Why do so many people complain about the results? Never make an assertion, no matter how real it seems to be to you, if you do not want it reproduced or continued in your life. Do not say money is scarce. I always say I'm so happy and grateful now that money comes to me in increasing quantities through multiple sources on a continuous basis. And so it is, and that's the way it works. Well, Hollywell is saying, don't say money's scarce. The very statement would send money away from you. There's an abundance of money. There's an abundance of everything. Do not say that times are hard. This will tighten your purse strings so tight that even God will not be able to slip in another coin. And don't say that you're not loved or not interested in other people's lives. Truly, you will lose their interest and their love. See yourself. Build an image. See yourself with the good that you desire. If you're building a corporation, see the company that you want built. I had an image of a company that operated globally when I was sitting in a den in Glenview, Illinois by myself. I had no one working in my company. I was the company, but I had an image of that company operating all over the world. And now we have a company that is a holding company that has a number of companies operating all over the world. Why? Because that's the image I built. I didn't know how it was going to happen, but I knew it was going to happen. You don't have to know how it's going to happen, but you know it will happen, and it'll happen by law, and the compensation you receive is going to come by law. That's what this session's all about. It's about the law of compensation.
Well, I love your story about how you built your company, because you have been such an inspiration, not only to me, Bob, but to thousands and thousands of people by your willingness to apply the law, your study of Think and Grow Rich and the other materials that when you say these things that we should study this, it's not just words. If anyone hangs out with you very long at all, they see you carry the book, you're actually reading it, you do spend this time, and that's the encouragement to us. You can hear this law of compensation, but what is your image? What is your image of what it is you'd like to experience? And give yourself some room. Breathe into it. Ask yourself, if I could wave a magic wand, if I could live the life I want, what would I create? In every area, and specifically for the area of compensation, to be compensated in rich and rewarding relationships, to be compensated in vital, alive, energetic health, to be compensated in the financial world that is in harmony with your gifts and talents. No one is repeatable. Just as rare and unique as your own thumbprint is, this universe knew what it was doing when it made you. And you are made of the stuff of the universe. The spirit of the universe is creativity itself. So use that creativity, allow that creativity to move up and rise up in you. If you want a better home, if you want a different business, if you want freedom in your financial area, let that image begin to form itself and gather the flesh of repeated ideas and repeated feelings about it. What would it be like to live that life? And then as best you can, step into that life imaginally. As you conclude this lesson, spend a few minutes walking around as the person who is living the life you're imagining, and begin to feel what that feels like. And then allow yourself to realize this takes time, just like you're building. If you were going to build your dream house, you began to draw the architecture of it on a piece of paper, and you began to gather the materials, but you knew that if you kept systematically at work with the principle of building, you could build any house you choose and have money for. Well, the universe has written you a blank check. You can decide, you can design, and you can build.
Raymond Hollowell brings out something here that I've been studying for a long time. And I think the person that really brought it to my mind was Wallace Wattles in The Science of Getting Rich, where he talks about competition not being a good thing. A lot of people think it's a good thing. I personally don't give it much energy one way or another, but he pointed out in Philadelphia, he used an example of a man boasted that he was a success. He rose above his competitors. He drove them off the street, some of them out of business. He founded his business upon competition. But I learned only recently that his business had dwindled down to the place where he was forced to close out and move to a smaller town. You see, the law of compensation works slowly but surely. One cannot build upon the substance or on the virtue that another has created. What we're really talking about here is competition versus creation. Now, if you're competing, you're not creating. If you're creating, you're not competing. And I like the idea that we really understand this law of compensation, and that we get into the creative aspect of our mind and we give it everything we've got, realizing that the universe is going to reward us. Now, I was going to say it takes a fair amount of faith. I'm not talking about blind faith. I'm talking about faith that's based on understanding. And we have to know that if we step out and we give everything we've got to what we're doing, but then we help anyone else that's doing it. I've always had the opinion in my business that anybody that was coming into this business, I would help them any way I could. All I'm really doing is helping myself when I do that. You see, the law says give and you'll receive. In fact, I think that's how this lesson started. Whatever you sow, you reap. You don't have to worry about someone beating you. When you're dealing with the infinite, you can never take more than your share. We're raised to work on an idea of limited supply and competition. I want you to visualize for a moment that you're sitting in your kitchen table at home and someone's placed a pie on the table. Now there's maybe 6 or 8 of you there, and so the pie is cut into 6 or 8 equal parts. Now it's a particularly good pie. Everybody at the table likes it. You've had your piece a little ahead of the others, and you think, God, I would really like some more pie. Now, the only way you can have more pie is for you to take a little piece of somebody else's pie. Therefore, they would have less. Well, that's the way most people operate in business. They feel that if they're going to get more business, that they're going to have to outwit, outmarket, outsell somebody else, and somebody else is going to have a little less. But dealing with the idea of creation, if you want more pie, you can just make a bigger pie. Not only will you get more, but everybody else at the table will have more if they want it. And that's the way it is in business. We want to come up with new ideas to expand the business that we're involved in and share what we're doing with other people so that they can see it and they can benefit from it. Where you fail to use the law correctly, or where you fail in your consciousness to think rightly, there are 3 points common in everyday life where one may fail in a snare and a delusion. And Mary, I think you've got these down better than anybody, so I'm going to ask you if you'll elaborate on them.
There are 3 steps here that Hollowell says are really essential in how we hold our mind in such a way, how we hold our thinking, that actually gives us access to the frequency that is most in harmony with the law of compensation. So first of all, search for, are there any places in us where we're expecting something for nothing? Expecting something for nothing is complete disharmony with the law because everything works by law and order. So if we're seeking to be the one who never pays the bill when we're out with friends, if we're seeking to kind of hold back and let someone else pay for the movie, if we're seeking to not pay our share, not be a participant in the full aliveness, which means our part of experiencing the goodness, we want to pay for that. We want to participate in earning and having and giving. Those three realms of being flow together and open the portal of experience for the law of compensation to expand our understanding and then our experience of the free flow of good that's in this universe everywhere present. Do not expect something for nothing. Second, if we are a person who is always hunting for things that we call cheap, to be just, I want to buy the cheapest thing, I want to get by with the cheapest amount, there's an energy to the word cheap that's different than value. If you want the best value and you appreciate that which is a good value in harmony with that which is in harmony with your image, what are you seeking to represent? Your image guides how it is that you're going to use your energies, your resources, your thought, your actions, your time, and your dollars. So in regard to how you match your image with the way you represent the image in your daily life, certainly look for that which is of value in harmony with your image. But many of us have been trained to just go for what's cheap. Cheap produces a contraction. The energy of cheap is contraction. What we're looking for here with the law of compensation is the universe is lavish. The universe creates millions and millions and millions of seeds of the same kind, knowing that as it's free-flowing with its seeds, there is an abundance of expression of itself. You are one with the universe. Let there be an abundance of expression of yourself. And the third is, if you hate to pay your bills, if you don't like to let go of this money, is that creates another form of contraction in the energy field of you. So as we release our money cheerfully, and this may take a practice, but when I assign checks, I always write, "Thank you, God," on that check. When I'm paying the light company and the phone company and the other people, it's like, I really loved having that phone work all month long. And so I put myself in harmony with how much I appreciated the service that I received, and that it comes to my house and I have free-flowing water and all of the things, is to have an appreciation, first of all, that the dollars are there, or whatever dollars are there. Increasing the appreciation actually increases the flow. So be very careful. Treat it as one of your sacred practices, how you actually handle the money, that you have the free flow of sending forth, that you send it forth with gratitude. And when you have a need and you're looking to buy something, or should I buy this or should I buy that, is it of greater value than the money in my purse or in my wallet? Do I want to hire this person? Do I want to grow my business in this way? Can I see more value in that choice than hoarding or keeping or reserving the funds that are at hand? And when you're in a free flow of growth, which is what the universe is ever beckoning us into, then you'll begin to notice that there is a flow, and you'll get your yeses and your nos, what to do and what not to do, not from scarcity and not from limitation, but from what you are in harmony with. And when you are in harmony with your image of what's possible, you will find that your answers are ready and at hand.
The bottom line is that the law inevitably produces its own exactness as a rule of action. It's a divine law and tolerates no violation. If a person misuses the laws of harmony, health, or supply, the law of compensation becomes manifest. You're just going to lose if you're violating the law. Now, we're free agents to choose the method of procedure in our life, or you could paraphrase that and say, we're free agents. We can act any way we want. We can act one way or another. But understand this, whatever way you act, it's going to determine what you're going to get. See, the law is infinite. And through its expression, all things are possible for us. Every time we choose a good thought, we make a good investment. Now, look at your life. This is exactly what Ray Stanford said to me when I was 26 years old. I had spent 26 years going down the wrong path. I'm telling you, I was losing. And there was no indication that I was going to change. And he got me to really take a look. What is life giving you today? Health, happiness, and abundance? Or sickness, misery, and lack? Whatever it is, it's your own. You owned it. You ordered it. It was delivered right on schedule. You see, it belongs to no one else but you. You make your investments, and you are daily enjoying the profits or losses. Now, if you're dissatisfied with your investment, it may be wise for you to note what you've invested. Only your own can come to you. And be sure that all is yours will become manifest. It is your responsibility. No other person may share it. Your own and all your own will come to you. Build an image in your mind of yourself being a truly effective individual. I love the way another mentor of mine, Bill Gove, put it. He said, a pro is at their best regardless. Raymond Hollywell ended this particular session with these words. He quoted John Burroughs. I rave no more against time or fate, for lo, my own shall come to me. And he's right, and your own shall come to you. Make sure that what you're sowing is going to bring you the harvest that you desire, because you can have anything you want. That's the beauty of the law of compensation. This is Bob Proctor.
And Mary Morrissey. Thank you. Welcome to the law of non-resistance. Many of us have heard ourselves at times say or think, wow, this is too good to be true. Or, I don't think this is going to last. Or, well, I wonder when the other shoe will drop. These are sort of ideas that have been implanted in the mass thinking of all of us. And to even notice when we are holding thoughts that actually resist the greater good that would flow naturally into our lives, if we could understand this law of non-resistance, that there is something very powerful in the idea of releasing the resistance we have to the good that is ours by our birthright.
I had a group of teenagers. They were in a meeting in Hawaii. Now, I had been working with these teens on the phone in meetings, but this was a live meeting. And I asked them, I said, what's the difference between responding and reacting? Now, I got some real wild and funny answers back. And there was a young lady, she would be 15, 16, from New York. She was staring off into space, and she was obviously really thinking about the question. And she said, reacting is a habit. To respond, we have to think. And I thought, wow, is that ever good? In our conditioning, in our genetic and environmental conditioning, our paradigm has us reacting to situations. So when we talk about the law of non-resistance, it's not a law that most people are involved with, that they really understand. Because when a bad situation comes up, most people will fight it, they will resist it, and they react to it. You see, the reacting is a habit. It's an automatic response, because a habit is an idea that's fixed in our subconscious mind that we act on without giving any conscious thought. So non-resistance, it's not where we come from. It really isn't. It's not from our conditioning. We're conditioned to resist because we're conditioned to react. And if we look at it, I think Hollywell's put some pretty good comments in here on this law of non-resistance. This is a law that you want to study. I mean, really study, because it's very, very good. For example, in our business world, we hear about the psychology of salesmanship, service, credit, free deliveries, expert advisors, and every other aid conceivable that will help us find the right pots and pans for the kitchen, the proper style or color of a crib for the nursery, the chair for the fireplace, and the accessories that are so necessary to show off the living room effectively. In fact, there's one business that advertises, we have everything under the sun. So no matter what you need, you can find it here. Now, That's good business, you say, and the department heads know business is good as long as they use this law. Why do you suppose they keep the doors wide open in the stores where you go to shop? Certainly it's not to let the fresh air in. And I want you to think about this. I remember one of my mentors, Leland Valvendewald. The man was wise beyond belief, and I loved him dearly. He used to do a little skit in a seminar on this, and as I get into Hollywell's work, I often wonder, is this where he got it? Because it's such a good one. Now, some of the people that are in this program, you may not be old enough to remember this, but then there would be others who will be old enough to remember this. Before we had the large shopping malls and the big plazas, there were little strips of stores on the street. And they were built, I suppose, really, when there wasn't real heavy traffic. But as the traffic started to pick up and the more people were driving cars, there was very poor parking space. And, of course, the demand created the supply. That's where the big malls came from. But if you would look at the stores, think of a butcher shop. The butcher shop usually had a window with meat in it. And the showcase would be sloping down toward the glass window. And there was usually a trough at the bottom to catch the blood that rolled off the meat. And if you opened the door, there was sawdust all over the floor to catch the blood that would be dropped on the floor. And there was a bell on the door. When you open it, it'd go bang, 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 bang. And you'd walk in, and the butcher'd be standing there, possibly with a big white apron and a side of beef maybe on a block at the end of the counter. And he'd be wiping his hands on this white apron. He said, "Could I help you?" Well, really what we probably should have said, "No, but I could help you," because you see, he was resisting business. Now, I want you to compare those stores with the stores that we have today. You drive onto about an acre of parking lot that's all marked out so it's easy for you to see the space for you to park your car. As you go close to the door to the stores, you don't have to touch anything. They automatically open in front of you. And as you walk through the door, everything's lit. Doesn't matter where you stand, it's a vantage point, because what is in each aisle is clearly marked high up. There's soft music playing in the background, and there may be somebody standing there offering a sample of some new product. They don't need your money. They've already got it. You see, they're practicing this law of non-resistance. Now, if we go back to the old butcher shop, that butcher was real glad to see you because he really did need your money. But you see the difference. Now, the one was operating, he was resisting business. He was putting blocks up in front of it. The other one, non-resistance. Now, granted, we have to go back a little ways in time to really get the picture of the old butcher shop, and the new one is present day. So what we're really talking about here is an increase in conscious awareness of business leaders. That does not mean that everyone in the business has that conscious awareness. They may not even know why the doors swing open, why you can wander anywhere freely in the store. You see, it used to be you had to ask somebody, they'd go get it off the shelf and bring it to you. You couldn't just go in and pick it up yourself. Now you can even check yourself out. You just take the stuff and you fan it, and electronically it takes the money out of your bank. Like I say, they don't need your business. They automatically got it. Now, Raymond Hollywell, he uses another example. He's talking about a young man wishing to meet that certain young lady. And they try every means to gain an introduction. Then he'll put his best foot forward, act his very best, make the most pleasing impression. Why all this extra effort? Well, he wants to make it easy for the young lady to like him and get to know him better. He's trying to sell her on the idea that he is her best choice for a companion or a friend. And he may be doing all this unconsciously, but what he's really doing is using the law of non-resistance. Now, why does this young man put his best foot forward? Oh, you say it's only natural. It's a habit or a custom. Well, that may be true, yet we become so governed by habit and custom that there are times that we, in working for prosperity and good health, unconsciously put opposition in our path through this force of habit. You see, many of our habits, our paradigms, has us working against the law. We resist. Just watch people as you go through the day. Watch them in the shopping malls. Watch people maybe in your own family. And if something happens that's disagreeable, they react to it rather than responding. The more you study this law of non-resistance, I have studied this and I've taught this to many business people, and I have never yet taught it in a business group where the people didn't love it, because what we were doing was bringing a beautiful concept to the front of their consciousness, and they're thinking, yeah, I never thought of that. It's worth thinking about.
Bob, that reminds me, a friend of mine whose name is Gay Hendricks, I called him on the cell phone once. Gay is a very successful businessman and an extremely bright author and student of these life laws. So I called him one day, and he sounded kind of noisy where I was, and I said, "Where are you, Gay?" And he very calmly goes, "I am in the monastery of the L.A. traffic." And later when I asked him about that, he said that he had made a choice, that traffic he couldn't control, but his response to being in traffic was completely his. And he said that particular day, he had come up with an idea that within 3 months had produced $1 million for him. Now, we could choose to be in resistance to the traffic we're in, or we could choose how we're going to be in that moment, non-resistance. Now, the resistance that you and I are employing right now, and you can bet that you are, because you're in an evolutionary growth cycle, which means that no matter how big you've gotten, no matter how available you are to the great law of life, we're still each evolving. So wherever your resistance is, this moment, this lesson becomes an opportunity for us to have a breakthrough by recognizing some of the patterns we may still be employing that create resistance. So we can say, I want success, I want fulfillment, I want an increase of material wealth, but anytime we are agreeing with conditions that are difficult, anytime we talk about how somebody else got ahead and it was unfair, or any type of energy that is of a lower nature or out of harmony with the thing we say we want, we actually are creating resistance to the very thing we want. So Hollowell tells a story about a man who said, I want to increase my business. I'm going to have a big sale. And he sent out everything that he could to notify people about the sale. But the day of the sale, he barred the door. He locked everything up. And nobody could buy anything. So he actually blocked his good. And he said, while the example isn't real, it's a real example of how we do things. We say we want something, but we actually bar the door to its experience, its entry, and our experience of what's possible for us. So Hollowell says, one time a student wrote to him and said, I am working hard over limitation, for I've had enough of it. And Hollowell says, my answer to her was, stop working over limitation and start working over your prosperity, over your abundance. The law does not require us to work over or against the things that we do not want, but it does require us to work with and for that which we do want. So we don't give our time, our thought, our energy to that which is opposed to what we want, that is actually setting up a resistance that is contrary to the law, and it actually bars the way of our good coming into us. So then how do we open up? How do we experience a greater flow? By being non-resistant, by being in agreement with all that is prosperous and using every means at our command to make it easy for prosperity, for abundance, the free flow of life to be in our experience. Now, we all know that water is very powerful, and yet it is a perfect non-resistant element. We can see where it has worn away even the hardest rock. You can go to the Grand Canyon and be stunned and amazed by the power of non-resistance over time. And actually, it is one of the most beautiful spots on the entire planet. And we have also seen the power of water sweep everything before its torrential outburst. Bridges, buildings, trees, nothing can withstand its force. Yet note how the great river begins. It starts as a little stream or brook high up in the mountains where the ice and the snow feed it in the springtime. And it's usually very crooked in the beginning. It's nothing like the great river that it's going to flow into. But the little stream of water just runs over the boulders or the fallen tree or the debris made of bushes. It doesn't stop and wait for its energy or its force to build up so we can push the obstacle out of its path. It's not interested so much in the boulder or the tree as it is about creating or getting to what it wants. Now, this works for us. It's a way that you and I can understand how we can be one with the law of non-resistance. You know, Bob, recently my husband and I were in Oregon, and we went to a place called Camp Sherman, where one of the great rivers of Oregon begins to the headwaters of the Metolius River. And I'd been to headwaters of other rivers. Usually they do come just as a little stream coming out of the ground. But this particular river comes out of the ground 50 feet wide. And you know that there was an underground river coming out of the Cascade Mountains, and it was just moving along, and at its first opening, which happened to be a fault line, and the fault line was big enough, 50 feet comes out, and it's a mighty river. It's 50 feet wide, flowing freely when it first comes out, and it was so amazing to me because it just spoke to me that as soon as I make the opening, the energy's there. It's a free-flowing spirit just waiting for my opening.
What a beautiful concept. That is so true. It's all there. All we have to do is let it go. See, this, I believe, is where the relaxed attitude comes in. I mentioned Sharon Benigby's company in Toronto, calmconfidence.com, and she teaches people to relax. And I have seen many letters that have been sent to her where they're so grateful. See, when people are uptight, their body's breaking down. Well, we've got to learn to relax. We've got to learn to be loose and let the energy flow freely through us. I remember Branch Rickey, who had the old Brooklyn Dodgers before they moved. He said one time that he didn't care how well a person could hit the ball, how fast they could run, how well they could throw the ball. He said if they weren't as loose as ashes, he wouldn't hire them. We've got to be loose as ashes to let it flow freely. And that's really what this lesson has to do. You know, Hollywell points out that some people, unwise to nature's method, set up a different one. When they meet an obstacle, they stop their progress to collect their forces and put up a fight to remove it. Now, this resistance they set up causes friction. Friction causes an irritation, an inflammation. Now, for this reason, many people's lives are hard and exacting. The waste of human energy is appalling. People in every walk of life are breaking down and wearing out like obsolete machinery. Remember, it's not the movement of a machine that wears it beyond use and service. It is friction. Friction is opposition and resistance. If we go through life fighting, opposing, resisting, arguing, we are bound to meet with many obstacles and likely become so occupied fighting them that we lose sight of our real objective. As I'm just going over this, I'm thinking of a person that I really like him, but this is the story of his life, and he cannot see this. If we go through life fighting, opposing, resisting, arguing, we are bound to meet with many obstacles and likely become so occupied fighting them that we lose sight of our real objective. If we're always getting prepared for the next problem that comes along, we can expect plenty of them. Whereas if we strive to make little of the obstacle and keep our mind on the objective or the desire we set out to gain, we may have to wind around and around, but we're going to persevere. We will ultimately win. We'll reach the goal. I remember a fellow one time teaching me a law. He said, when you put good out, good comes back, but very rarely right away. When you put bad out, it comes right back. And he referred to it as the psychological law of reciprocity. And he used the metaphor of martial arts to explain it. And if you could see two people yelling at each other, he said, let's take karate. He said, karate's a very hard form of martial arts. You whack me, I whack you. You kick me, I kick you. And you both wear yourself out. Then he said, there's judo. He said that's where you take the strength of the other person's shot and put them down with it. You may win the battle, but you lose the war. He used Churchill as an example. He says Churchill was a master at psychological judo. Apparently, Bessie Braddock, a member of Parliament from Liverpool, one time said, "Sir Winston, you're drunk and disgusting." And he said, "Yes, madam, I am." And he said, "And you're ugly. However," he said, "tomorrow morning I will be sober." There's another story about him where George Bernard Shaw, when he brought his play Pygmalion to the stage, we know now as My Fair Lady, he apparently sent Sir Winston an invitation, and then on the bottom of it wrote a little personal note, "Bring a friend if you have one." Well, Churchill sent him back a note saying he was sorry that he was not going to be able to attend. He had a prior commitment that he felt compelled to keep. But he said, if the play's still running this second night, I'd be glad to come and see it. Well, you see, that's psychological judo. You win the battle but lose the war. There's so much of this going on, and we say the person's quick that uses this, but they're not very bright. Well, then there's the one that we're referring here to, the law of non-resistance, which is Aikido. Somebody takes a shot at you, you duck and let it keep on going. They take another shot and you duck and let it keep on going. And when they've worn out, expended all their energy, you're as fresh as a daisy, and you can gently lead them to where you want them to go. Well, that's what we're talking about here. Let's forget the fighting. Let's forget resisting. You cannot change another person. It's like I quoted Huxley a while ago, the only corner of the universe you can change is yourself. And you may not be able to change the conditions or the situation, but you can change your perception of it. And with an understanding of this law and the proper use of your intellectual factor called perception, you can start moving in the right way and flow as freely as the stream.
Most streams come out in a small amount, and the change that you're going to make and I'm going to make in this practice of a greater experience of the law of non-resistance, the stream is usually small, struggling at the beginning, and it has the most difficult time. It's because in the beginning there seem to be so many obstacles in its path, and it is ever winding around to avoid these direct oppositions. But silently, it uses the law of non-resistance, and as it does so, it just grows stronger in volume and force. When it becomes a larger stream and then a river, its path is more direct, and the obstacles become less and less. Then it is not far from the mighty ocean, and you and I are like that. We have our hardest tests and delays while we are still weak in our power of understanding. But as we strike out on this path, the obstacles and the tests will be there. It's a period of undoing of our old thinking. It's a period of opportunity for us to have some pop quizzes on our daily life about, am I going to be non-resistant, or am I going to revert to the gravitational pull of the patterns of my past? And you will be tested. But the wise ones don't fight the obstacles. Just bless the obstacle and keep moving towards that which you are seeking, that which you are planning, yearning to bring forth in your life. And over time, your course becomes more direct. You begin to recognize an obstacle before you're fighting it. You begin to see it as an obstacle and go, oh, and you know exactly how to maneuver. And actually, over time, that obstacle can be used as a stepping stone. Halliwell tells the story about a woman who asked him to help her, and she explained that her home was mortgaged, and it was near the time for her to make a payment. She didn't have the money, and she had converted her home into a rooming house, hoping to get, money enough to pay her bills, and she was a widow. And it was in an era when women had a very difficult time making their own money. She wasn't able to keep her roomers there because they were so quarrelsome and critical, and the house was always in an uproar. Nobody was content, and she was frustrated, and she was filled with strain and anxiety. So Halliwell explained to her about the law and that she must apply that law even in the situation she was in. She must not oppose the good, but strive to work with it. Now, you can see that in a situation where it looks like the rumors are the problem, the people that are in the house are the problem, they're creating the uproar. So she didn't quite know how to do this at first because there was all this friction and confusion in the home, but he convinced her to go back and use the law of non-resistance. And she tried to do this, but she had been so exacting and unkind that she found it really hard herself to be non-resistant because she was resisting what was going on in her home. But that evening, as she entered the dining room, she decided to just go in with a smile. And if she went in and acted as if the place were exactly what she hoped it would be, she went in with a smile. And she wasn't even quite aware of it, but the folks were so startled at the sudden change in her that they could hardly eat for wondering what was going on. And that smile was the first smile some of them had ever seen from her, and others declared it was the first time in months that they'd remembered. One man was heard to utter as she went into the kitchen, "Wow, that old lady's getting soft." And more thought so later that evening when they heard her greet one young man who had been behind in his rent. She greeted him pleasantly and said she was sorry he'd missed his dinner. After a few weeks of this new plan, the woman began to enjoy it. And it was interesting because she herself had opened up. She saw her folks in a different light. Instead of thinking of them as cheats and liars and a quarrelsome lot, she began to see the good in them, and she grew to like them more and more as a part of a family. And they too became different. The family gathering at the table was looked forward to as a happy time, and it had grown. Even the young man who had tried to dodge her because of his arrearage and his rent had entered into a spirit of the new home, and he changed, and he got a job, and he paid his bills. And she made light of the many obstacles and confusion that appeared and slowly worked around them. She held in mind her objective. This, in turn, melted down the hardness in herself and her circumstances. There is no lack of good. There is no disconnect in us except by our thinking from the good we would have.
In thinking through what you're saying here, and then taking a look at something that Halliwell mentions that takes us back a couple of thousand years, and that I heard as a little child in Sunday school, he uses a verse where Jesus expressed the law more simply. He said, "I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, pray for them that despitefully use you." Well, I used to think, that doesn't make any sense at all when I was a kid. But I understand it now. You see, in studying this statement, one might at first think that the master was favoring the enemies, the opponents. Not at all. Jesus was speaking to all who desire to use this law of non-resistance. To extend a loving thought to anyone or anything removes the opposition and enmity that once seemed there. The removal must first be in the person's consciousness. Once the thought of enmity is removed from your consciousness, you're not going to attract the same condition again. The only thing we can do is work on our own mind. Like I keep quoting Huxley because that's so true. We're the only thing we can change. We can't change anything. Outside, we can only change what's going on inside. And so when we remove this resistance, our whole life starts to flow like the stream that you were talking about, Mary. Do good to them that hate you, because in doing good, you are raised above the thought of hate and hate that cannot touch your life. What you're doing is really controlling the vibration that you're in. The vibration you're in is going to dictate what you attract. So you see people that are always fighting what's going on around them, they keep attracting more stuff to fight. Where the person that doesn't fight it, they seem to live in a different world. Now, I've lived in both worlds. It's like Sophie Tucker says, I've been rich and I've been poor. Rich is better. I don't want to fight with people. I'm not really very good at confrontation. I would just as soon step aside and let it go by. And that's what this lesson's teaching us. Calls forth the highest good in you when you do this. That's what it does. It calls forth the highest good. Now, the highest good within you can only attract the highest good from another. And to attract such good, you're running around all opposition and abuse. Thus, to live the law with others about you does not especially favor the others so much as it favors you. It affects others in that it takes away from them their weapons of hate and malice, revenge, and the like. Like, if somebody comes in and accuses you of doing something, rather than fighting them, say, I really feel bad. I'm sorry that happened. I apologize. And once you admit you're wrong, what are they going to do? It just brings it to a halt. I remember one time, I've got to tell you a story. I was in an office cleaning business when I first read Think and Grow Rich. And that business became very prosperous. We were operating Toronto, Montreal, Boston, Cleveland, Atlanta, London, England. It was pretty interesting. But when it started, it was very small. And I first had a few people working with me, and I got a call from a doctor. I won't mention his name, but I do remember him very well, a dentist. And he was screaming through the phone. And I had learned this law with respect to handling complaints. And so he didn't want to talk to anybody but me. So I went over to see him. He had taken one of those little paper doilies that they would put on the little ceramic tray that they had for their tools. Well, he had one of those on the floor, and he swept some dust on it and left a note for the cleaner, "What is this?" and the cleaner wrote a note back, "If you don't know what it is, send it to a lab and have it analyzed." Now, that didn't do anything to put that doctor in a good mood. So I took full responsibility for it. I says, my company, I'm responsible, and totally disarmed him. And that's what we do when we do this. If a person resists a situation, he'll have it with him. That's just the way it is. If he tries to run away from it, like a shadow, it follows him. And repeatedly, he'll be met again. If he ignores the hardness of the condition and fearlessly works around it, he'll find time when the hard condition will have been absorbed and removed. Accept the condition as some evidence of good. Look for that good. And being acceptable to it, more and more evidence will appear that you're on the right track. We've got to quit resisting things. We've got to quit fighting back. This doesn't make you weak. This makes you strong. The real truth, as we study into this, we'll be able to see the person that uses the law of non-resistance is not a weak person. The weak person will fight back. It takes strength just to say next and let that flow on by and go in the right direction.
Agree with thy adversary is what you're saying. So you went to the dentist's office and you just agreed with him. And it completely dissolves the fight back. And what you and I, we're in a universe of good. Our friend Michael Beckwith says God is good all the time. If we are in a universe that is ever present, always, all that can be, you and I are then an evolving experience of allowing that allness, that next version of what's possible for us and in us to come forth. The edge of our becoming is what we call our condition. The edge of our becoming is what we call our adversary. So to agree with what looks like it's in our way is to allow ourselves to get bigger than that adversary. To agree with your worthy opponent leaves that opponent defenseless and without the need of any armament, which you saw in Bob's story. To offer no resistance makes it easy for each one of us to be amicable. And the one who thought them to be your enemy, over time, they stop being your enemy because there's no reward in it. Whatever that resistance is just released. So when Jesus talks about being meek, and we're using his example because there's now science that describes what it means to be aligned with the greater field of possibility. But it came out of a couple thousand years ago when he was speaking of these laws of living himself, and other great teachers of all traditions were saying the same things, that blessed are we who understand what it means to be non-resistant. There's a kind of humbleness that we can begin to embrace when we realize how silly it is and actually how stupid it is for us to try to fight the law. Imagine standing in front of the ocean and you say to it, I'm going to stop you. It works much better if we understand the law of buoyancy and we allow the ocean to lift us up. It delights to lift us up when we work with it. Blessed are the meek seems odd to understand at first, but it transforms the difficulty, dissolves the difficulty, and we rise above it. I heard a story once where Abraham Lincoln, in his presidency, suffered a tremendous amount of criticism and mean-spiritedness about the way he looked and the decisions he made and where he came from. And there were many, many critics, a couple of whom he actually invited to be on his cabinet. But there was a woman once in one of his speeches who said to him, President Lincoln, you need to destroy your enemies. And he turned and he looked at her and he said, Madam, when I make my enemies my friend, have I not destroyed my enemies? very, very potent and powerful. The practice of this is where the power is. So as you listen to this lesson, you and I can both go, well, there may be something to this, but you will know there's something to it if you will just take it and employ it.
That's a great quote, and it ties into that psychological law of reciprocity. All this information is so good that it has to be internalized. We've got to really pay attention to it, and it's through the repetition of listening to this recorded message over and over and over again that we get the information planted in our mind. We don't have to be an easy mark or doormat for anyone, for there's a greater power to be reckoned with, the power of the law when we use it. The law reads that we attract what we expect. So if a person believes that they're an easy mark, a doormat, a weakling, if he expects to suffer imposition and must resort to warlike means for his protection, then they that take up the sword perish by the sword. You see, the law of life reacts upon us according to our understanding and application. The meek person does not mean that we are submissive to the conditions of discord and disorder. We are meek only to the law. Meekness, then, is that strength appropriated when we do not argue, when we do not become angry or boastful and proud, when we do not insist upon having your rights in a quarrelsome manner. Meekness is the steel of one's nature. It is enduring. Meekness is the strength by which you win an argument by refusing to argue. When differences of opinion arise and your opinion is right, the real victory lies in the fact that right is right, regardless of what others may say about it. You see, I think really where our problem comes in here, we're worried about what other people think. Do you think I'm weak because I don't fight back? And really, it's none of my business what you think. And it isn't really important to my life what you think. What's really important is what I think. And when I can face those situations with a meek attitude and be strong to the law within me, I've got to like myself a lot better. Now, I have practiced this. I have to admit, on occasion, I do react, and when I do, I don't like myself. Now, I can apologize, but I've done it, and I've set up that vibration, so I have to learn from it. When I work with this law, I really do like myself, and I like myself a lot better. And so I think that this law is something that we really want to study. And I know you agree, Mary, that it's a science. It really is.
Bob, I think what you just said is so important because liking ourselves, feeling good about ourselves comes out of being in harmony with who we really are. And what you've described is that when we are in harmony with the law of our own being, which in this particular lesson shows how we practice that, bringing ourselves into greater harmony with the law of our own being, the law of life, through the practice of non-resistance, what happens is an increase in self-esteem. We value ourselves more. We feel more of who we really are. In science, Hollowell says that you recognize the spirit of meekness as cooperativeness or persistent application, accurate computation, perfect harmony, symmetry, and design and color. But the simplest illustration can be seen in our application of the law of nature. We exercise the spirit of meekness in accepting the terms of nature, to just be more fully cooperative with her, with the way nature is, and then the more abundantly we are blessed. Now, the spirit of meekness does not mean that we allow ourselves to be abused, that we stay in situations that are harmful to ourselves or others, but the how we move beyond the experiences that are less than the life we're choosing to live is we're not resisting those circumstances, we move beyond them. Do not allow yourself to stay in a situation that is less than life-giving for you. Transform that through the law of non-resistance. And you can only do that when you have a very clear image of where you're going. The stream knows in some part of its own nature that it is being drawn to a larger stream, a river, that is being drawn by a larger stream to the ocean. There's a magnetic pull towards the greater, and that same pull is at work in you and me. Through the practice of meekness, non-resistance, every one of us can be benefited.
I think the way Raymond Hollywell brings this particular session in for a landing is beautiful. I would like to suggest that you listen to these words very carefully. They could really be carved in granite and set on your desk somewhere. He said, remove and dissolve every obstacle by blessing it and being willing to understand it. Mark it no longer a stumbling block, but a stepping stone leading to your highest good. I want to repeat this. Remove and dissolve every obstacle by blessing it and being willing to understand it. Mark it no longer as a stumbling block, but a stepping stone leading to your highest good. This is Bob Proctor.
And Mary Morrissey. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this session, The Law of Forgiveness. This is a great lesson, an absolutely phenomenal lesson. It's a lesson that I was taught many years ago. I never really learned it when I was taught it, but I never forgot it. And I kept working at it and kept working at it, and finally I did get it. And I can tell you from personal experience, it is one of the greatest lessons that I have ever learned. Raymond Hollywell starts out by quoting a scripture from Luke. Forgive, and ye shall be forgiven. I was talking to my partner here, Mary, and she asked me what my definition of forgiveness was, and I said to let go of completely, abandon. To let go of completely, abandon. And then she gave me an excellent one.
Well, this is a definition I've heard from A Course in Miracles, and this definition has worked for me as I've applied it. It simply is this: forgiveness is a shift in perception that removes a block in me to my awareness of love's presence.
I want to hear it again so I know that everyone listening wants to hear it again.
Okay. Forgiveness is a shift in perception, and that shift in perception removes a block in me to my awareness of love's presence or the power of all that is right here. So when I'm feeling non-forgiving, what it creates in me is a block in my awareness. Forgiveness is a shift in perception that removes a block in me to my awareness of love's presence.
You know, to shift your perception is no easy thing when something very mean has been placed in your road by someone that you may trust. And they did something that isn't very nice. And to forgive takes a big person. And of course, Raymond Hollywell starts out with that. He said there are crucial things in life that call for great human qualities. Our present fear is that man will not be big enough to meet the demands of the day. Well, that's not a fear that I have. I really believe we will become big enough to meet the demands of the day, and I think we are becoming big enough. I have been in this business now for 39 years, and I've studied it for just about 50 years. So I have seen a tremendous change in the consciousness of business and industry all over the world, because I've traveled all over the world in it. And people are becoming wiser. People are becoming much more aware. And to make that shift in perception requires awareness. It requires an awareness of what forgiveness really is. If we go way back, you learn many of these lessons from your religious sources, whether you're Christian, Muslim, Buddhist. It really doesn't make any difference. It could be in the Torah, the Bhagavad Gita, the Bible. One of the apostles from the Bible, Peter, the disciple, was greatly perplexed one time while listening to one of the many lessons of the Master. He raised a question, which is the basis of this lesson. He turned to Jesus and he said, Lord, how often shall my brother sin against me and I forgive him? Until 7 times? I mean, that was his question. That was a pretty generous gesture on his part. For the Jewish law, which he had known, allowed a person to be forgiven 3 times. This was more than twice the grace that the law allowed. So Peter must have felt that his Lord would be pleased with his extension of forgiveness. But that didn't cut it. And the answer came back and said, 7 times isn't going to fly, Peter. It's got to be 70 times 7. Now think about that. 70 times 7. There'd be no limit or restrictions. You see, the quality of forgiveness must be as limitless as faith and hope and love. Now, man's power to forgive sins are, I believe, among the least understood of all commands. As a rule, there's a separation made between sin and its many effects. Now, a lot of people say, well, what is sin? Well, I heard a definition that I've adopted and I believe is just about as good as any you're going to find. Sin is transgression of the law. Like the law says, given, you'll receive. Well, it would be a sin if you try and get. So it's a word that can be used, I suppose, in different ways. That's my understanding of it. Well, when a person sins, we've been taught to think that this was a job for the minister. They were going to help them. And then somebody else says, no, it's a job for the doctor. As we violate the laws, what are we really doing? We're putting ourselves into the wrong vibration. Something goes haywire inside of us. If you're trying to get, given it everything you've been taught, you want to be a good little go-getter, and it keeps eluding you, there's something wrong here. The idea is to give and you'll receive. Well, a person's trying to get. That violates the law. Energy returns to its source of origination. Give and you'll receive. Well, when we violate the law, we cause all kinds of frustrations. We put ourselves in a bad vibration, and all kinds of things start to happen. When you move into a bad vibration, your body starts to break down. Do you think it's an accident that a person in their 30s is taking a heart attack? That's really not an accident. Why do young people have strokes? That's not an accident. We get so uptight, we're so stressed, there's so much bad blood in things that things go wrong. But when we're living in harmony with the law, we freely flow. Everything within us goes. So let's suppose you've done something to me that is really mean. And rather than reacting and hating and resenting and cursing you, I forgive you. Now, I was saying that the definition to abandon, to let go of completely. I just let it go. I do not spend any time thinking about it. And I go on thinking about my goals and the good that I can do and what I can give. I'm going to be in a great vibration. But let's suppose I put up a fight and I go around and I resent you. I can't stand you. I'm building hate and it's growing inside of me. What kind of a vibration I'm in? You can be out having a great time and I can be getting sick. Why? It's not because of what you did to me. It's how I'm reacting to what you did to me. We've got to learn how to work with these laws, and we've got to learn how to forgive, to let go. I think there's 2 emotions that are probably about as dangerous and as damaging as any that you'll come across. One is guilt, and the other is resentment. We've got to learn to forgive ourselves. If you've done something wrong in the past, you probably did the only thing you could do with the consciousness you had. Let it go. Forgive yourself. If someone else has done something wrong, don't resent them. Let it go. Forgive them. And you're putting beautiful energy in your mind then. You're free to think great thoughts, and you can keep on moving in the right direction. Forgiveness is not something that benefits the other person. Forgiveness benefits you. You're the recipient of the good when you forgive. Think about it. It'll soon fall into place. I know when I first became aware of this, I thought, I never thought of it that way.
For me, this is one of the most important laws because it puts us in harmony with the great good in the universe. Non-forgiveness blocks our awareness of the good that is ever seeking to express itself in our thinking, our actions, and our experience. The Buddha said that To not forgive, to hold resentment, is like picking up a hot coal, all the while intending to throw that hot coal at the recipiency of your frustration, your anger, your resentment. But nevertheless, when we hold that coal, the person who gets most burned is us. Someone else once said that non-forgiveness is like every day as we hold resentment, taking a little bit of poison, but intending the other person is going to be the one to die. So this is a shift in perception that we're talking about now that really puts us in a whole new state of mindedness. And remember that the originating place of all our experience is the mind. So why then would this teacher that we're talking about say to us 70 times 7? And I can tell you this, that no matter what tradition you are or what philosophy you ascribe to, if you look at the core of it, you will find somewhere in the tenets the idea of learning the power of forgiveness. So why 70 times 7? Because it's the same thing as brushing our teeth or taking a shower, that there is a cleansing in the mental field that forgiveness does. It cleanses misperceptions. It puts us in a higher vibration. And from the vibration we're holding issues all the matters of life. I had a friend once, I think you were friends with him too, Bob, Jack Boland. Yes. And he used to say, when I was young, there were certain people who were simply not safe to walk down the streets of my mind because I would attack them. And I bet that some of us right now have some people in our history or maybe in our current experience who are not safe to walk down the streets of our mind. That as soon as we think of their name, as soon as we think of what happened in our relationship with them, we can feel a contraction in our energy. We feel perhaps even some heat on our neck. Hollowell says, scientists accept the truth that the body of man is moved by the mind, and all its functionings are governed by a ruling thought, whether that thought is subjective or objective, whether it's conscious or unconscious. So when you've made a mistake, or I've made a mistake, or someone in your relationship life, whether it's business or personal, has made a mistake, we form a perception about that mistake. Now, it doesn't mean that we want to invite that experience back in our lives when we forgive it. It just means we remove our charge on that experience. You and I charge every experience with an opinion, and we decide this is good or this is not good. And when we claim that it is not good, we have simply removed ourselves from the opportunity to transform that experience, claim it's good, use that good as a lever for our ever upward movement in the spiral of becoming. So when we remove the negative charge from our opinion on an experience we've had, we experience this shift in perception. And the good that is ever present in this life experience itself can make itself known to us.
Raymond Hollowell asked an important question. Who can tell what the law is? That is a real good question, because if a person is not reasonably well read, the law wouldn't make any sense to them at all. We're born into a physical body. We correspond with the material world. We're programmed to live through our physical senses. Our senses are given to us so we can correspond and communicate with the material world. By our senses, I mean you can see, hear, smell, taste, touch. Well, that puts you in touch with your outside world. We're taught very little about our higher faculties and virtually nothing about the law. Now, anyone who studies man, the human being, as both a mental and a physical being, can understand the law. But if we're not studying and really understanding the true personality, like we're truly a triune being, we live simultaneously on 3 planes of understanding. But if a person doesn't understand that, trying to digest this concept of the law is not going to be an easy thing to do. It's going to seem like a theory of some religious creature that lived many moons ago. But if you study into it and you really take a look at the structure of the human personality, then it starts to make sense. If we try to learn the law by studying the physical actions or the result of sin alone, you're not going to learn it. It would lead to nowhere. Keep in mind, when we talk about sin, it's a violation of the law. When you violate the law, you pay a price. See, the individual that does not grasp this would be running around in circles, and it would be useless and futile for them to try and grasp it. Now, if we go deeper and study the causes which prompted this kind of behavior we're referring to as sin, you're going to get results. But we've got to analyze a case and search for some harbored, hidden, forgotten shock or condition that would have caused the illness. So let's suppose we're involved in the healing arts and all we understand is the physical. We don't understand anything beyond the physical. Well, you're going to be trying to correct something in the body by treating the body. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but I do say that you're treating a symptom. You're not treating the cause of the problem at all. Now, there was a doctor who I have gained just tremendous insight from, Dr. Thurman Fleet, who lived back around 1935. He was very involved in the healing arts, and he said, if we're just treating the body, we're treating symptoms. If we're going to treat the cause of the problems, we've got to go beyond that. We have all kinds of psychology, psychiatry, behavioral scientists trying to figure out why people do things. And so we're looking at behavior all the time and trying to change the behavior. We say the behavior causes the result. Well, the behavior does cause the result, but I think what we have to ask is what causes the behavior? We've got to go to the primary cause of the problem, and that's where you get inside. And unless we get inside, we're going to be lost. A noted physician talking before a group of other medical people on the very subject of thought being the source of disease was recorded as having said in his concluding remarks, "Abnormal tumors and cancers are due to a long period of suppressed grief and anxiety. Another way of saying that such diseases are due to a lot of sinful thoughts getting bottled up and suppressed within the mind." Now, if a person happens to be ill, they're going to have a very difficult time accepting that. And if they don't accept it, they're going to have a difficult time changing it. We've got to understand it. I remember reading in a book, I think it was on page 367, in a book, 3 Magic Words by U.S. Anderson, and he talked about cancer being caused by suppression. I was speaking at a meeting one time in Denver, and there were doctors and some medical people in the audience from the Presbyterian Hospital, which I believe is a cancer hospital in Denver. And they come back and they said, what you're saying we believe is right. It is caused by suppression. Another way of saying this, that such diseases are due to a lot of wrong thinking, erratic thinking, even getting bottled up and suppressed in our mind. In this state, it's so destroying when we get the wrong thinking, unlawful thoughts running. It might be wise for us to probe into our own selves and note the effect our emotions have upon the physical organism. Then let us seek by every means at our command to overcome, abandon, and forsake every emotional tug that has a debilitating or disturbing effect. There's another leading psychiatrist that has said that most of the cases of mental disorder of functional type are due to a sense of guilt. I'll have to tell you here that I used to be bothered by guilt, just terrible feelings. And when I look back in my own life, I realized I was raised with guilt. But that wasn't unusual. Probably everyone in my particular area was raised with guilt. And it was really bothering me. So I went to see a psychiatrist, and I met with him maybe 4 or 5 times. I was on my way down for a visit because I had an appointment, and I realized I didn't have to go anymore. So I phoned him, and I told him, I said, I don't have to come anymore. He said, I didn't think you'd be back anymore. But he said, come on down anyway because I want to talk to you. And he wanted to do some work with me. He was fascinated with the work I was doing. All he did was ask questions, but he asked questions and he provoked me to think. He caused me to take a look at how absolutely ridiculous guilt is. I think Maxwell Maltz put it very well in his book, Psycho-Cybernetics. He said that guilt is never an appropriate emotion, which is a good way of looking at it. There are some harbored and congested thoughts that need forgiveness. Usually a sick mind fears to release them or to forgive them. This is natural. For if they were able to release and forgive the fearful thoughts, they would no longer be sick-minded. Well, we're not sick-minded. We're rational individuals. We're thinking individuals. And we're raising our level of consciousness. We're increasing our level of awareness and becoming more and more aware of the healthy concept that forgiveness represents. I want to suggest you listen to this message often and make sure if you have any guilt or resentment that you let it go.
Bob, the lesson you just gave us on guilt, I think, is so important in the understanding of the application of the law of forgiveness. For any of us who are listening to this message right now, and trying to understand this law and seeking to have a greater understanding and experience of its power in our lives, there's not one of us who doesn't look back in our life, and whether we've had a cancer experience or we've had some kind of illness experience, to be told and to begin to realize that the dis-ease that's in my body has a direct relationship to what has been harbored and held in my mind. If we're not aware, it can actually generate a sense of guilt, like, oh my gosh, I must be a bad person to have given myself. I had kidney disease. I was told I wasn't going to survive it. And fortunately, a woman who was a metaphysician and knew these laws came and spoke to me and helped me see that the toxicity that was going on in my body had a direct relationship to the toxic shame that I had been repeating and holding and feeling and energizing for a good year. That began to liberate me, not immediately, but over time as I began to apply self-forgiveness. There was a study at Harvard where they spoke about the genius mind and what is required for us to be a genius. And they revealed in their study that about 99.9% of all babies operate at a genius mind. And they described the genius mind as a mind that operates on all modalities, takes in information with all modalities, kinesthetically, vibrationally, intuitively, intellectually, physically, all the many modalities within which we can take in information, and then synthesizes or makes use of that information. And a baby freely does that. By the time we're 5, only 20% of us are capable of doing that. And by the time we're 20, only 2% are capable of operating from the genius mind. What happens to us? Well, their research said that it was the learned voice of internal judgment, where we have a general way of raising our kids the way we were raised, which is a shame-based parenting model. And so we create kids like Bob describes, of growing up with himself feeling guilty, and he chose to overcome that. And the point here is that it doesn't matter what's happened in our upbringing. There's a power in us that is greater, and as we diminish the voice of internal judgment and we learn the truth and we apply these laws and apply these principles, we are liberated. We are liberated from the constraints that have held us down, and we open to a whole new experience. Hollowell talks about Professor Gates of the Psychological Laboratory of Washington, D.C., doing an experiment in testing the emotions and the reactions of the body. And he found some interesting results. He found that there were 40 what he called negative emotions, and many, many, many more emotions that actually were positive. And here's how he described what was positive and what was negative. He said, of all the negative emotions, the reaction of guilt was the worst. And this deduction was gained by a chemical analysis of the perspiration taken from the body. A small quantity of perspiration was taken from each emotional reaction, and then it was tested. And negative emotions show a strong acid in the testing. Now, if you put some acid on your flesh, you know what's going to happen. It burns. And if it's allowed to continue to burn, it produces a painful experience, and it actually destroys the very tissue of your flesh. Now, this is just a chemical reaction that is affecting the tissue and organism of our physical body. When these destroying thoughts are harbored and allowed to generate a poison that actually weakens our immune system and eventually breaks down our body. We've heard the phrase, he's burning mad, or got a hot temper, or they're cold as steel. That we say these things because deep down we really know that there is a physical reaction to the thoughts that produce the emotions that we're holding. Bob and I both have a friend whose name is Cynthia Kersey, and she's a very, very successful woman and runs a terrific company called Unstoppable. And she told me once that in her divorcing process, she was so hurt by her former husband and so deeply, deeply wounded by the feelings of betrayal that she was harboring. And she got herself into therapy, and the particular therapist she was seeing after a while said to her that she thought Cynthia would really need to really feel her anger and really experience and allow herself to process through her anger, and that it would probably take her maybe 6 months to work out her anger. She told me then that just the next week she talked to Bob Proctor, her friend, and she shared with him what she was doing, that she was healing from this and that she was going to allow herself to really feel her anger for about 6 months and work it out. And she said what Bob said to her changed her life, because Bob said to her, well, you could be angry for 6 months or you could do something more interesting. And she said, well, like what? And he said, find something you care about more than your anger. Find something that you feel if you did this in the world, it would motivate you, it would give you life, it would be something way bigger than the hurt you're feeling. And she considered that. The next week she met Millard Fuller, who was the founder of Habitat for Humanity, and they were doing some work in Nepal. And Cynthia went to Nepal, and she saw that there were women there who, because of the vision of women in Nepal, no way to make their own homes, no way to, if they were divorced or if they were widowed, that their children, they were living on streets. And Cynthia got the idea to help gather her resources and get others to help her, and that she would make some homes for the women in Nepal. And she asked herself, how can I do this, and where will I find the resources? And she thought, okay, how many homes would I have to build that would be bigger than the hurt I'm feeling? And she heard inside herself 100 homes. And Cynthia Kersey, through these laws, built over 100 homes for women in Nepal. There is a power in you that is bigger than the hurt you feel.
It's interesting you bring that story up. That was the first time I had talked to Cynthia Kersey.
Really?
I had known her before that. I'd talked to her on the phone, but I met her. And we met in the Marriott Hotel, LAX. I can still see us sitting there in the dining room and talking about that. She had to raise $200,000. Now, she not only raised the money, she got a group of people to go with her, and she went to Nepal, and she went between Christmas and New Year's. She was a changed woman when she came back from that. She did a tremendous amount of work with that organization. But what she really did was a tremendous amount of work with herself. Mm-hmm. And she's probably one of the happiest people I know. She's very relaxed within herself. She let it go, sitting there in that restaurant, just released it and let it go. And she started to laugh. It made so much sense. And she said it was so easy once she understood it. So if we can see this situation and use Cynthia as an example, what idea are you harboring? What kind of a negative concept are you permitting to rent space in your mind? Because I would evict it immediately if I were you. If you can look at it like a weed, weeds do not remove themselves in time. They really don't. We think, well, if we leave it there long enough. No, if you leave it there long enough, it is not going to go away. It didn't get there by accident. It's not going to leave by accident. Instead, the weeds are going to increase and grow stronger until they choke out the flower. Well, the same is true of any wrong weed thoughts. Earl Nightingale brought that up very beautifully in his recording, The Strangest Secret. He said, the mind is like a garden, and he said it's many times more fertile than the garden. He said you can plant corn, a sweet food, or nightshade, a deadly poison. One will grow with just as great an abundance as the other. They can be planted side by side, and one will grow just the same as the other. Well, in the garden of our memory, they must be plucked out, cast out, and destroyed so that the only flowers are healthy, happy thoughts that grow in here. Every person is tempted to draw away from this. Like our old programming has a tendency to want to hate, to want to hold on to that bad thought. They did bad to me, and I'm not going to let them off the hook. Well, it's not them we're letting off the hook. It's ourself we're letting off the hook. And so the more we think about this, the more we review this lesson, this law of forgiveness, the more sense it's going to make. I spend a lot of time thinking about this. I think it's probably one of the most liberating concepts anyone's ever going to come across. We've got all kinds of ideas in our mind that were planted there long before we were even aware of what was going on. Some of them, they're genetic. They're passed along in the genes from our relatives. It's part of our gene pool. And then, in our little life, they're planted. Our subconscious mind had no ability to reject it in our little life. Well, these unlawful thoughts have been planted, and they're causing us great problems. Do you think it's an accident when a person is so shy they can't even look at someone or they can't talk to someone? That is a weed-type thought in the mind. We can get rid of those. How do we get rid of them? Well, we get rid of them, first of all, by understanding that they're there. We want to realize that if there's a result or a behavior pattern that we are not pleased with, that we know are not causing good things to come into our life, that the cause of it is an idea in our subconscious mind. And what we want to do is plant an idea that's essentially the opposite to the one that's causing the problem. I have recommended on numerous occasions that if a person isn't happy with results they're getting, to take a look at the behavior that's causing it. Take a look at the nature of the result they don't like. And I said, take 2 sheets of paper, put a negative sign at the top of one and a positive sign at the top of the other one. And then recognize the one you don't like in all its negativity and write it out exactly as you see it. You know, how bad it makes you feel and how terrible it actually is. And then say, now what would be the polar opposite to that? And begin the other one by saying, I am so happy and grateful now that. And go ahead and write it out. If there's disease in your body that you've described on the negative side, I'm so happy and grateful now that every fiber of my being is vibrating in perfect harmony with God's laws. My body's getting happier and healthier and stronger every second of every day. Write that on the positive one. Then take and literally burn the negative one. It's merely symbolic. Do it anyway. And then keep rewriting the positive one. Keep rewriting it. Writing causes thinking. Thinking creates an image. The image stirs the emotion. Think about it. Every word is an image. Every image sets up an action in the mind. And the more you do this, the more you're planting the idea, pretty soon that new idea is going to take root. And you know what's going to happen? The other one's going to die for a lack of nourishment. And this new idea is going to take over, and your mind and body are free. You've let it go. You forgave it.
You know, Bob, when we burn that, and I've had that experience, and I use that process, and I really encourage those of you that are listening to this to do this. Out of habit, you may want to pick it up again with your mind, but now that you've burned it, you have impressed. It burned in my memory. Well, you let that happen. You say, no, I let this go, and immediately turn your attention differently. I had the opportunity, Bob, to be with the Dalai Lama a few times in my life and actually sit right next to him for 5 days at a time. If there's anybody on our planet that we could expect might have a little resentment about what's happened in his life, over 50 years, the Chinese government has been acting in ways that brought a decimation to a culture on our planet. He has no resentment in him. There are many, many people who are still in prison there. All the temples have been destroyed. It's an uninformed thinking, of course, that would bring this about. But nevertheless, his response and his way of being, I kept waiting for just even a little wave or feeling of resentment or anger about what's happened to him, his culture, or his people. He works vigorously for the return of Tibet to the Tibetan people. But while he's doing that, he has a way of thinking about it that creates the experience that is such a high teaching. And he says we all have our friends, and then we have our sacred friends. And our sacred friends are the ones that it's very difficult to forgive. You know, you get cut out of traffic. It's easy to forgive that. But when someone you have deeply loved, you have really opened your heart, you have trusted with your money or your business or something you care deeply about, and then you are betrayed, to forgive in that moment, Gene Houston says, to forgive in this moment has evolutionary potency for our soul. It puts us on a whole new plane of being and power. There was a man once who came to me who was trying to understand the law of forgiveness, and I sat with him, and he shared with me his story. He was a man who ran with gangs when he was in college and got involved in drugs, and he spent some time in prison, and his way of solving problems had always been physical violence. And he went to prison for that. He got out of prison, he got into recovery, and he was 15 years down the path. He'd been married, had a wonderful wife, or so he thought. And then his wife said she wanted a separation, and he was just heartbroken, and he was getting with his friend Bruce and telling him about how heartbroken he was, that the wife was not wanting to be together anymore. And Al was pouring his heart out to Bruce. All the while, Bruce was seeing Al's wife. And when Al found out that Bruce, who had supposedly been his best friend all the time, had been seeing his wife, who was now separated from him, he wanted so much just to revert to his old patterns of using physical violence or finding some way to take Bruce out. But he'd done enough recovery and enough understanding that he knew he couldn't do that, but he didn't know what else to do. So he came to me, and I sat down with him. I said, you know, Al, you just got to forgive him. He says, I forgive that SOB. I can't forgive that guy. What am I? And I said, here's the deal. Ultimately, you got to get yourself to the place where when you think of him, you can wish him well. And pray for that. You have a higher power. The great thing about having a higher power is it's higher. Call upon the part of you that can. And you can start your prayer any way you want to. But ultimately, get yourself over time to the place where you can think of Bruce and wish him well. So he came back in a couple of weeks, and I didn't know how he had done it, but I knew that he'd made a shift because his whole energy was lighter. He was more relaxed in his body. You could feel him having come a long way down the path from where he was 2 weeks prior when I'd met with him. And I said, so how you doing? And he says, well, I'm not done with this, but I'm making progress. And I said, so how do you do this? And he says, well, you said I could start the prayer any way I wanted to, so I started it this way. Dear God, if a truck doesn't run over Bruce first, then may he do well. Dear God, if a train doesn't smash him flat. And he said I had a whole lot more energy on a train smashing him flat or a truck running over him. But over time, as I kept at it, one day it occurred to me, I really do want him to do well. I want everybody to do well. And if I really want the woman I've loved to do well, I want her to be happy. I began to feel a new release in me. I really do want everybody to do well. And so forgiveness sometimes is a process. If we just will work with this law, it's easy. It's the most natural thing in the world.
Just in listening to that story, there's a side of us that understands why he would be so angry. And then there's another side that understands that the law is the only way to go. What we've got to do is get to the point that that man got to, where that's the normal and natural way that we operate. Raymond Hollowell brings out a good point here. He said, some people ask if we believe in canceling monetary obligations of those who owe us, or literally, should we cancel the debt of our debtors? There were a number of people in the past months, he said, who have made the front page in the newspaper because they wrote off their books with receipts in full to all who owed them. Now, did this eliminate the debts? Good question. Well, the debtors were loud in their praises for such a generous soul, but they came right back to do more business with the grocer or the butcher and asked them to charge it. In other words, they were glad to be relieved of the debt charged against them, but they knew no different than to return and open an account. The answer is that so long as we believe in the necessity and reality of debt, such debt will continue to endure. So long as we believe in debts, we shall get into debt and continue to collect all the burdens and headaches that come with them. He who does not, in his own thought, release all people who owe him, stands liable himself to fall into debt. If we send receipted bills to all who owe us, would that relieve us from the burden of debt? No. The signing of the receipts does not erase the idea of debt from our mind. First, we must erase from our mind the thought that anyone can owe us anything. This, then, will bring us into a clear atmosphere in which we sow seeds or ideas of abundance for those who are indebted to us. In this way, the debtor will find their mind more fertile soil to bring forth thoughts of abundance. When they catch the spirit of the free-flowing thought of plenty, they'll be happy to pay their debts, and all that is justly ours will come to us cheerfully. In other words, when we free our mind from all thoughts of debt and try to realize more and more the presence of plenty, we shall soon be strong enough to reach out and realize abundance for our debtors. And they are lifted up from our thoughts of limitation and lack. They'll attract more and more substance with which they can pay their bills. In this way, and in the only way, can debt be permanently canceled. Through applying the law of forgiveness, both parties concerned will be lifted from a debt consciousness to a prosperous consciousness, and prosperity and plenty shall be abound. Now, that's a lesson that most people never really learn.
It's huge.
I often tell people in seminars, if your goal is to get out of debt, you're probably going to stay in debt forever. Because I said, whatever you think about, you attract. And they'll say, but it's to get out of debt. And I said, I don't care if it's get out or get in. If you're thinking debt, you're going to attract debt. We've got to get rid of the idea of debt and see only abundance. We're living in an abundant universe. There's an infinite source of supply. We've got to see all the good that we want and know that it's flowing freely to us. Now, as long as we have those weed thoughts, those thoughts of obstruction in our mind, it's not going to flow freely. But when we understand that, We're not only going to want it for ourselves, we're going to want it for everyone because that's all you see. If I look at you and I see lack and limitation in your life, who's entertaining the lack and limitation? It's me. It's in my mind, not yours. So we've got to see abundance. We've got to see happiness, fulfillment. And when we do, that's when we're free. Forgiveness is a phenomenal concept.
And the practice, of course, is to hold that thought even in the presence of what appears to be its absence. That we look at someone and on a ledger sheet, it looks like they owe us money. Or we look at someone and it looks like their life is in some form of less than it could be from our viewpoint. But to shift our perception, because what anchors it in us is our perception. So be transformed by the renewing of your mind. It is a practice then to practice this law of forgiveness, to shift our perception so that when we come upon the thought and particularly the feeling of debt, to shift that perception to the anchoring in our own minds and in our own feeling nature, a remembering and then a repatterning of the abundance that is everywhere present. Now, every one of us must walk this path of forgiveness. We don't get out of this life without that curriculum. And I actually believe that this idea of forgiveness in the presence of betrayal has evolutionary potency for our soul. There's not one person who doesn't have the experience of betrayal. It's only its size or magnitude. Whether you feel that your body betrayed you because you had an illness, and before you understand that you're a co-participant in your own wellness, if you feel like a business partner cheated you, if you feel like someone you loved hurt you, it doesn't matter what form or face it brings. It is the curriculum of becoming, the unveiling of the power and the authority that indwells every one of us. And step by step, stage by stage, in our awareness and our understanding and our growth and our becoming, the employment of the practice of forgiveness, not once, not thrice, not 7 times, 70 times 7. It's a way of being, where every single day we look at where am I out of alignment with my own thinking that would create a constriction in my feeling. And any place we are not at ease, we know that we have thought wrongly. But we can choose again. I actually believe we are wired in such a way that when we are in harmony with the law of being or the law of life, we actually feel better. We feel more alive. We feel more creative. And we can pay attention to that, let it be a compass, and let it guide us. And I'm going to close this session with a story with an example my husband gave me. He said, when you're standing by the fire, you can get really burned. But if you pay attention and an ash comes out and it lands on your jacket, flick it off right away, and it won't burn your jacket at all. So thoughts of discord are all around. But the moment you notice them, flick them off and go back to thoughts of good. This is Mary Morrissey.
And this is Bob Proctor. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the Law of Sacrifice. Every one of us needs an ideal. We need an image of the what's possible in order for us to have a visceral experience, a feeling inside of us that there really is a possibility for us to become more. For over 100 years, Abraham Lincoln has served as such an ideal to many young American kids. Now, Lincoln came from very humble backgrounds. He didn't have a lot of money. He was in a very, very simple upbringing. And yet there is that quality of Lincoln that inspires us to seek for the more, to reach for greatness ourselves. There isn't one of us who could say that we haven't had as many opportunities or talent bestowed upon us and within us that Lincoln had. Yet what was it about this man and the way he lived his life and the way he made his choices that brought about such a demonstration of greatness that it would inspire us down through the channels of life, down through the quarters of time, to reach us even this day? It said that Lincoln's soul began to grow from the seed of thought that was placed in his mind by his mother when he was just a small boy. And his mother made it a point to teach him whatever she could while she was able, but she became ill while Lincoln was still young. When she realized she was dying, she called her family around her. She placed her hand on Lincoln's head, and looking at her children and family, she said to them, "Be good to one another." She felt that she had given them everything she could, and this was her last message, "Be good to one another." And then she died. She might have dreamed, but she had little understanding or realization of what her son, this little boy standing before her that day, would become. Now, Lincoln was quite young at her passing, but he never forgot her. And she taught him a lesson that he carried with him throughout his life. She taught him that the beginning of wisdom is not imposed by discipline, but the beginning of wisdom is first the desire for discipline, the love of discipline, the voluntary choice of discipline. And he learned that discipline is the high road that leads to everything that makes life worth living. There's a principle here at work, and that's the harnessing of our powers towards a desired end. Otherwise, if you take water and you channel that water, it'll turn a turbine and create electricity. But if you just let it go everywhere, there's no power from the same amount of water. So you go to a concert or an opera today and you listen to a voice that absolutely captivates the audience. How do these voices happen? They do not happen. They don't just happen. Granted, they may be especially gifted, these people, but those magical moments that happen are not coming from chance or accident, but from discipline. Discipline that is consciously chosen, ardently desired, and patiently persisted in.
I really believe that the words sacrifice and discipline are totally misunderstood. I have come to understand sacrifice as not as losing something, but gaining something. I see sacrifice giving up something of a lower nature to receive something of a higher nature. I spent a number of years in the Navy, and I thought they were teaching me something about discipline when actually they were punishing me on the parade square for not doing what they told me. And they called that discipline. I have come to learn that discipline is when we give ourselves a command and then follow it. And you're going to need discipline if you take and study this piece of scripture that Raymond Hollywell has included right at the beginning of the lesson from Matthew. He said, "Straight is the gate, and narrow is the way which leads unto life, and few there be who find it." I believe that's talking about the law. And there's very few that find it that really understand the law because they don't study, they don't discipline themselves to do that. And you'll often hear it said that we're an undisciplined generation of people. I don't believe that's true. In every realm of life, we enjoy the fruits of disciplined research and toil, which results far greater than our forefathers ever dreamed. Hollywell said that he would never forget the thrilling experience he had one evening sitting in his home before a cozy fireside. He said the radio was beside his chair, and as he casually reached over, turned it on, and selected a prominent station, he said to his keen surprise, he heard a voice calling Richard Byrd in the Antarctic regions at the South Pole. He then said, "I heard the commander tell of the hazards and difficulties they had met the day before as they unloaded supplies and hauled them to their new home, Little America, over the slope of broken ice and drifted snow." Had he written a detailed report and sent it by letter, it would have taken months to reach us. Yet here, in less than a second, his voice vibrated through the air, and I, like many others, heard him report the happenings of the day. Now, the old miracle workers never dreamed that such as this could happen. Happen? That's not the word. Discipline, that is it. It was painstaking, scientific, technical discipline that produced such a result. We might ask ourselves, does it have to be painstaking? Well, I think it does, and I think that's what stops most people from doing it. You see, what we're really doing is we're forming new habits. And to form new habits, we have to change old paradigms. We've been programmed with the wrong information. Other people may have been responsible for making us who we are, but we're responsible for changing it. And it's going to cause a respectable amount of discomfort. But that's where the sacrifice comes in. You give up a little discomfort, and the win is enormous. When Marconi suggested that he was going to send a message just through the medium of the molecule, he wasn't going to use any wires, they had him checked into a mental institution. And yet here we are, a long time ago, Raymond Hollywell, listening to a report coming in from the South Pole. You see, we're not an undisciplined generation in any realm except one, and that's in our thinking. In science, in art, in athletics, in any practical endeavor, we know the worth of discipline. Yet we let ourselves go. We just do not discipline ourselves to think the things we have to think. That's why it's pointed out in that piece of scripture. Straight is the gate, and narrow is the way which leads unto life, and few there be who find it. It's just a matter of disciplining ourselves. That's why there's so few who find it. Like 1% of our population earns 96% of all the wealth. Why do you think that is? Everyone has the same opportunity. We've got to give up the TV. We've got to give up just hanging out. We've got to give up just laying around or shooting a game of pool or playing a game of golf. And we've got to take and discipline ourselves to study, gain an understanding of how our mind works. Let's really grasp this idea that we're studying here of how to learn to live in harmony with the laws. When we do that, we've taken control over our life. We take control over our life through discipline. Discipline is giving ourselves a command and follow it. I am going to learn to control my thinking. I am not going to let the outside world take charge of my life any longer. Most people are playthings for what's going on outside of them. Let's change that. Let's be one of those small select group that does gain an understanding of the law and then learn to think in harmony with the law.
You know, Bob, I heard a story once about this law of discipline, and the story went this way. There was a man who went to the bank to cash a check, and he went to the teller, and he handed over the check, and he said, "Can you cash this check?" And the teller said, "Yeah, I can cash the check. Just put your name on it." And the guy said, "Whoa, wait a minute. I don't want to put my name on that check and hand it to you. You'll be holding my check with my name on it, and you might not give me the money." And the teller said, "You have to put your name on the check before I can give you the money." And the guy said, "Well, couldn't you just this once give me the money, and then I'll put my name on it?" And the teller said, "No, that's not how it works. How it works is you have to put your name on it first." They argued back and forth. Finally, the teller said, "I can't help you, sir. You're going to have to leave." He went to a second bank. Again, through the same routine, he was refused service. Went to a third bank, got into the same routine, again said, "Couldn't you just give me the money and then I'll put my name on it?" And this young teller tried to explain the policy and how it worked, and finally, he just had it with that guy, and he reached down underneath the teller's cage. He pulled out a rubber baseball bat. He whacked him on the head, and he said, "Sign the darn check." So the guy signs the check, and he hands it over, and he gets his money, and he goes back to the first bank. And he walks up to that teller, and he says, "Look, down the street, I got my money." And the teller says, "Yeah, but I bet even down the street you had to put your name on that check before you got the money." And the guy says, "Yeah, I did, but you see, no one ever explained it to me the way they did." And the reason I like that is we go to the teller of life, and we say, "I want the life I want." And the universe says to us, "Okay, put your name to it. Bring your I am to that vibration." But we don't want to trade the lower vibration. We want life to give us what we want, and then we think we'll put our name to it. And this lesson is about how we must surrender the lower vibration, match the higher frequency that is in harmony with what we say we want. And as we begin to resonate with the frequency of what it is we say and vision that we really want in life, life is a generous giver unto any one of us who place our I am in harmony with the frequency of what we say we want. There is one simple fact: always something has to be sacrificed for something else. Everything in life has its own price and is ever up for the giving if you and I are willing. We have to purchase that, though, at the price it demands. Day after day, we go up to life's counter, is how Raymond Hollywell says it, and say, "I will give you this if you will give me that." This bartering has another name that is more familiar, perhaps. It's called sacrifice. Sacrifice, then, is not what we've heard through our different religions. It is an inescapable necessity. It is a definite law that we must obey. We are sacrificing every day of our lives, whether we want to or not, whether we know it or not. No matter what we want of life, we have to give up something in order to get it. If we think about going to a great concert, and listening to music that is almost divine, or if we watch a skilled surgeon at his delicate task of repairing a broken body, or if we consider a scientist in his laboratory with his scientific formulas, or if we think of a great person who has created a business that makes such a difference in the world, or we think of Admiral Byrd flying over the South Pole and talking to us by means of a radio, are such experiences life? Well, indeed they are. Liberated life of an attained achievement is the most satisfying sort of living any one of us could ever know. Straight is the gate, narrow is the way of discipline that leads to such a life.
Taking these basic principles into consideration, what's come to my mind was many years ago when I really first started to teach this in any kind of a big way with corporations. I called on the Prudential of America. It was the largest insurance company in the world. And I found that on a survey I took of over 5,000 insurance agents, less than 3% of them were in front of a prospect before noon. Most of them weren't in front of anybody until the evening. They had never had anyone of their district agents in over 100 years, well, it was close to 100 years, that had written $5 million a year in business. And I thought that the reason for this was they weren't going to work. Now, they thought they were going to work because they would go into their office and they would be busy doing whatever they were doing. But they definitely weren't selling insurance to each other, so they were getting poor results. Now, I have learned that people on commission, if they're not in front of a prospect, they're unemployed. And so I got that idea across to them. Then I showed them how we're programmed to live in a certain way. And that program is either going to give us good results or bad, but it is a program, and it's been installed in our subconscious mind. And when they started to understand how the mind worked, and they started to take a look that their life was really a series of habits, then I showed them if they just changed 2 habits, their whole world would change. Now, I said, I don't know what you're doing prior to 9 o'clock in the morning, but I'm going to recommend whatever it is that you change it. And then I want to recommend that you be in front of a real live prospect, skin to skin, shaking hands, not on the phone, with them before 9 a.m. Now, to do that, they had to give up something. I don't care if it was sitting around the kitchen table hugging a cup of coffee. They had to give that up and get in front of a prospect. So they had to give up whatever they were doing, and then they had to discipline themselves to do something new. That is a basic strategy for altering old paradigms or old habit patterns. Then hardly anyone was selling over $25,000, $30,000 in insurance in these days. Now, this is many years ago. I had them commit that they would ask everyone they got in front of to purchase a minimum of $100,000 of insurance, which was probably at least what they needed to properly protect themselves. So what happened here? Well, let's think about it. They had to make a sacrifice. They had to give up sitting around the kitchen before 9 a.m., and they had to get in front of a prospect. They had to give up one thing to have the other. You cannot sit around your own kitchen table hugging coffee and be in front of a prospect at the same time. So you got to give up something, and then you have to apply discipline in your life to do something new. And that was one step. The second step, they had to stop doing whatever they were doing in selling policies, and they had to ask the person to purchase a minimum of 100. So there was 2 habits they had to change. What they have to do, they had to give something up, and they had to discipline themselves to do something. Do you know that the sales in that region went up by hundreds of millions of dollars over the coming year? Now, as a result, I worked with that entire company all over North America. That's what this lesson is all about. The lesson is, what do you really want? You sit down and decide what you want, and then you take a look at what you've got. Now, what are you doing to get what you've got? You're going to have to change some of those things. So you've got to make sacrifice. You've got to let some things go to receive something of a higher nature. So the entire lesson here of sacrifice is one of growth. I believe the way most of us have been programmed, we look at the word sacrifice and we think of giving up, of losing something, having less, when the truth is the exact opposite is the truth. Sacrifice is giving up something of a lower nature to receive something of a higher nature. That indicates growth. And how did he start out with his quote from Matthew? Straight is the gate and narrow is the way which leads unto life. Now, there's a basic law that governs the universe. It's grow or die, create or disintegrate, live or go in the other direction. So if we want our sales to go up, if we want to feel healthier, if we want to build more meaningful relationships, if we want to grow our company, what are the rules? You got to give up something and replace it with something new. You've got to be involved in sacrifice. Let go of something of a lower nature to receive something of a higher nature. And then we have to discipline ourselves to do the new thing that's replacing the old. This is a marvelous lesson that has to do with growth, regardless of what it is. It's like I say, is growing our relationships, growing our income. I could take anyone and work with this lesson, no other lesson, just this lesson, gather a bit of information on them, get them to sit down and take a look at it, and then personalize it, bring it into their own life, and say, what are my results? What do I have to do to improve the results? What do I have to stop doing so I can do these things I have to do? Sacrifice and discipline are two very important principles in growth. Straight is the gate, narrow is the way that leads unto life. Few there be who find it. Why? Very few people will understand what I just said because they don't think. They're going by the old concept, sacrifice is losing. They don't want to make sacrifices. They like it just the way it is. And so they stay where they are. They're locked in on a frequency that's not giving them what they really want.
That is so powerful, what you just said. And even as you're saying it, I'm thinking in my own life right now. It isn't that I don't have discipline, and it isn't that I haven't patterned that to a great degree in my life. And if anyone looked at my life, there is evidences of the discipline that I have brought to bear on these laws of life. And yet the yearning in me for the next version of what's possible, the difference that can be made through the application of these laws. And I look at some of the little choices that I have made even recently, Bob. So I would just encourage those of us that are listening right now is to take this lesson personally.
What you're saying is essential because I believe there's a lot of people that are in your position or in my position because we teach this, we think we already got it. I have watched people come into this business, and because they're in the business, they think they've got it. The truth is, you've never got it. You're always getting it. So you've got to continually be learning it.
The first time I began to really understand the principle of the law of sacrifice, someone suggested to me to think about the game of baseball. And that in baseball, you sacrifice a first baseman for a home run. You never sacrifice a home run for a first base. That you're always sacrificing the lesser for the greater. And so when you look at what it is that is more expansive to you, which is what it is you want to bring in, if it was selling, having more sales. If it was a relationship, having the relationship be more fulfilling and powerful and life-giving. No matter what version or frame of life you're moving yourself into, is lean towards that which is more life-giving, get a good picture of it, the ideal or a Lincoln image. What's a Lincoln image of your relationship? What's a Lincoln image of some area of your life? And then what is in my current experience, my thinking, my action, my behavior, my choices that is incongruent with that image? Sacrifice it through the practice of discipline as I harmonize and order my life to be a direct reflection of that which I am seeking. Hollowell used the word, and you underscored it, painstaking. And the question I asked was, does it have to be painstaking? And you said to me, yes. And I think even as an adult person, there's still a little kid part of it. Well, can it just be easy? I guess the underscore of that is it is easy if we practice the art of discipline, because all the back and forth and all the struggle we do with life goes away. When we just put our name to that check we say we want, it flows easily.
I think Abe Lincoln was an excellent choice that Hollowell made to put a point across right at the beginning of this session. Lincoln knew something about discipline, but he also knew something about another area that most people fall short in. Lincoln was not a popular guy when he was president. He's popular now, many, many years after he was president. He was the president during a wartime, and he wasn't a military man. So he wasn't treated properly by the generals of his day, and many of the government leaders treated him terrible. He never let that bother him. I remember a story I read where I think it was General McClellan. He wanted him to do something, and McClellan wouldn't come to see him, so Lincoln went to see McClellan. And McClellan wasn't there when he went, so he was asked to wait in the parlor. So here's the president waiting for the general. The general come in, just looked at him sitting there, and walked right past him and went to bed. And someone said, "Doesn't it bother you that they treat you this way?" And he said, "No." He said, "I'll hold the general's coat if it helps me win the war." See, he had his values in the right place. He had his objectives, he had the goals, and he knew the rules of the game. Lincoln's mother did him a big favor. She taught him some of the very basic rules that most of us miss, and we've got to get. And so that's where the sacrifice and the discipline comes in getting these rules and then incorporating them into our habitual way of living. It's a paradigm shift.
It's a paradigm shift.
The way Raymond Hollywell ends this lesson, I think, is appropriate. He puts in Invictus by Henley, one of my very favorite poems, and I'm pleased that I'm able to share this. Out of the night that covers me, black as a pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeoning of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet this menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. I love it. This is Bob Proctor.
And Mary Morrissey. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to this session, The Law of Obedience. This is an interesting lesson, and it's one that's going to cause you to really think for a few minutes. Obedience is an interesting word, and I think probably it's the right word. It's the word we want to use here. What we're really talking about is a person entering life, coming onto this planet that we're a part of, in the body that we're living in, and then taking a look at what happens. Here we are, living in a situation, in a system, where everything operates in a very exact way. It's easy to understand that if a person hasn't done a respectable amount of studying, they would never understand the laws, and yet when a person does gain an understanding of the law, they have such tremendous respect for it that they're just almost naturally obedient to the law. And we must be obedient to the law if we're going to really make things happen and grow in our life. Each one of us has been designed to be a builder. We're designed with creative faculties, the likes of which you won't find in any other form of life, so far as we know. And yet, it's a choice we have to make. So we're either going to build in wisdom or in ignorance. Now, according to our understanding of divine laws, I see the laws as divine laws. I really believe the law is God's uniform and orderly method, and it's God's modus operandi. Now, many people, when they learn that the science of living is governed by exacting laws, immediately assume that to live right is to live the hard way. Man, this is going to be difficult. They're afraid of a law that's exacting in its demands when it touches their relationship with the finer things. Yet these same people would not be willing that the law which governs human society should be modified in any way. They recognize the laws which govern social conduct and activity must be properly enforced if organized society is to function harmoniously and safely. In other words, they recognize that government is for the good of mankind and that without it, human life and welfare would be in continual jeopardy. Now, if this is true of human government and established by constitution and law, it's even more true of divine government. And the more exacting the law, the more certainty, the safety, prosperity, and happiness of the individual who fulfills the law's demands. In the realm of science, no laws are more exacting than those which govern the science of mathematics. An accountant, even when he fails immediately to solve a problem, knows it can be solved only by calling into operation the exacting laws that govern all mathematical calculations. Were these laws subject to change, the solution of mathematical problems would be utterly hopeless. Now, perhaps in no way has religion gone so far astray as in the conception of understanding of God, whether it be the God of the Christians or of the heathen.
Bob, as I'm hearing this, I'm thinking, the God of my upbringing was not a God that was a friendly God. It wasn't a God that I could relate to. It wasn't a God that I could understand or practice a relationship with, because I didn't understand that it was a relationship with the law of life itself. It was a relationship with the law of my own being. And in fact, the God of my upbringing, later I thought, well, maybe that God needs to attend some anger management classes, because it was a capricious God that was not at all the understanding that I have now through these laws that we're talking about. And that God matured in my own mind as I began to realize that just as the universe demonstrates its perfection in the law of the farm, that if you want to grow a great crop, you get yourself in harmony and obedience with the law of the farm. You don't try to argue your way out of how nature works with growing a great crop. You get in harmony with it, and you discipline yourself to plant at the right time, to till the soil just right, to clear the weeds, to create an environment in which what is naturally occurs. It was Tom Wilhite who once distinguished the difference between normal and natural. And he said what is normal is the tendency we all have to live a certain way, with a certain paradigm and a certain way of experiencing life. But even though it's normal because we repeat it, it doesn't make it natural. And then he went on to distinguish what is really natural. And what is really natural for us is what is in harmony with our own nature. And what is our nature is unlimited abundance. What is in our nature is unlimited goodness. What is in our nature is unlimited life. And you and I are in the process of coming to understand and then, if you will, download or bring into time expressions of our unlimited nature. That shows up as our dreams, our desires, the good we would like to bring forth in the world. You and I cannot do that, though, without an obedience in the practice of our way of being to our own nature. So while we have a normal way of living, unless it's in harmony with our nature, it is not natural.
Well, obedience is an interesting word, and I question whether everybody really does understand it. I think most people look at obedience as doing something because you're afraid not to do it, where what you were saying is that you do it out of such profound respect. And it is obedience that controls things in our life. If we look at it, our societies, our cities, our states, and nation are supported by it. Our properties and lives are dependent upon it. We must be obedient. Because of our respect for obedience, we as a whole support it. But woe unto the person who tries to break through, to pillage, to plunder for selfish gain. As we look into the home, we see the mother training her child in habits of discipline. Tomorrow, we see a happy mother because her child has grown into youth and into adulthood and has earned success. Now, a success because back in the beginning of this person's life, the seed of obedience was placed there, which brought forth respect, obedience, and unselfish thought. If the mother was the knowledgeable mother, the mother of understanding, when they're teaching the discipline, they also understand that the child can grasp why they're being taught this. Even the child is doing it because of respect. It's not because of fear. Business is founded upon obedience, and as each member obeys the laws of commerce, they're going to succeed. It is only when a person expands these laws by over-speculation and by wildcat schemes, inflated values, or lack of cooperative agency that he brings upon himself failures and causes bankruptcies and loss. All our problems of life are due, in some measure, to our obedience to the law of thought and its creator. Our difficulties have been in knowing what to obey and what not to obey. Well, of course, if the question's there, it's because we don't know, and there's the only problem we really have is ignorance again. And the only way to overcome it is to study. I think, as we mentioned in one of the very early sessions, that freedom is our birthright. And if we're going to be free, we have to study, because we have to eliminate ignorance. Know the truth, and the truth will set you free. There's only one thing to be set free from, and that's ignorance. We see in nature the answer. She has no troubles she cannot overcome. She has no problems she cannot solve. She has no burdens she cannot bear, no tasks she cannot perform. Why? All her operations are governed by the mighty law of harmony and order, which constantly removes every discord, which heals all diseases, which rights every wrong, which supplies every need. If in the winter a young sprout attempts to break through the soil before season, Mother Nature destroys the sprout. Yet at the same time, the very snow and ice that freeze the little unruly sprout serves as a blanket of warmth and protection to the other seedlings complying with her laws. When the individual wishes to use nature in his work, such as farming or gardening, he must know how to comply with nature's laws. In turn, as he obeys her laws, he derives the best results, and in the end, he will enjoy the greatest harvest. He who obeys the laws of nature and acts as her obedient servant later becomes the master and reaps a full harvest. It's so true. We have to follow nature's way. And as we do, there's a big win in store for all of us.
Hollowell goes on here and he says, every student who obeys the law, and you and I are students, we're students of life. Whether we choose to be consciously or not, we're still in this life school. And the power and the wonder of being a good student is that life unveils its gifts again and again and again with no limit. Every student who obeys the law and is a true servant of good, who is disciplined, obedient to the good, will become a greater soul and will reap the power to control every condition and enjoy every blessing. Think of that. If we simply get obedient to the law, become a good student of the law, practice it daily, life unveils everything for us. We become not only a greater soul, we begin to reap the power to control every condition and to enjoy every blessing. There's nothing more that you want than this. Our mistakes are largely due to the fact that we have obeyed more readily the laws of the earth than the laws of spirit, or that means the laws of circumstance, the things that we look outside ourselves. We have subjected our ideas to the outward appearance of things rather than to the inner truths that the law teaches or reveals. Now, if we choose to obey the spirit within rather than the conditions about us, then the law requires us to first think things into existence from within before we shall see them on the without. And this is truly the shift that Bob was talking about when he said most people live from the outside in. And the practice of empowerment, the practice of authority, the practice of becoming able to bring forth the circumstances that you would choose or I would choose is to learn to live from the inside out. So instead of waiting for things to change, we change. And over time, things must begin to match a vibrational harmony or compatibility with the frequency that we are living in and living from. Most of our experiences are the outgrowth of our own created activities. These created activities are first to be bound in thought, in the thought that we think in our minds. The law reads, as you sow, so shall you reap, which is mathematically accurate and true. If you plant a turnip seed, nature doesn't produce potatoes. If you plant corn, nature doesn't make a mistake and bring you a big giant oak tree. On the same reasoning, if you or I plant thoughts of worry, the law we obey will give us something to worry about. It will produce more and more circumstances to fulfill our focus, which is worry. And if you think disease and lack, then we increase our receptivity and we experience more and more of what we are interested in and focusing upon. Whatever law you obey will in turn serve you. The most important thing then is to know what to obey.
Raymond Hollywell said, "You may laugh at the troubles of little ones because you view them from their true value. To the child, his tiny tasks seem real and all-important. And not until he outgrows his childish ways can he look back with amusement and not feel regret. Not until we can rise superior to our problems and our troubles can we ever hope to cease to have further troubles." A mother put her little boy to bed one night, and later she found him restless, unable to sleep. He called down and asked that she turn the light on for him. The mother knew something was wrong, so she went up to his room and gained his confidence by talking with him. And she learned that during the day, other children had threatened to send the boogeyman after him because he would not give up his toy to them. The mother then explained that there was no boogeyman. She said that the principle of it was to frighten him into submission so that he would give over his toy to the other children. She told him to go to sleep because there was no real boogeyman. The child had obeyed the illusion of things and was frightened, but the mother saw the truth. In knowing the truth, she could see through the principle of fear involved, and by dispelling it from the mind of her son, enabled him to go peacefully to sleep. The purpose of our lesson is to learn how we might properly choose and serve the law for our highest good. We either serve principle or things in all that we think and do. Things are the events or the results of invisible causes, whereas principle is the true cause and is spirit. Principle is that which we think in our mind, and things are the result of those thoughts. A person who obeys illusions or worships things will have burdens to carry. A person's burdens are the things which they claim as their personal property. Things they feel are their very own and therefore must protect and serve them. Raymond Hollywell said, "Years ago, a relative of mine worshipped illusions and things. He strove to accumulate riches. He worked so hard gaining his wealth that he lost his health. Then he turned about and tried to gain his health by spending his wealth." There's a lot of people do this. And in the end, he passed away, a disappointed and disillusioned man. That man, like so many others, had started out in life with the wrong conception of the law of God. Strange, but man does not own an earthly thing. All that he has been loaned to him according to his understanding of the law he serves. Man was born naked, and he dies in the same nakedness. I've often pointed out that we leave the world much the way we arrive. No hair, no teeth, no money. We never own anything. Everything we own, as Raymond Hollywell said, at the time of our death is going to belong to someone else. But what we are is ours forever. It pays to study.
Bob, why I think you are such a powerful teacher and such a great mentor is that your teaching describes for us in exquisite ability the nature of the law and of life and of our own being. And you also clearly state to us that life is in an ever upward progressive expression that is seeking to express itself through every one of us, that the entire universe is in an evolving process of becoming. Now, what that means is that what looked like yesterday's problems, or when you were speaking of how we might look at a child's problems, a child's difficulties, a child's learnings, and we can see from an adult perspective, that child will get past that. Say we started a business and it was $1 million business. Getting it from zero to $1 million, there were things to learn, problems to overcome, difficulties to surmount. And as we applied the laws, we were able to grow a business from nothing to $1 million. But then the vision is to grow it to $10 million. The difference between 1 million and 10 million brings with it a new set of learnings, understandings, applications where we have to get bigger than our paradigm about what 10 million means. And so having a challenge isn't the problem. It's what we think about the challenge that's the problem. When we are faced with a challenge, to see that as an opportunity to practice the law of obedience, to practice the law of our own understanding, expanding to an experience of bigger larger, greater than the problem we're facing. And with that, the law of life does exactly what the law of life does, which brings the result that we're holding in mind and empowering, infusing, energizing with our own believing.
The problems never go away. There's always going to be more. I always point out that the problems you have now, a few years from now, are going to seem small. If you think you've got big problems now, wait until next year. You're going to have bigger ones. If you don't understand it, that could be very discouraging. But if you do understand it, that's really good, because you're going to raise your consciousness. If you had the problems today that you had 5 years ago, you'd probably be bored because they'd be simple things that you can pull off. Disobedience to the law is refusal to do what we know is right. We all know the right, but we do not always do it because it seems to interfere or delay our immediate attainment of the object we see. We want quick returns, forgetting that the law moves slowly, yet it works perfectly as well. We want instantaneous healing of our diseases, but we are loath to give up the net of habits that cause them. There's a bit of a paradox, because I believe what Raymond Hollywell is saying here is accurate, and yet it's by working with the law that we can take quantum leaps, which is an enormous jump ahead with very little effort, if any. When we really get in harmony with the law, we can manifest magnificent results in our life. When we speak of a person of principle, we mean a person who is governed by the law of right thinking and living, a person who is not easily swayed, a person who is not deviate from the path of what he deems to be right for the sake of personal profit or popular acclaim. A person, in short, who one may trust absolutely be true to his convictions, regardless of the temptations to change or modify them. No one will deny such a person inspires utmost confidence and may become a tower of strength and leadership. He is one on whom others rely for leadership, whereas the person who is easily persuaded to yield to pressure, even for kindly motives, is not the type of individual on whom we can depend. If this is true of a person in the outer realm, how much more true is it of the person in the inner realm, the mental realm? Because God is principle, not merely governed by principle. The God-governed individual is never in doubt as to the results to be gained by following the principle, for principle is based on law and obedience. So this law can have only one result: happiness, peace, and prosperity. That is a beautiful promise, and it really makes the studying of the law worthwhile.
Absolutely. And that deep down, if we pay attention, we want what is in obedience to this law, because it is peace, happiness, prosperity. We want that. There's nothing we want more than to experience the fullness of life. So ultimately, what we really want is obedience to that which produces what's in harmony with what we want. Hallowell ends it this way, and he says, all that's required for us is to learn obedience to the law of truth. And as I'm reading this sentence, I'm thinking, Bob, about your teachings and what have spoken to me so much over the years, and that is that you use the word harmony when Hallowell uses the word obedience. You talk about being in harmony or out of harmony. And so if we think of obedience as bringing all of our faculties and all of our feelings in harmony with our desired good, in harmony with what we really, really believe is good, and we practice being in harmony, and any place where we're out of harmony, we shift that, we release that, we bring ourselves back into harmony. This is being obedient to the law, that we can have this experience of the presence of life, spirit, now. Not after we die, not tomorrow, now. If we practice bringing ourselves in harmony, practicing the law of obedience, so that you and I absolutely want the good more than our problems. And, as our friend Michael Beckwith says, take your mind off the problem, put it on God, stop telling God about your big problems, and tell your problems about your big God. That's a practice of obedience. This is Mary Morrissey.
And this is Bob Proctor, and thank you. Hello and welcome to this session, The Law of Success. He can who thinks he can. God intended every individual to succeed. It is God's purpose that man should become great. It is God's will that man should not only use, but enjoy every good in the universe. The law of God denies us nothing. Man is born to be rich. The powers inherent in him are inexhaustible. Each normal person is endowed with a complete set of faculties, which, if properly developed and scientifically applied, will ensure success, ever-growing success. Man is made for progress. Every person contains within themselves the capacity for endless development. Advancement into all things is the law's great purpose. By learning to work with the law in promoting that aim, you can build yourself into a greater and a greater success. All of the processes of nature are successful. Nature knows no failures. She never plans anything but success. She aims at results in every form and manner. To succeed in the best and fullest sense of the term, we must, with nature as our model, copy her methods. In her principles and laws, we shall discover all of the secrets of success. Infinite resources are at your disposal. There are no limits to your possibilities. You can focus and individualize the elements, the forces, and principles of the whole world. You can develop a wonderful intelligence, thus all of life's questions may be answered, all of nature's secrets discovered, all human problems solved. Nothing is impossible. Higher faculties, remarkable talents, superior insight, and greater power are dormant in all. And by special psychological methods, these exceptional elements can be developed to an extraordinary degree for actual and practical use. Every mind can develop greatness. It's simply a matter of knowing how. True self-help, self-discovery, self-knowledge, and the proper instructions in applying one's faculties and using one's forces will advance any person. Practice will ensure efficiency. Use will bring forth results. Success, therefore, is within the reach of every aspiring person. Now, Hollywell asks the question, do you wish to succeed? And he said, you can. You possess all of the essentials within yourself. All you need is to gain a right understanding of the principles and laws upon which success is based, and then to apply the right methods of operating these laws until success is earned. Do you know, Mary, those lines are just about as motivating as anything I have ever read. I read them over and over and over again. It's such wonderful information. I mean, it really stirs something inside of me.
I could feel the energy coming from you as you read that. And what I know is that you not only know this for yourself, but you know it for every person you come in contact with, Bob Proctor. So Hollywell goes on here, and he says, the law of success is as definite as the law of any science. The exact use of this law will produce results every time, and it is the results that count. And as results may be multiplied indefinitely by a persistent application of the law, there is no ending to the success you can enjoy. So one success built upon another, built upon another. Great things are no less possible than small things. And it is the great things that will follow whoever uses this law with faith and understanding. So whatever your present state or condition, there is a better and a larger future in store for you, but you and I must prepare ourselves for it. We cannot rise into the better and greater things unless we do something about our understanding and our application. Study, planning, and effort are all necessary. The young and the old alike are entitled to advance. But to be true to ourselves and to the law which governs us, we simply must advance, for advancement is the law of life, and advancement is success. It is the law's intention, life's intention, that you and I should move forward. We can stand still, we can go backward, we can retard our normal progress for a while, And Hollowell says perhaps even as long as a lifetime. But in the end, we each will be compelled to move forward, especially in the direction of our own soul's growth. Nature brooks no interferences with her purposes. This is often the reason why prods and problems of adversity come when we fail to move forward. I remember hearing once that the mother eagle, when it's time for her babies to fly out of the nest, if they're not leaving, she pulls all the soft downiness that's in that nest, protecting their tiny bodies, and she just makes it as prickly and difficult a place to be as possible, and those baby eagles fly. So are you and I meant to.
These next words are so encouraging. You can achieve your ambition. Aim high and build well. The beautiful part about this, I was thinking, Mary, as you were sharing those lines, that spirit doesn't even relate to big or small. That's in our mind. It doesn't take any more energy to go after the big win than it does after the small. Why do we so grudgingly treat ourselves to the big win? Why do we reluctantly hold back? What you imagine to yourself as success can be reached. The law never blunders. What she idealizes, she has the power to actualize. What she images in your mind, she has the power to produce materially. She ever seeks to build you up in your power and in success. That is her plan for you. The faculties possessed by all great and successful individuals are the same human faculties that you possess. They gain some understanding of the right kind, and then they applied their faculties in the best way they knew for advancement, and so earned success. Some will ask, but in what does true success consist? Almost every other person will hold a different view as to what constitutes real success. To avoid confusion of ideas, let us define our meaning of the term. Most people consider success as being a high state of world prosperity. Others as the realization of personal hopes or fulfillment of heart's desires. Still others as the achievement of their ambitions or the performance of great deeds. Real success, however, is something more than this. We do not define it in terms of money, position, fame, or wealth, although it may include all these. True, genuine success of the largest kind lies in the results obtained, harvest reaped and distributed, so that our fellow beings at large are benefited and the world enriched. Yet, for the purpose of our lesson, the term success will be interpreted in a more individual sense as meaning personal advancement and increase and the favorable termination of anything attempted. I believe Earl Nightingale had the very best definition of success that I have ever read. He arrived at it in 1951. He left this planet in 1989 and never changed a word. I got into the idea in 1961, and to date I have never changed a word. He said that success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. In other words, the idea is worthy of you because you're trading your life for it, and it's an ideal. It's not just an idea. James Allen said an ideal is an idea that you've fallen in love with. I see love as resonance. It's when you're in perfect harmony. When two people are in love, they're in perfect harmony. When you're in love with an idea, you're intellectually involved in the idea, you're emotionally involved in the idea, and it's embedded in every cell of your being. You're totally in tune with it. Now, being totally in tune with an idea does not mean that the idea has manifest in form, but it does mean that you're going to progressively move toward it. And in doing that, it is only natural that you're going to fail in many attempts because you don't know how to get there. You only know you will get there. And so people fail, but that doesn't make them a failure. People are only failures when they stop trying. And I think this is a very important part of success, and it's a part most people misunderstand. If the failure is big enough, the opportunity is huge. See, everything is equal and opposite. If it's only a little failure, when you work your way around to the other side of it, it's only a little win. If it's a fairly big failure, when you work your way around to the other side of it, it's a fairly big win. But if the failure is huge, when you mentally work your way around to the other side of it, the opportunity is equally as big. And Mary, I believe this is very important that we understand this in this search for real success that we're talking about here by working with the law.
Well, I would just say to those of us that are listening right now, some of you will be joining me in saying, thank you, God, that I had such a big failure, because the opportunity in that is inherent. And I get that when you say that it is the proper holding of what looks like a failure that actually gives us part of what's required so that we can work our way around it. You said when we work our way around it mentally. It's not easy to say thank you when we're in the midst of what we feel is a failure. We thought we were doing something, and then the results are not what we had hoped. Nevertheless, falling in love with an ideal, falling in love with that ideal, if we stay true to that love for the ideal, ideas will start to percolate. We will not stay down. We will find a way to re-energize, refocus, and then recommit to the ideal. And I absolutely have seen and know how the universe responds when we are in harmony with our love for an ideal. I've also experienced in my own life both great success and great failure, and great success and failure, and back and forth. And I came to realize, as others have said, that there is no real failure. It's feedback. Now, I really love how you distinguish the difference between failure and failing. I've never heard that before. And that's helpful, that it's natural that we would fail as we're learning. We send a spaceship to the moon, 98% of the time it said that spaceship is off track, but it's always self-correcting. It's self-correcting. And that's really what we would call our failure or failings, is the feedback from the universe. It's time to self-correct. We could notice little failures and large failures, but they're self-correcting feedback from our universe that actually is guiding us in unerring accuracy to that which we have said or felt is our ideal.
In fact, Price Pritchett says that a rocket fails its way to the moon.
Really?
And it really does. Well, it is, like you say, off course 90-some% of the time. But it keeps correct. And, of course, that's what we have to do. Correct. If we knew everything, there would be no failures. But we don't know everything. Mm-hmm. We just know a little bit. And what we're looking for is more.
I was watching one of my grandchildren learn to walk, and I'd noticed that he'd been watching his older brother and sister walk around on their hind legs. He wanted to get on his hind legs too, and pulls himself up, and there's that moment where he's hanging on to what he's known, and then he lets go, and there's a couple of tenuous, uneven steps, and he falls down. And repeat with the falling down, getting up. I never once saw that little boy look up and go, "That's it. I'm just not meant to be a walker." There was just no doubt that even though the falling was happening, that he would get up and eventually he would walk. But I think what happens for those of us that are in our adult bodies, we fall down in love, or we fall down in money, or we fall down in some dream, and then we go, I guess that's it. I'm just not meant to have the success that I really yearn for. And that's complete illusion and delusion, that the universe itself is seeking success through every one of us, fulfillment. So Hollowell goes on and he says that you and I are so constructed that we may utilize the elements of our life to build ourselves up into an ever-increasing power, betterment, and success. We also are subtly related to everything outside of ourselves so that this purpose can be fulfilled. Such fulfillment, however, will depend on the actual use we make of our own mind and whether we choose to serve in ignorance or to govern with knowledge the forces of life. Success in bringing oneself and one's actions to a standard higher than the ordinary human standard. Most of the failures and defeats in life are due to our own blindness. But when the heart is right, the head thinks right, and all our acts are judged by our inner motives, not by our outer accomplishments. Out of the heart are the issues of life, Hollowell says. So success depends upon adopting a true course, upholding what is just and right in thought and action, and adherence to this principle is most essential, because success is not a creature of circumstance, nor a game of chance, nor luck, for not until the golden rule is the basis of commercial activity can we be in harmony with this principle.
The fact that a person is honest and truthful and industrious does not ensure their success. More may be necessary than this. For if a person is timid, backward, or fearful, fear will act as a brake to retard his progress. If a person is an efficient engineer, yet has an inferiority complex, that complex will make him mediocre, and he will not be able to extend himself according to his skillful training. Fear is largely the cause of failures. It cannot be eliminated either by drugs or by the surgeon's knife. The only remedy known for fear is understanding. Fear is an outgrowth of doubt and worry, and the opposite of doubt and worry is understanding. And doubt and worry lead to fear, where understanding leads to faith. When one understands that the universe is filled with the presence of God, there is nothing to fear. Most of us could meet our obligations if we're not for fear of some kind that tells us differently. We hypnotize ourselves into a belief which incapacitates our power. Fear clouds our vision. It benumbs our faculties. It paralyzes our mental forces, which must be free and active if we are to avert calamity. When a person's mind is confused by fear, that person is in no condition to accept an opportunity. God does not give us the spirit of fear, but of courage and a sound mind.
You know, Bob, it said that half our failures are a result of our pulling up on our horses and checking them as they are about to leap the barrier. Expert riders just let their horse have his head, and this ensures a safe jump. Half our failures, then, are as we pull in at the moment when we should let all our forces out to have the full vent as we make a leap. We jerk ourselves back into failure when we could just as well be riding on to victory if we stay focused on our ideal outcome. I went one time ATV riding with my adult kids, and I didn't really want to go, but they wanted me to go, and we were in Mexico, and these are motorcycles on 4 wheels. And as we drove through the streets of Cabo San Lucas and came to the sand dunes where the kids were going up and down and flying and having fun, and it was squishy there, and I was afraid that I was going to fall over, and I just was sitting there, and my youngest son, Matt, came up to me, rode his ATV up to me and said, "Mom, what are you doing?" And I didn't tell him the truth. I just said, "Well, it's such a beautiful sunset in a little while. I think I'll just sit here and watch the sunset." He leaned over to me and he says, "Don't let fear get in your way." And I went, "Who raised you?" And so I gently and gingerly rode that vehicle down to the flat sand beach, and I went up and down there, and I was doing just fine, but then it was time to leave. And the only way out was up. And so I tried to go up that first sand dune, and I would get about halfway up, and then it would slip, and I would get afraid, and the ATV would go back down to the bottom over and over and over again. I got about halfway up. Finally, the kids are gathered on the bottom, cheering me, trying to get me to go forward, and I fell down and came back down one more time, and my daughter's husband, who is Latino, he was born and raised in Mexico City, he doesn't want to embarrass me in front of all the other kids, but he comes over and he whispers in my ear, and he says, "Mama, you have power you are not using. Take your foot off the brake." And what was happening is I would get halfway up, and without even realizing it, I would start to get afraid. I would just clamp down on the power that was under my authority to take me exactly where I wanted to go. That experience has stayed with me, and there are many times when I have felt, out of fear, the thought of contracting, pulling back, playing it safe, and learning how to navigate that moment with a trust and a faith in a law that is greater than the limit has served me well.
Mama, you have power you're not using. Take your foot off the brake. I'm going to remember that. And you will probably hear it again from me, Mary. You know, if we investigate the lives of successful people, we find a very striking fact. We find a common quality that is responsible for their success, which consists of a constructive state of mind. Psychologists term this constructive state of mind as a success attitude. Simple as it may seem, in most every case, the difference which decides success or failure is the ruling mental state. It is at fault and is the cause of failure. The discovery of this remarkable fact by modern psychology probes to the very root of some deep, practicable problems and indicates a way out of adversity and failure. In short, the positive mental attitude of the person who thinks they can In contrast with the negative attitude of another person who thinks they can't, is practically the only difference between the one who succeeds and the one who fails. The former learns the truth and discovers they can do things, and the idea liberates their sleeping engines, stirs them into activity, thrills them with desire to advance, inspires them to get things done so they move into success. Some persons, however, live in the conviction that as they are, so they must remain. They believe that God had cast them into a fixed mold and that the little ability or power which they possess is all they can hope or wish for in this life. Scientific research into the mysteries of the human mind reveals a wonderful world of power and possibility. The psychological truth is that what is possible to one mind is possible to another, and vastly more than we have ever dreamed. The same human faculties and cultivated powers of the great and successful are possible in every mind. The only difference is in the degree of development, not kind.
So Hollowell then says to us, begin now to take a superior view of yourself, your life, your circumstances, of things and persons in general. As you mentally perceive the better and the greater, you will consciously and unconsciously reach out for the better and the greater. In other words, your thoughts, desires, words, mental actions will gradually become filled with the spirit of progress, and your faculties will grow stronger and your powers will increase. Begin now to take a superior view of yourself, which is the image power that we each have to imagine, to imagineer a life of what we would really seek to experience and be and do and become, to allow ourselves to move into that imagineering capacity, take a superior view of all that is possible and begin to coalesce or hold that view. And then Hollowell says this, catch the spirit of the words I can, and you have the key to the successful attitude. You know, Bob, it was in 1973 that I moved to Phoenix, Arizona to study with Raymond Hollowell and to attend his seminary. And while I was doing that to help earn money to support my family, I taught school in Chandler, Arizona. And my first teaching assignment there was with a group of kids that I was teaching a fourth grade level, but the files I got on the children before I started teaching them, because many of the kids were from different ethnic backgrounds, and those days our testing system hadn't caught up with testing kids in a way that gave them a chance to succeed. So the files all said that the kids were very, very low IQ kids, and the kids had been told that they had low IQs. But what I discovered in a very short time in working with the kids, that kids who believed they had an IQ that was low and that they weren't going to be a success in life, even at 9 years old, were reproducing that in the classroom. And the kids who still had a sense of I can, whatever gave them that, they had it. And I learned in that time, the I can is way more important than the IQ. So catch the spirit of the words I can, and you have the key to the successful attitude. Know you can succeed and proceed to think and live and act in that strong conviction. You may search everywhere, anywhere, to discover the mystic secret of success, only to find that in the end it is all contained in these two little words, I can. Now that I that can is not your history. The I that can is not your personality. The I that can is your source. It is the very essence of who you are that gives rise to life itself as you. Modern psychology has discovered that the person who thinks they can begins easily to develop the power that can. This is a demonstrable law of mind. Persistently think that you, the authentic you, can do what you want to do. And it will not be long before you begin to find yourself actually doing either a form of that thing or actually that thing. There's no miracle about it. The law works this way. The principle involved is that if the I can attitude is adopted, the mind will proceed to direct all energies into those faculties which are employed in doing that which is desired to accomplish and steadily build them up until they become large enough, strong enough, actually, to perform what previously appeared to be impossible.
Raymond Hollywell gives us an excellent example, and he uses a person that certainly had the I can idea embedded deep into his psyche. When Napoleon sought to conquer Italy, he was faced with an apparently insurmountable obstacle, the towering Alps. They were considered by the people who lived around them to be absolutely unscalable. But the words "I can't" were certainly not in Napoleon's mind. He, being determined to conquer, persistently said to himself, "I can." His descent on the other side of the mountain so surprised the people in that country that they were practically conquered without opposition. The shock of his doing what was deemed impossible took away the power of opposition. Thus, his greatest obstacle proved his sure means to victory. And so it is with all difficulties. Obstacles viewed from a higher point of view are invariably stepping stones to success. John Bunyan was thrown into prison, and while imprisoned there, he faced a problem equal to the Alps. He wanted to continue with his religious work. He was not easily defeated. So, on the twisted paper that was brought to him as a cork in a milk jug, he wrote his immortal Pilgrim's Progress. This book alone has reached more people than he could have ever preached to in a whole lifetime.
Wow.
So good, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And it's true. Obstacles serve as an opportunity to call up our latent powers. They draw us out and make us strong if we use them properly. They can lead us to the goal we actually have in view. Even when we are up against it, when we desire to progress, we can learn to declare to ourselves these words, "I can." And remember, the I is hooked to the I am that is the entire universe. You and I cannot even say I am, except the spirit of life that indwells us gives us the empowerment, the awareness to say I am. What is it that woke you up this morning? It wasn't the alarm clock, or the smell of the coffee, or the sound of the kids. It was the spirit of life. Because without that indwelling you, the kids could make noise all day, the coffee could do what it does, and all of that can occur, and there's no one home to respond. The spirit of life is in us. I can. And when we remember those simple words, they contain a magic formula to all of what we consider to be success. And no goal worthwhile ever in the history of time has ever been won without the realization of these words, I can. One's state in life is largely determined by one's mental attitude. When we radiate discouragement, gloom, failure, it's because we've accepted somewhere and grown this I can't attitude. And what we find is if you pay attention, you will naturally gravitate away from those who have an I can't attitude and gravitate towards those who have an I can attitude. One is life depleting and one is life giving. And we get to choose. In all circumstance, every circumstance, you are greater than the things or the conditions. Because the spirit of life is greater than any condition, and that's what you are. Whatever you aim at, be certain of one thing, that the power to achieve it and win it is in you. So aim high, aim well, and your mistakes will lessen. And more than that, if you shoot for the stars, you're much more likely to hit the moon. Keep the I can attitude. Affirm it constantly. And I don't know what your star idea is right now, but bring it to mind right now. Bring to mind the idea of what you consider to be a great success for your life. And then begin to generate the feeling, I can. Not by my personality, not by my history, not by my education, not by my bank account, but by the authority of the law of my own being. The I that is the I that I am can, absolutely can.
The next step is to encompass your life or to state your ideal or your objective. Make a mental picture and hold in mind that which you're aspiring to achieve. This is vitally important. Begin with a persistent effort to work toward the final goal. Life, after all, is just like a series of many steps. Each step may provide you with new problems, but as you meet each problem, keep your eye ever fixed upon the top. Your objective, your aim, your goal. No matter how crude or how poor your first efforts may be, they are but the beginning. You may now compare yourself with another. Everyone had to commence at some time at the very bottom. In the meantime, know that you cannot fail until you give up. You can never fail if you never give up. Keep on trying. Each effort produces new results. Success, after all, is only the collection of many good results. Never leave till tomorrow that which you can do today, said Benjamin Franklin. The worst enemy you will encounter on life's highway is within your own self. Its name is procrastination. Procrastination kills ambition. It gets one into the habit of indecision, which causes failure. Practice making your decisions clearly and promptly. Take care of the little questions that come to you, and they will automatically take care of their own big questions should they arise. One who cannot decide for himself clearly subordinates his judgment. He becomes receptive to the mass mind around him, and he becomes one of the masses and can attract only what the masses supply, which isn't much.
No, it's not. Many of us will say at times, well, I'm confused. And what I've learned is that I toy in the domain of confusion when I don't want to let myself know what I really do know, because I don't want to have to do what I'd have to do if I let myself know what I really do know. I'm going to say it one more time, because here's the truth. We are all great souls. Great souls are never confused. We have a perfect mind. There's an answer to any question we would bring. Ask and it shall be answered. So if I want to know, the answer's there. But when I say I'm confused, the bottom line is I really don't want to know, because I don't want to have to do what I'd have to do if I let myself know what I really know, which might mean letting go of some part of life that I've hung on to, or take a step when I'm playing more in my fear. Procrastination is the name of that which would keep us stuck and place us outside the realm of the possibility, which is what we're here for, and that's what we're terming as success, which is the ever upward flow of you and me expressing the greatness that's within us. So Hollowell asks us, I think, a really important question. He says, what do you do with your spare time? How do you spend it? Where do you spend it? Do you give it any value? I remember one time the president of Lewis and Clark College in Oregon, I attended his opening address for the incoming group of freshmen. And he welcomed them to the university, and he described many things in its history. And then he said, and ladies and gentlemen, I want to teach you something right now. And he fell silent. And the president of that universe was silent and silent and silent. And it seemed to go on forever. And then he looked at his watch and he said, that, ladies and gentlemen, is 5 minutes. Don't ever think because you only have 5 minutes that you don't have a great commodity in your hands. It struck me with such impact and such an important lesson for me that many times prior to that I thought, I only have 5 minutes, without realizing that 5-minute package was rich with potential and rich with life. So the point is that every one of us are dealers in time, Hollowell says. Our success depends upon the use of our time. Are we wasting it? Are we investing it? And how we use what we might call the little odd moments. What about those odd moments? Real success for some absolutely just started in odd moments. What we do with our spare time not only is clear profit, but it increases our mental capacity. Every minute we save by making it useful and profitable adds to our life and the possibility of a successful one. Every minute wasted is a neglected byproduct, but once it's gone, it can never be returned.
You know, Andrew Carnegie, who was Napoleon Hill's mentor and inspiration, he said that he didn't have any spare time. All his time was accounted for. Hollowell said, think of the quarter hour before breakfast, the half hour after, the time wasted waiting for appointments during the day, and the scores of chances each day when you might read or figure or concentrate or work for your goal. Use all your time constructively. That's exactly what Carnegie did. At one time, he was the richest man in the world. It's only the aimless, worthless, unsuccessful ones who speak of killing time. The one who is killing time is destroying their opportunities, while the person who's succeeding is making their time live and making it useful. I always like to hear a person say that there isn't enough time in the day for them.
Success, then, Hollowell defines this way. He says, summarized success is the way we learn to use two valuable things, our time and our thought. Knowledge alone is not success. It is the way we use that knowledge. It is important always to remember that back of all our toil and struggle, under the dust and smoke of things, there are the arms of the universe, the arms of the infinite, guiding, guarding, supporting us. The law is always at work. Whatever we lack, the universe has. Whatever we seem to lack, Spirit has. Whatever we need, Spirit can supply. Whatever obstacle we encounter, the Spirit of life within us and about us can overcome it. So near to man, wrote Emerson, when duty whispers low, thou must, the youth replies, I can. I can. So Hollowell finishes up his lesson on the law of success this way with a poem entitled, You Can. If you think you are beaten, you are. If you think you dare not, you don't. If you'd like to win but think you can't, it's almost a cinch you won't. If you think you'll lose, you're lost. For out in the world we find, success begins with a person's will. It's all in the state of mind. If you think you're outclassed, you are. You've got to think high to rise. You've got to be sure of yourself before you could ever win a prize. Life's battles don't always go to the stronger or faster one, but sooner or late, the person who wins is the one who thinks they can.
These lessons, they're so vital to our growth, and they're very broad. They cover all different aspects of our life. And what we're really talking about is attitudes and concepts that we're incorporating into every cell of our being. And the more we go through these, and I think about it, I've been studying this for many, many years. And over the years, I can find that my level of awareness or my level of understanding of each one of the lessons keeps expanding. Right up until here, this recording, when we're working together on these, I find that my mind is shifting again. And the beautiful truth is that if I kept working on these for another 20 years, my mind is going to keep expanding. So I would like to encourage every person who sees fit to really incorporate these ideas into their life, that they continue to study and they set aside maybe just a brief period of time every day, but try and do it at the same time every day, where the idea of discipline comes back into our life and sacrifices we were talking about. Give up something you were doing and say, I'm going to study this for a half hour a day, but I'm also going to apply it as I go through the day. I like to recommend that before a person starts to study anything, that they study toward a particular end. I think it's good just to study for own enjoyment, but I always think it should be applied. So if we write our goal on a card and place the card in front of us, and then we begin to study, and what we're looking for is an idea that will move us closer to our goal. We're either going to find the ideal in the lesson, or the idea is going to be coming from within because the lesson has inspired us. I have thoroughly enjoyed working with you on this, Mary, and I would encourage anyone that really wants to develop their identity to look into Mary's courses because they're powerful. And she has programs where she works with people up to a year that make a huge difference in their lives. I've seen the results of your work, and you have every reason to be proud of the work you do.
Thank you, Bob Proctor. It has been both an honor and a privilege to work with you. And I, too, have found as I've worked with these lessons, as we've shared them here, recording them together, the expansion of my own understanding and awareness and commitment, the thrill that I have about the next version of life that I'm being beckoned to. And I wish every person who's listening right now is let yourself just be thrilled at the possibility of you.
This is Bob Proctor.
And Mary Morrissey. Thank you.